Hey everyone, What If Fan here, bringing you for now the last part of What If Luffy Became a Marine. You can find the fanfic title and the original author's name in the description below. Make sure to check it out and show them some love. If you enjoy the video, don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring that notification bell so you never miss an upload. Quick update, What If Luffy Became a Marine is now on hold, as we're caught up with the author. So now, I need your help picking the next project for the channel. I'm currently deciding between these three fanfics. What if Ichigo awoke his true powers? What if becoming a mangaka in the One Piece world? Please vote in the poll and let me know which story you'd like to see next. I'll take the favorite pick from the two and start working on that as its replacement series. Alright, let's jump into it. Chapter 41, Chilling. It was a new day at Navarone and most of the Marines stationed at the base were looking forward to the day ahead. Many of them were eager to meet the new Marine heroes after all. Unknown to everyone else, said Marine crew were already amongst them within the base. So, where did Luffy go? Zoro asked, noticing the absence of their commander early in the morning. The Straw Hats were gathered within one of the common rooms, having been requested to wait here for a meeting with the commander of G8 himself. Robin took a moment to look up from her book. Luffy said he couldn't wait and went ahead to find the base commander. With her status as a government-sanctioned archaeologist, most of the clothes she wore now had a Marine insignia sewn somewhere on them, courtesy of Nami. Sanji groaned, yeah right. He probably went somewhere to play around. Usopp shrugged, well, it's not like we don't know him already. And we're left to deal with everything else. Nami sighed. Just then, there was a knock on the door before a tall Marine with distinctive sideburns entered the room. Spotting the Straw Hats, he saluted them respectfully, "Good morning, sirs and madams. I am Lieutenant Commander Drake. I apologize for the lack of a proper reception for your arrival yesterday." It's better that way, we never cared for all the ceremonial crap, Zoro muttered. Drake nodded in understanding. I understand that your ship will be left in our care. We still require your commander to fill in some paperwork, so if he would just follow me. He noticed the Straw Hats all cramped up at his words. Is Vice Admiral Luffy not here? He asked skeptically. Nami raised her hand, If you need someone to fill in paperwork, just pass it to me. I'm always the one who does the writing stuff. And me, Robin added without looking up from her book. Drake sighed audibly, and I thought I was the only one. My own commander does the exact same thing, leaving the troublesome things to his subordinates to do. I know, right? Nami groaned. Sometimes you just want to crumple those papers and make him eat it. And that's not the worst part. When those papers need his signature or stamp, he's nowhere to be found. If I had to guess, my commander's probably out fishing somewhere right now. You're kidding. We were just guessing our Vice Admiral already found somewhere in your base to goof off at. The two Marines shared a sympathetic smile at each other, glad to find a kindred spirit. But I have to admit, he's still an expert strategist. Drake sighed. He's still reliable when the time calls for it. Same goes for mine too. Nami admitted with a wry smile. I wouldn't be here if it weren't for him. I think I can safely say that this fact applies to the entire crew. The navigator glanced back at her crewmates, all of them nodding vigorously in agreement. Well then, could I trouble you all to come with me then? I'll just go through what I am able to and let our commanders handle the rest. Whenever they finally decide to do so, Drake ushered them towards the door. Well, not like we have a choice anyway, Nami shrugged, filing out of the room with the others. Meanwhile, on the shore of a lake within Navarone, an orange-haired man with distinctly thick eyebrows and mustache just sneezed. He was currently wearing a white-collared shirt and a fishing cap with the Marine symbol on it. Scratching his nose, the commander of G8 wondered if Drake was bad-mouthing him again. Hey! Uncle! You got a bite! A voice yelled out enthusiastically from the side. Jonathan grinned as he felt the tug from his fishing rod, reeling the line in as his catch tried to pull itself away from him. Whoa! It looks like a big one. Need some help, Uncle? The voice asked. Just sit right where you are, kiddo. I got his one. Jonathan grunted, standing up on his feet. His rod groaned from the effort as he pulled at it, his eyes locked on his prize as it slowly drifted closer and closer towards him. With a final mighty heave, the Vice Admiral pulled his catch out of the water, catching it midair with a triumphant smile. Wow! That's a really big one. You're really awesome, Uncle. Luffy clapped his hands. As his crew had expected, Luffy had shrugged off the suit the first moment he could. Right now he was dressed in an unbuttoned white dress shirt with its sleeves rolled up and a pair of black pants that had its cuffs rolled up as well. Jonathan posed triumphantly with his catch that was almost twice the length of his arm. Heh! What did I tell you? I'm not all talk, eh? The older Vice Admiral dropped his catch in a cooler box he had prepared earlier by the side. So what's your deal, kiddo? New to the base? Jonathan asked. Yeah. I just got here yesterday. I'm out here exploring right now. This base is huge. To emphasize his point, Luffy had spread his arms as wide as he could. Heh, heh, heh. Most of the new recruits always say the exact same thing, Jonathan laughed. He packed up his fishing rod, slinging the bag over his shoulder before folding up his collapsible chair. I'm heading back to the base, hopefully the chefs can cook up something good with this fish. Want me to show you around? Luffy immediately leapt on his feet. Let's go, Uncle. Ha! Quite the energetic one, aren't you? And I was afraid the new batch was lacking in the enthusiasm department. Jonathan laughed, striding away with his equipment. Luffy grinned. Hey, if I don't enjoy my job, why stay? I need to find ways to entertain myself. Ah! If only someone I knew shared that same thought. That damn Drake always trying to get me stuck in my damn office. Boring, I say, that guy needs to live a little. You can't live if your life is too boring. Shishishi. You're pretty cool, Uncle. Don't call me Uncle Boy. I'm still not that old. Jonathan scoffed. You're older than me at least. So Uncle it is. Cocky brat. Ha ha ha. It did not take long for both of them to reach the base, both of them sharing small talk along the way. Somehow both had avoided the revelation of their real identities. So that Straw Hat, you a fan of the Straw Hat unit? Jonathan asked, pointing to the object that hung on Luffy's back. Oh, this? It's a proof of promise I made with someone a long time ago. Luffy grinned, reaching behind to hold his hat with a hand. That man saved my life and inspired me to protect others in turn. I made a promise with him using this hat that I will become an admiral in the future. Jonathan whistled. Sounds like a respectable man, so he's a Marine too? Luffy laughed, releasing his hat to let it hang on his back again. Actually, he was a pirate. Kind of funny, isn't it? A pirate saved your life, which made you become a Marine. I can't even say where to begin on the irony, the older Vice Admiral smirked. He was a good guy. Luffy shrugged. He was willing to risk his life for me. I felt that becoming a Marine would let me do the same, but for more people, save everyone I could, you know? Jonathan glanced at the youth behind him, his eyes scanning Luffy. HM. Those words of yours are serious, I see. I can already tell you'll be a great Marine in the future. Shishishi. I still have a long way to go, but thanks, Uncle. Luffy grinned. Jonathan nodded before turning back again, guiding the two of them into the base. The base commander introduced the young Vice Admiral to notable parts of the fortress as they walked, pointing out the cannons with pride in the various docks scattered around the bay. Luffy listened with great interest as Jonathan boasted about the kitchen staff in particular, claiming that his wife was the head chef there. They soon stopped at a set of double doors, a nameplate bolted to the side that read Vice Admiral Jonathan. Without hesitation, Jonathan pushed open the door and led the way in, raising an eyebrow when he saw Drake and the rest of the Straw Hats inside the room. Both Nami and Drake were hunched over the desk, going through the paperwork with serious faces. Zoro had already fallen asleep in a corner of the room with Usopp and Chopper drawing pictures on his face. Sanji was busy serving a few snacks he had prepared beforehand to the two ladies. Robin took a moment to glance up from her book while seated on one of the couches before looking back down again. Commander! Did you go fishing again? I told you the Straw Hats are already here. Drake immediately berated his superior when he saw him. Jonathan shrugged as he stowed his fishing equipment in a nearby closet. Oh, come now, I was showing a new guy around, can you blame me? New guy? Drake raised an eyebrow. They shouldn't be sending any new recruits at this time of the year. The rest of the room finally noticed Luffy standing at the doorway staring at them. Luffy! I know we don't care how you dress on our ship, but at least look presentable when we're supposed to be guests here. Nami chided, wrapping the Vice Admiral's cloak around his shoulders before buttoning up his shirt. Jonathan did a double take, his head swiveling around to stare at the youth whom he had taken as a new recruit. Luffy was grinning at him. Oh. Uncle! You're the base commander here, huh? The older Vice Admiral pointed a finger at Luffy. Vice Admiral Monkey D. Luffy? Yep. Commander of the Straw Hat Unit. Nice to meet you. Luffy laughed, sticking out his hand. Jonathan stared at the outstretched hand before grasping it lightly. I had thought you were older. They weren't kidding about you being the youngest Vice Admiral. Shishishi. I didn't think the G8 commander was as cool as you either. Jonathan laughed and gave Drake a thumbs up. Drake sighed, Vice Admiral Luffy. Please do not encourage him. Nami pinched her Vice Admiral's cheek, and since both of you were out fooling around, we already did most of the necessary parts. You just need to sign them off and match our IDs with the papers and we'll be done. Hold on a moment, Jonathan held up a hand. I'll go through it with him. I think a young Vice Admiral like yourself should at least know under what conditions his ship is being mothballed. You need to take responsibility with that rank of yours, especially when you're so young. Drake rolled his eyes. Well, sir, I could say some things about a certain older Vice Admiral leaving his office at the most inopportune times. Jonathan laughed at his words awkwardly. Ahahaha. Come now. It can't be that bad. The Stan Malay requested entry into the base just now and you weren't here to grant them access. They had casualties on board from a storm they needed to pass through to get here, Drake informed. A bead of sweat rolled past Jonathan's brow. Well, I have capable subordinates like you, right? The lieutenant shook his head, deciding it was wiser to not argue further. Oh, fishing uncle. You mind if I let my crew take some time off in your base? They have been working quite hard. Luffy suggested. That's putting it lightly, Nami remarked while rolling her eyes. Jonathan shrugged as he sat down at his desk. I don't see why not. There's quite a number of my men who have been wanting to meet you guys. Are we fine walking around without our identifications? Chopper asked, eyeing their ID cards that were required to complete the paperwork. That's true, Jonathan scratched his chin. But I'm sure it won't be too serious. Even if you happen to be thrown in the dungeons, we can always get you out later. Ah. Well, you heard him, guys. Don't go causing trouble now. Luffy waved them off. I think you're the last person I want to hear that from, Sanji commented dryly. Well, since we're already here. Do you guys have a library? I want to see your sea charts, Nami asked. Drake nodded. I can guide you there if you want. In that case, allow me to accompany you, Robin suggested, closing her book to join them. Drake nodded before leading them out of the room. Then I'll take a look at their kitchens, Sanji decided, moving towards the snoring swordsman. The chef kicked at Zoro's foot. Oi, Marimo. Wake up already. Ha? Morning already? Zoro yawned, pushing himself up on his feet while his face was full of doodles. It's already noon, you shitty swordsman. And I'll get my face cleaned up if I were you, Sanji commented before leaving the room, laughing to himself. The marine swordsman noticed Usopp and Chopper trying their best to contain their laughter at the side. Spotting the markers they were holding in their hands, he was quick to infer what they had done to him while he was out cold. Realizing the danger they were in, the two pranksters decided to bid a hasty retreat. I'll be at the docks. I'll follow Usopp. the two of them rushed out of the room before Zoro could stop them. "When I get my hands on them," Zoro growled, using a nearby mirror to observe the damage done. He turned to the older vice admiral, not too pleased with finding that his own vice admiral was currently doubled over in laughter at his plight. "You guys have a training ground I can train at?" the marine swordsman asked. Jonathan nodded, tactfully keeping his own amusement hidden under a poker face. "There's an open field we use just outside the base. You can use that." Zoro nodded a thanks before leaving the room to find somewhere to wash his face first. "Now, little Vice Admiral, if you're done laughing at your poor subordinate, let's get this over with. I still want to show you around the base after this since Drake's not here to hound me anymore. It's just too rare to find another person I can share my interests with around here." Luffy grinned at his words. "You got it, uncle." Usopp and Chopper slowed down to catch their breath, breathing a sigh of relief when they noticed that Zoro did not chase after them. "Phew. That was a close one." Usopp laughed, wiping the sweat from his brow. Zoro looked so scary. Chopper shivered. Usopp dusted himself. "Well, since we're here, let's go check how Mary is doing." Do you remember the way back to our docks, Usopp?" "I remember that there were quite a few docks around this base." "Who do you think I am?" "I am the great Captain Usopp." "Of course I remember." Usopp pointed his thumb at himself proudly. Usopp led the way, trying to remember the route he had taken last night when he returned to the rooms they were given. The sharpshooter recalled that he had to walk past the armory where two Marines were standing guard, having been given the directions from those two guards last night. Turning round a corner, the duo spotted a group of 5 Marines cleaning a crate full of firearms outside said armory while seated on the ground. None of them were the 2 guards that had given Usopp the directions last night. Grinning to himself that he was right on track, Usopp proceeded to walk past them. However, the Marine captain stopped in his tracks as soon as he saw the attire on one of the Marines. Flashback. It was some time after the crew left Drum Island. Usopp and Luffy were currently fishing on the railing of the ship. "Hey Luffy. Why didn't you let me burn off Sanji's cloak back at Little Garden? I mean, we could have just gotten him a new one," Usopp asked. Luffy grinned at him. "Usopp, the cloak is part of the Marine uniform. You have to treat it with respect." Usopp raised an eyebrow. "I don't ever recall you dressing in an appropriate Marine attire." Luffy's grin got even wider, tugging at his shirt. "Shishishi. These clothes don't have Marine insignia on them. So I don't have to be so formal all the time or else it'll be just boring. But if I'm required to dress in full uniform, I won't sully the uniform itself. I was taught that it was important. Why would they even teach you such a thing?" "Well, I remember they said it's for appearance or something like that," Luffy stuck out his tongue. "But the uniform is also a representation of the Marines and those who serve in it. So we should never treat even the clothes lightly." Usopp recalled the serious training sessions that Luffy had with Zoro and Sanji. Luffy would always fold his cloak properly before placing it somewhere safe before he starts. He had treated his cloak almost the same way as his straw hat, albeit with a little less reverence as compared to the hat. "Ah. I think I get it." Usopp smiled, just as his line began tugging. "Oh. You got one. Let's hope it's a big one," Luffy yelled excitedly. A Sea King exploded out of the water, roaring in anger as it glared at the tiny ship. Usopp noticed with trepidation that the fishing line in his hands extended all the way to said Sea King's mouth. Luffy licked his lips as he hung his cloak and straw hat by the railing. "All right. That's our dinner." The Commodore leapt into the air before punching the Sea King under its jaw, sending it airborne. Chopper raised an eyebrow at his friend, Usopp. Usopp did not respond to Chopper and instead pointed at one of the seated Marines. "You there, recruit." The group of Marines jumped at the sudden voice. All of them did not notice the 2 captains' approach with how focused they were with their cleaning. Usopp gestured to the recruit's necktie. "You're wearing a Marine uniform. Treat it with some respect, won't you?" The Marine looked down at his necktie, finally realizing that it was untied and left dangling around his neck. The recruit quickly apologized, hastily working to tie it. One of the more level-headed recruits raised an eyebrow at the two strangers. Hold on a moment. I don't think I've seen either of you in this base before. Who are you guys? Usopp jerked his thumb proudly at himself. You can call me Captain Usopp. I'm Captain Chopper, Chopper introduced hesitatingly. The 5 recruits glanced at each other before turning back to the 2 captains. Doesn't that make you guys part of the Straw Hat unit? One of the recruits asked. I don't recall hearing about any new ships docking this morning. Another muttered. The next one scratched his chin. All I heard was the Stan Malay or something. I don't think the Straw Hats were on board those ships. So doesn't that mean? The recruit that Usopp pointed out gasped. You guys are fakes? The last recruit concluded. What? Wait. Usopp spluttered. We arrived last night, you know? We're definitely the real Straw Hats. We don't have our IDs now because it's left with your base commander. The 5 Marine recruits looked at one another again before shaking their heads at the same time. Nope, didn't hear anything about it. Yeah, pretty sure the whole base would know if the Straw Hats were here. And I don't remember anyone talking about them yet. Could be precisely because of the Stan Malay? There's also that damn inspector, huh? But still, I think we should have at least heard about it by now. The 5 recruits stood up, turning towards the 2 captains with weapons in hand. Wait. We're telling the truth, you know? Chopper protested. One of the recruits brandished a pair of handcuffs. Sorry, but your identities are questionable right now. I'm afraid you'll have to come with us until we confirm who you really are. Usopp frowned. Now I know how Luffy felt back at Water 7. Chopper nodded, hesitant on hurting Marines that were just doing their job. Oh. I just remembered, Usopp smacked his palm with a fist, you can bring us to the docks. Mekao saw us dock yesterday. He can vouch for us. Mekao? That old man? What do we do? Well, I guess it doesn't hurt to ask. If they happen to be the real ones. The 5 Marines shuddered in unison. Alright, we'll take you to Mekao, but no funny movements. Usopp and Chopper nodded, allowing themselves to be restrained to avoid any unnecessary complications. After ensuring the weapons they were cleaning were properly locked away, the group of Marines escorted their prisoners towards the dock where Mekao was stationed at. Crossing the bridge that connected the central base with the outer ring, it did not take long for them to reach the specific dock that housed the Straw Hat ship. Especially since most of the docks have been decommissioned to save on the fortress's expenditures. The first thing they noticed upon entering the dock was the group of unfamiliar ships that was moored there. Apart from a small inconspicuous caravel, the other ships seemed to have taken heavy damage from a storm of some sorts. Hey, Captain Usopp. Here to check on your ship? An energetic voice called out. The group turned to see Mekao strutting towards them while carrying a few wooden planks on his shoulder. Oh, Mr. Mekao. Do you know these two? One of the recruits asked. Why wouldn't I? They're part of the Straw Hat unit that arrived last night. I've been putting some guys to work on their ship right there. The veteran Marine shipwright jerked his head towards Mary. I'm just about to give your exterior another repaint and change some of the older planks on the deck. You wanna come see? The 5 recruits felt sweat pouring past their brows. Mekao then noticed the handcuffs on the 2 captains. Why the hell are you guys restrained? The 5 recruits sweated even more. Oh, well. There was a bit of misunderstanding, Usopp explained with an awkward smile. Mekao stared at him incredulously. Misunderstanding? What kind of misunderstanding would get you two like this? I think Luffy's was way worse though. Chopper muttered to himself. The 5 recruits quickly released the 2 Marine captains. We apologize for our misconduct, captains. Chopper became flustered at their sudden change of attitude. It's all right. You were just acting in the interest of maintaining your base's security, so. Usopp stepped up and swept his hand into the air, causing his cloak to flutter dramatically. We'll let this incident go. However, the Straw Hat Sniper jerked a thumb at himself. Don't ever forget about the great Captain Usopp's face again. The 5 recruits saluted stiffly. Sir, yes sir. Mekao sweat dropped. I never pegged you for the dramatic kind. Now you may return to your duties. Usopp commanded with a flourish. Thank you, sir. The recruits saluted again before making a quick escape. You're so cool, Usopp. Chopper complimented with sparkles in his eyes. Mekao grinned at them. Aren't you guys generous? I know a few officers who would insist those recruits get in trouble for what they did. Well. I guess we are all similar to our commander in that aspect, Usopp admitted. Ha ha ha. I see. Mekao laughed. Well, you're here to inspect your ship, right? We can go right now. Usopp nodded a thanks, but before the trio could move towards their ship, a group of Marines carrying a stretcher rushed past them. Hurry! We need more stretchers. Bring the critical ones first. One of the Marines shouted. Chopper frowned. Mr. Mekao? What happened there? The Marine shipwright shook his head. Those ships got hit by a storm while on their way here. Most of the crew got wounded because of that. Are they going to be all right then? Mekao sighed. I wished I could say so. But if I'm not wrong, most of the doctors in the base were called away to somewhere else at the moment. He recalled his daughter whining to him the other day about being the only doctor on duty today. Isn't this quite a serious problem then? Chopper gasped. The older man shrugged. It's not like any of us could help anyway. Do I look like a doctor to you? Chopper glanced at Usopp with worry. His long-nosed friend grinned and gave him a thumbs up. Don't worry about me, Chopper. Go do what you do best. Chopper grinned back before rushing off towards the Marines that were busy carrying off the wounded. Mekao raised an eyebrow. What's he going to do? Chopper may not look like it, but he's the best doctor you'll ever get. Usopp beamed proudly. The Marine sniper smiled as he watched his reindeer friend coerce one of the Marines to lead him towards the infirmary. Within one of the infirmaries of the base, a bespectacled woman with purple hair was reading through a medical book, still blissfully unaware of her predicament. Flipping through the medical book while muttering to herself, she came across a picture of a human anatomy, causing her face to go pale before collapsing on the floor. Regaining her consciousness a second later, the pediatrician pulled herself back up on unsteady feet. It's no good. I really can't take it. The purple-haired doctor flipped the page on her book with shaky hands, breathing a sigh of relief when the dreaded picture disappeared from view. Ugh. Why did the other doctors have to be called away? I hope nothing serious happens today. She sighed while slumping down on her chair. As thought fate decided to spite her, the door was slammed open as a group of nurses barged into the room in a panic. Dr. Kabato. Emergency. The doctor jumped in shock, surprised by the nurse's sudden entrance. What? What is it? Someone needs eye drops? She stammered out. A number of sailors from the Stan Malay are in critical condition. We need you in the infirmary immediately. Kabato's face paled even further than when she saw the anatomy, TT trauma patients. I'll let you handle it. One of the nurses furrowed her brows. We can't do that. You're the only doctor in the base right now. But I'm a pediatrician. This is out of my specialty. One of the nurses went up to hold Kabato's arm. We have no choice right now. You're the only one who can save them. Another nurse held the doctor's other arm. Please, you have to help them. While ignoring the doctor's protests, the nurses dragged her towards the infirmary. Shoving open the door to the infirmary with Kabato in tow, the group of nurses expected the room to be in chaos without a doctor there to direct the procedures. Instead, a short furry tanuki wearing a marine captain's cloak was barking orders at everyone around, directing them like clockwork. Make sure to cross-match the patient's blood types. Prepare every patient that needs surgery for the operating room. Where are my antibiotics? A nurse rushed up with a bottle of it in hand. Here. Dr. Chopper. The reindeer doctor pointed to one of the wounded Marines. Give this patient 5 milliliters of it immediately. Are there enough cardiotonics? A new batch just arrived, Dr. Chopper. One of the nurses held up a tray. Chopper nodded while looking down on a clipboard in his hand. Administer as prescribed to patients 5, 6, and 8. Understood. Chopper noticed the new group standing at the doorway. What are you standing there for? There's lives that need saving. Help the others move the ones in critical condition to the operating room. The nurses released Kabato and rushed into the room, integrating themselves with the rest of the nurses flawlessly. Kabato remained where she was, still shell-shocked at what was happening inside the infirmary. Prepare the operating theater and notify me once it is ready. A couple of nurses yelled an affirmative and rushed out immediately. Where is the other doctor? Is she not here yet? Chopper asked while looking through his clipboard. The reindeer's words managed to bring Kabato back to herself. I'm here. Chopper turned to look at her, a little surprised by the unexpected answer. Oh. Dr. Kabato, right? Kabato nodded her head slowly, wondering how a small tanuki like Chopper could have such a huge presence within the infirmary. Chopper handed the clipboard to her. I'm not entirely familiar with your base, could you take over from here? The pediatrician took the clipboard from Chopper's hooves before glancing through it quickly. She was pleasantly surprised to see every patient's details meticulously listed down and catalogued for more effective treatment. But I can't. I'm not. Chopper frowned at her hesitation, his mind recalling back to the days he had spent under Dr. Kureha's tutelage. A doctor's hesitation can cost the patient their life, Chopper remarked. Kabato's eyes widened from his words, watching him direct another group of nurses to move a patient towards the operating room. She looked back down at the clipboard again. Chopper had already listed which patient was in need of surgery and even indicated what kind of operation to perform. However, the moment Kabato pictured how the operation would proceed, her eyes had already glazed over in fear. As soon as most of the nurses have left the room to prepare the patients for operation, Chopper returned to the doorway to see Kabato still standing there with the clipboard in hand. Dr. Kabato? Chopper prodded her with a hoof. The pediatrician finally shook herself out of her stupor, realizing she had been standing still for a while. Chopper tilted his head at her with a silent query. I have hemophobia. I can't do the operations. Kabato admitted sheepishly. Chopper raised an eyebrow, wondering how she managed to take care of the Marine base with that phobia of hers. A doctor's duty is to save lives, correct? Chopper asked. Kabato pursed her lips. That's right. But there are some things that doctors just can't do. Chopper frowned when he heard her words. The man who taught me medicine once told me a story. A story of a man that had resigned himself to die. He recounted the story of a man with a disease that every doctor had deemed as incurable. Resigning himself to die, he had passed by a mountainside full of sakura in full bloom. The magnificent sight had somehow lifted his spirits and dispelled his thoughts of death, and when he returned to consult the doctors, they were surprised to find out he was miraculously cured of the disease. These Marines are depending on doctors like us to save them. There is no disease that doctors cannot cure. Never say that something is impossible. You have to believe that we doctors can bring about miracles. Chopper declared with resolute determination. Kabato was slightly taken aback by the small doctor's declaration. She realized that he had probably either lost someone or almost lost someone dear to him before. She sighed dejectedly, thinking back on the reason why she became a doctor in the first place. She could not stand the suffering of others, and the thought of inflicting pain on others scared her as well. She had assumed that taking the path of a pediatrician would allow her to render the most aid to others in her case. Deep down, she knew that such a way of thinking was her own naivety. She would eventually have to conquer her fears if she wanted to help everyone. Do you think I can see? No. Do you think I can show them the sakura blossoms too? Chopper nodded enthusiastically, definitely. I will help you. Right at that moment, another group of nurses came in. Doctors, the operation room is ready. Chopper nodded at the nurses in acknowledgement before turning back to Kabato, waiting for her answer. The purple-haired doctor recalled the agonized faces of the Marines that were waiting for their treatment. If she did not help them, she could never call herself a doctor again. She raised her head with a determined expression. We'll be right there. Chopper's face broke into a smile before nodding at her. The two doctors made their way towards the operating theater, the reindeer a step behind Kabato. Two Marines stood guard outside the operating theater, having been placed to watch over their wounded companions. They knew that the base had only one doctor at this point of time, so their eyes widened when they saw the group coming towards them. By now, almost everyone in the base already knew about the arrival of the Straw Hats, so they were more surprised by the fact that Chopper was amongst the medical group. Captain Chopper. Both Marines saluted the tiny reindeer. Chopper nodded back in acknowledgement. Since he was out of Marine uniform and in medical scrubs, it was inappropriate for him to salute back at the moment. We will begin operation on the patients. Keep up the good work, Chopper complimented before following Kabato into the room. Yes, sir. The two Marines waited until the door to the operating theater was closed shut before exhaling the breath that they were holding. The one on the left looked at his companion. So? That was Captain Chopper, huh? No mistake about it. I didn't know he was a doctor either. Could they all be as monstrously strong? I mean, he's like a tanuki. Seeing what Captain Zara was capable of at the training grounds. I don't want to find out. Both Marines shivered uncontrollably. Within the operating room, Kabato was staring at the unconscious form of a Marine soldier. There is a shrapnel lodged in his upper torso. We'll have to extract it out with due haste, Chopper reported with the clipboard in his hooves. The patient is already under anesthesia. We can begin any time, one of the assistant nurses remarked. Kabato gingerly picked up the scalpel, moving it towards the torso. However, her hand stopped an inch above the patient, not moving any further. Noticing that her hands were trembling slightly, Chopper placed a comforting hoof on her wrist. Don't worry, I will guide you. Kabato breathed in deeply before exhaling slowly, nodding her head to indicate she was fine. Chopper released her wrist when her trembling stopped, allowing her to proceed with the operation. The silver blade cut into the patient's flesh easily, prompting a trickle of blood to leak out from the wound. Kabato's face paled upon seeing the blood, her vision growing hazy for a short moment. Just then, she recalled the story about the sakura blossoms, wondering how beautiful of a sight it must have been to cure a person of an incurable disease. If such a thing was possible, then why was she still hesitating so much? Hardening her heart once more, she steadied her hand and completed the incision without further incident, exposing the silvery metal that was embedded in the patient's flesh. Nurse, the suction, Chopper commanded. One of the assistants immediately lifted the prepared tubing at Chopper's behest, placing it in Chopper's hooves. It's roughly 2 centimeters in, shrapnel is about 3 centimeters long. Kabato nodded at Chopper's words, moving to pick up a pair of surgical scissors and tweezers. Chopper assisted her with his own pair of tweezers, holding the metal in place as Kabato cut out the obstructing flesh around the metal. A bead of sweat rolled past her brows as she carefully widened the incision. The nurse beside her immediately wiped the sweat off with a towel, allowing the doctor to continue the operation unfettered. Kabato replaced the scissors on the tray, the next step requiring her to switch back to scalpels to trim any flesh that might have stuck to the shrapnel. Chopper was a step ahead of her and already had the prepared scalpel in hand, passing it over to her without preamble. Kabato nodded a thanks before continuing the operation smoothly, Chopper guiding her whenever she was unsure. After what seemed like hours, Chopper extracted the metal from the body and placed it on the tray beside him. The purple-haired doctor was about to breathe out a sigh of relief when Chopper passed her a needle and thread. The operation isn't over yet, he rebuked softly. Kabato nodded solemnly, waiting for Chopper to clean the wound thoroughly before she began to suture the wound closed. Once the wound was closed, Chopper presented a pair of scissors to cut off the excess thread, thereafter ending the operation. Do not relax yet, this is only the first patient, Chopper reminded. Kabato recalled the number of patients that were in the operating room and paled slightly. Before the female doctor could get disheartened, Chopper continued, but it was a splendid work, you are definitely a good doctor. Kabato smiled at the praise, thank you, Captain Chopper. You are a great teacher as well. Praising me won't make me happy, you know? We still have work to do, okay? Chopper danced happily. Understood. After that event, everyone was surprised to learn that the previously meek Kabato had transformed into an especially competent doctor, but that was a story for another time. Chapter 42, Heating Up. Sanji marched down the corridor of the base with his hands stuck in his pockets and an unlit cigarette in his mouth. Having obtained the directions to the mess hall from a group of Marines earlier, there was no hesitation in his footsteps as he navigated his way there. The Marine captain was looking forward to tasting their food, wondering if he could learn even more recipes and cooking styles from them. Recalling back to the recipes he had shared with the reporters some time ago, he wondered if it had already been published within the Marine Weekly magazine. He had expected it to be circulated back at East Blue, knowing the old geezer would get his hands on it and serve it in his own unique style in the Baratai. With that thought, he could not let his own skills as a chef stagnate either. There would bound to be better chefs than he was out there, and Sanji sought to learn everything he could from them. Hey! You there! The blondie! A voice shouted from behind the chef. Sanji stopped in his tracks and glanced behind him, spotting two men with contrasting body builds strutting towards him. The taller, thin man wore a clean purple suit and an orange tie, while the other shorter, fatter man had an unkempt appearance with his unbuttoned chef uniform and lopsided chef's hat. The Marine captain raised an eyebrow at them. What can I help you gentlemen with? Oh, you're a Marine of this base, right? We're the Marley brothers, the taller one introduced. We just came to this base from the Stan Malay to be assigned as the chief chefs here. But we have no idea where your damned kitchen is, the shorter brother explained. Sanji tilted his head slightly. Oh. You guys are chefs? The taller brother smirked, he. That's right. Both of us are famous chefs that served in the kitchens in the holy city of Mariewa. Oh? Mariewa, you say? You guys must be pretty good then, Sanji surmised. Mind if I learn a thing or two from you guys? Maybe you could share some recipes with me, perhaps? Oh? You cook as well, huh? But you really expect us to just give away our super secret and special recipes that we have been using to satisfy the palates of top officials? You must be delusional. The taller brother laughed. Sanji scratched his head in embarrassment. Oh, that's right. I can share some of my own recipes too. How about we trade then? The shorter Marley brother scoffed at his words. Oh please. Wouldn't you be getting the bulk of the benefits then? Obtaining famous chefs' recipes in exchange for a nobody's. There's a limit to that, you know? Sanji's lips curled downwards a little. He was not sure how well known these two self-proclaimed chefs were, but considering that they had previously worked in Mariewa should attest to their skills a little. On the off chance that they really were world-class chefs, he would benefit a lot from learning from them as well. Sanji himself was aware that the wars in the kitchen fought by chefs were also nothing to be trifled at. Even if he was open about sharing his own recipes with others, other chefs might not be too eager to share their own with him since their livelihood depended on it. Since Sanji's main job was a Marine officer and not a full-time chef, he could sympathize with the two renowned chefs' hesitation on sharing their recipes with him. The Marine captain shrugged his shoulders. Well, maybe if you'll allow me to see you work in the kitchen? I may learn a few things by watching the pros work. The two brothers puffed out both their chests proudly at the praise. Humph, I suppose that won't be a problem, the taller brother smirked. Then guide us to the kitchen, won't you? The shorter brother demanded. Yes, this way then, Sanji gestured for them to follow him. The Marley brothers gave the captain a smug grin before following behind him. Meanwhile, a certain green-haired swordsman was making his way towards the base's training grounds. As it was close to noon, most of the Marines there were just finishing up their morning drills and some were already in the midst of their cool-down exercises. Spotting the new face striding towards the center of the training grounds, most of the Marines were curious about his identity and what his purpose was. "Hey! Who's that?" One of the recruits nudged his buddy. "I don't remember seeing him around before." The other recruit squinted his eyes at the swordsman. "Maybe a new transferee?" "Don't be stupid," a drill instructor butted in. "Look at his hip. 3 swords. Could it be?" No one else I know wields 3 swords among us, do you?" The pirate hunter turned Marine captain. "So the Straw Hats are already here. How did we miss their arrival?" "Probably because of the Stan Malay. They're in pretty bad shape when they arrived and the base was in quite the chaos." "So what's Captain Zoro doing here? Inspection? Or maybe he's going to do his training?" By now, almost everyone's eyes were on Zoro as he continued his way towards the weights section of the training grounds. Several different kinds of weights were littered around on the floor, allowing anyone to use them as they liked. At that point of time, a large group of well-built muscle men were engrossed in their weight training. Everyone else on the training grounds waited to see what the infamous swordsman would do while gossiping about him. "I heard he crossed blades with the Shichibukai Mai Hawk. I heard he took down an entire pirate crew by himself." No, I heard it was 3 pirate crews. I'm pretty sure I read somewhere that he cut an entire Sea King in half with his blades." The Marines at the weights section finally noticed the approaching swordsman, one of them discarding his dumbbell to salute him. "Good day, Captain Zoro, we of the Hot Wind Marines salute you. Are you looking to have some training done?" Zoro returned the Marine's salute before looking around, just looking to do some training. "Where are your heaviest weights?" The Marine raised an eyebrow at the captain's demands, his eyes glancing towards Zoro's arms that were barely half the size of his own. Unsure if the captain was overestimating himself, he decided it was better to just let the swordsman find out for himself and pointed out to a corner. "Those are our heaviest, only a few of them can lift them, much less train with them," he informed. Zoro nodded and marched towards the weights without hesitation, the rest of the Hot Wind Marines watching on in anticipation. The Straw Hat only took one look at the available weights before snorting in disdain. 200 kilos? That's your heaviest? Got anything else?" Most of the Marines frowned at his words, unsure if he was mocking them. Zoro easily picked up the heaviest weight with a single hand, causing everyone's eyes to bulge out in disbelief. The Marine swordsman sighed. They had cleared out Mary's stores before bringing the ship here outside of essential living supplies. Most of their personal items were left back in Water 7 in anticipation of moving them towards the new ship Frankie was building for them, which meant his own weights were not here either. Tossing the weight back on the ground, Zoro sighed in disappointment. "I guess strength training is out. Both Luffy and that pervert cook aren't here to train either. What else can I do?" While he was still wondering, the Hot Wind Marines had already gathered in front of him with reverence in their eyes. "Captain Zoro!" The leader of the Hot Wind shouted out. Zoro tilted his head towards them, rather surprised that they had already gathered in front of him. "Please. Won't you teach us how to be strong like you?" the leader pleaded. The Straw Hat swordsman scratched his chin. Although he had no qualms about training them, he was wondering if he could train himself at the same time. Promptly deciding that it could be good a chance for him to train his Rokushiki techniques, the swordsman smirked secretly. Maybe if it's you guys." "Alright then, how about a spar?" Zoro asked. "Of? A spar? You want to spar with each of us individually?" Zoro snorted. "Don't be ridiculous, that will just be a waste of time. All of you, come at me at once. Only then it'll be training for all of us." The swordsman unbuckled his swords from his hips before propping them against a nearby wall. "And while we're at it," he tied his bandana over his eyes, blindfolding himself. "There's also the hockey training as well." The muscle men watched with growing confusion as Zoro made his way back in front of them while blindfolded before crossing his arms. "Well, come at me, I don't have all day. Or do I have to go at you instead?" The gathered Marines looked at each other for a full minute before charging towards the unarmed swordsman. Zoro ducked under the left hook of the leading recruit, his body twisting sideways to deliver a kick into his abdomen. The recruit gasped as he felt the air pushed out of his lungs before being sent flying backwards to crash into his comrades in a pile of tangled limbs. Unperturbed, the rest of the Hot Wind Marines rushed forward with a battle cry, determined not to put their unit's name to shame. Zoro sidestepped a jab before twisting away from a kick, his own fist shooting out to catch his attacker at his side. Tilting his head to the side, the wind whistled past Zoro's ear as he dodged another punch aimed for his head. Saru. He kicked the ground quickly, his figure disappearing from where he stood. Almost immediately, 4 men fell with fist imprints in their abdomens, Zoro reappearing a split second later behind them with both his fists clenched. 2 more recruits charged forward side by side, one swinging his fist towards the swordsman's face while the other went for his abdomen. Takai. Both recruits groaned in pain as they felt their fists impact what can only be described as an iron wall, collapsing on the floor while grasping their swollen hands. Zoro winced slightly in pain. Although he had withstood their attack, his Tekai was not perfect yet and the punches still dealt a bit of damage. Just then, one of the recruits picked up a dumbbell and threw it towards the Marine captain, having been frustrated by the fact that they were being tossed around. Zoro frowned when he heard the weight fly towards him. While it was true that he did not limit the usage of weapons in this spar, but the fact that the recruit did not hesitate to use one was not lost on him. If they were fighting somebody else, a concussion might be the least of their worries. The swordsman kicked his leg upwards quickly, a bell-like sound rang out before the dumbbell crashed on the floor on either side of him. So? That's how you're playing it, huh? Zoro growled, turning towards the Marine who threw the weight at him. The recruit shivered. Even though Zoro was blindfolded, the recruit felt as though there were a pair of eyes boring straight into his soul. The swordsman lifted his leg slightly into the air. Then don't blame me for going just a little bit serious. The Hot Wind Marines had but a moment to think about escaping before the demon descended upon them. Painful screams echoed across the training field. Sanji led the way into the kitchen, pushing open the swing door with practiced grace. Almost instantly, every chef within the kitchen had turned their heads to peek at the new arrivals, most of them already having an idea of who to expect. Sanji took his time to inspect the kitchen, ignoring the mixture of gazes and glares that everyone else was sending his way. Impressive. Everything is well maintained, the head chef here must be quite competent, the Straw Hat muttered to himself. He turned his eyes towards the staff, trying to see if he could find the head chef amongst them. Just then, a tall blonde woman wearing a chef's hat stepped towards them with a confident smile on her face. When her gaze landed on the 3 newcomers, her smile widened. You guys must be the new Dash. Oh. The heavens has blessed our presence with such a great beauty. Sanji immediately cried out, pirouetting to her side before giving her an exaggerated bow. May I, perchance, have the honor of knowing your name, mademoiselle? J.E. Jessica. The woman inadvertently blurted out her name in surprise. What a befitting name for such a goddess. Ah! How I am charmed by your grace. The moment I laid my eyes on you, my heart was stolen by your wondrous presence. Sanji cheered out enthusiastically. Jessica finally came back to her senses and smacked Sanji's head with a rolling pin, sending him crashing onto the floor. What the hell are you talking about? Don't talk nonsense in my kitchen. Ah. Love. Such a cruel and violent mistress. Sanji groaned with his head half buried in the ground. Jessica turned her glare towards the other 2 newcomers. You're the Marley brothers, correct? The 2 chefs flinched slightly from her glare before nodding quickly. The 2 pompous chefs that talked down our cooking. One of the chefs murmured. They said we use trash as ingredients. They even claimed that it was a waste of their talents to come to this backwater base. Jessica ignored her chef's remarks and crossed her arms. I don't care about who you are and where you used to work at, but there's no way any of you can dream about entering my kitchen without being tested first. Ha! Who do you think you are? The taller brother scoffed. Yeah. You guys are just third-rate chefs compared to us. The palates that you satisfy are of a much lower class than we do every day. the shorter brother boasted. Jessica raised her chin slightly. You think that just because you use more expensive ingredients gives you the right to call yourself first-rate chefs? You think too highly of yourselves. The taller brother gritted his teeth. This damn woman. Humph. You're just making excuses. There's no way the food you make can compare to ours. The shorter brother scoffed. Sanji stood up slowly, a fire burning in his eyes. So, the two of you only made use of expensive ingredients to make your food. And call yourself first-rate chefs because of that? Isn't he your assistant? Jessica asked, finally remembering his presence. The two Marley brothers glanced at each other before shrugging their shoulders. We thought he was a marine posted here. The taller brother admitted. He was just showing us the way to the kitchens. We don't actually know him. The shorter one frowned. Who the hell are you? Jessica glared at Sanji. Sanji bowed courteously to her. How rude of me, Captain Sanji of the Straw Hat Marines, at your service, mademoiselle. Wait. He's the Captain Sanji? No way. We've been trying out all his recipes. They're way too good. I've almost given up hope on ever meeting him. The legendary miracle chef that hunts sea kings for cuisines. He's of a different level compared to those Marley brothers. I heard his food can cure all diseases. I heard you can be invincible from eating his food. Sanji's sweat dropped at their words. Oi. I think there's some rumors that's blown way out of proportion there. Jessica scratched her chin. So? The legendary miracle chef, eh? Yes, at your service, Jessica swayed, and Sanji danced in front of her. So what brings you here to this kitchen of mine? Are you here to mock us as well? Sanji immediately stopped his dance upon her words, his face returning to a serious expression. That is definitely not the case. I came here to simply learn from you all. I can't improve myself as a chef if I'm conceited enough to think that I'm already the best. A small smile appeared on Jessica's lips. I guess on that point you're better than those two. But my rule still stands. You can't enter my kitchen without being tested first. Since it's nearing lunchtime, it's a good opportunity as well. The head chef clapped her hands, and every other chef inside the kitchen immediately gathered behind her, standing at attention. A three-way food war. Jessica announced. The participants will be the current chefs of Navarone, the miracle chef of the Straw Hats, and the Marley brothers. Food war. The taller Marley brother repeated. The rules shall be. Prepare enough food to serve the Marines that have just finished their morning training. About 100 of them. Completed dishes shall be left at the window, and the Marines shall be free to choose which dish to take. Only if you have more than 50 Marines preferring your food over ours will I acknowledge you. What? That's not fair at all. You have more people in your group. The taller brother argued. Yeah. That's impossible. The shorter one agreed. Sanji took a step forward, ignoring the whining of the third-rate chefs. I'll do it. I accept this challenge of yours. I'll show you my skills are the real deal. Jessica smirked. I'm looking forward to it. All of you can use any ingredient you find in the kitchen for your use. The two Marley brothers tried to protest again. And if you two fail this after all your arrogant words? Jessica glared at them, which instantly made them swallow back their words. I'll roast the both of you over a cooking spit. Without waiting for their reply, the head chef clapped her hands once more. Chefs, to your stations. Let the food war begin. The Navarone chefs gave a war cry and began scrambling to pick their ingredients, all of them picking out the best parts they could, and began their own preparations. Brother! The shorter Marley brother exclaimed. We still have some ingredients left over from Mariewa. We can use those. Aha! They never said we could not use our own ingredients. The taller one laughed. The Marley brothers quickly unloaded their packs, revealing several expensive ingredients that they had brought along with confident smiles on their faces. Sanji sighed disappointedly when he saw the actions of the chefs, calmly walking towards the back of the kitchen where most of the cheaper ingredients were stored. Taking his time to walk around the storeroom, he snapped his fingers and began picking out what he needed. Carefully walking to his own station, he deposited his ingredients on the countertop and proceeded to sort them out. Just as he finished sorting them, an unexplainable feeling of wanting to tie a headband around his head overwhelmed him. He managed to shake it off before he succumbed to it, wondering where that feeling came from. Sanji took a moment to look how the other chefs were faring. The Navarone chefs were all hunched over their own stations in concentration, all of them moving with the grace of experienced chefs. On the other hand, the Marley brothers seemed to have trouble preparing their own ingredients, arguing over how to properly boil a pot of water over a stove. Sanji shrugged and looked back at his ingredients arranged in neat rows. The Straw Hat Chef was ready to begin. He tossed the slabs of steak into the air with a hand while his other hand reached for the tenderizer, spinning it around his fingers to test its weight. Stamping his foot on the ground 10 times quickly, his figure blurred into the air while the tenderizer in his hand lashed out at the pieces of meat around him, keeping them airborne. When they were sufficiently tenderized, he landed back on the ground before slamming the counter with a hand, causing the onions to soar into the air among the steaks. His hand shot out once more and pulled 2 knives from their holders, the blades dancing through the air as he diced the onions and sliced the tendons off the steaks while they descended. The diced onions fell into several prepared bowls with slabs of steak sinking into each one while the leftover tendons arranged themselves neatly on a metal tray nearby. Throwing and cutting a few more lines in the air, Sanji squeezed the juices into the bowls of steak and left them to marinate. He took out several frying pans and olive oil to set them all on the stove, heating them up over the fire to ensure they were hot enough when he was going to add the meat later. Taking a large pot from the counter, he filled half of it with rice and washed it with water until it was clear before leaving it to cook in a steamer. Picking up another pot, he filled half of it with water and left it on the stove to boil as the base for his soup. Moving back to the counter, he deftly peeled a couple of radishes before cutting them into pieces alongside some green onions on a chopping board. He moved the cut pieces into 2 separate bowls and left them by the pot with the water alongside a plate of kelp. Sanji then raised his hand in the air before slamming his palm down hard on the counter with a loud bang, sending the contents of the onion bowls flying up into the air. The Straw Hat Chef kicked the ground 10 times quickly, his figure disappearing from where he stood before reappearing at the other side of the counter, the pieces of steak all gathered in his hands while the onions fell back into the bowls unmolested. Tossing them all into the air, his right hand made a grab for a knife while his left hand held a handful of salt and pepper. The handful of salt and pepper were first sprinkled into the air, enveloping the various pieces of meat perfectly like a cloud of diamond dust. Just as the steaks reached the apex of their flight, Sanji's knife flashed out in a myriad of cuts, giving each piece of steak crisscrossing slashes and redirecting the steak's trajectory towards the waiting frying pans. Immediately, the meats began to sizzle and the pleasant aroma of peppered steak filled the air. Kicking the ground quickly once more, his form shifted towards the stove as he brought out a larger-sized frying pan to heat over the fire, tossing a few pieces of butter into it. While waiting for the butter to melt, he dexterously flipped all the steaks around with a spatula before moving to check if his rice was ready. Pulling the pot out of the steamer, a smile graced the Straw Hat Chef as a pot full of steaming white rice greeted him. Leaving the pot of rice to cool by the side, he went back to the stove to retrieve the steaks, flipping them out of the pans and into the larger frying pan with the melted butter. Picking up several more slabs of butter, Sanji tossed them with a flick of his wrist towards a few of the now empty frying pans before moving towards the largest one. Without wasting time, he flipped the steaks on their sides and thoroughly coated them in the melted butter, making sure that every side was dripping in the golden cream. The Straw Hat flicked his wrist once more and the steaks were flung through the air to deposit themselves on several plates on the counter, each of them giving off a mouth-watering smell that diffused throughout the kitchen, distracting some of the chefs with the delicious smell. Spinning 2 bottles of red wine in his hands, he emptied the red liquid into the rest of the empty frying pans, leaving them to boil and deglaze them. Hearing the sound of boiling water, he picked up the metal tray with the beef tendons and emptied its contents into the pot of water, covering the lid back once the tray was empty. With the buttered frying pans, he tossed the onions into the pans, seasoning them with dashes of pepper and salt. His hands became a blur as he fried the onions in each pan separately, watching their color change to a golden brown before tossing them back to land inside a large bowl on the counter. Just as the wine began to boil on the rest of the pans, he uncorked a bottle of soy sauce while picking up a bowl of potato starch, dumping both contents into the pans. Mixing the concoctions with a wooden spatula, he waited until the sauce was evenly mixed before turning off the fire, leaving it to simmer for the moment. Sanji returned to the soup pot, picking it off the stove to wash both the pot and tendons under a cool stream of water. Once the tendons were cooled enough, he began sorting out the tendons into hard and soft pieces, placing the hard tendons at the bottom of the pot and filled it with water before covering them with a drop lid. Grinning to himself about not allowing any ingredient go to waste, he placed the pot over the stove again after covering it with a metal lid, letting it boil over a low flame. While waiting, the Straw Hat Chef took the opportunity to look around the kitchen. The Navarone chefs already had a few dishes laid out on their counter, all of them working together efficiently like the cogs in a well-oiled machine. However, the sight of the wasted ingredients they had left behind brought a slight frown on Sanji's face. The Straw Hat Chef gave himself a mental note to fix that bad habit later. On the other hand, the Marley brothers were now stuck on their potatoes. The ones they had tried peeling were all cut and squished into lumpy pieces as though a child had found a hammer and decided to smash up some potatoes with it. What made it worse were the various expensive ingredients they had brought along that were wasted in their clumsy preparations. Among them were several pieces of high-grade beef and fish left unattended on a frying pan and were well overcooked by now. Not to mention were the white truffles that they had packed together in a pile of rice, their taste long ruined by the rice absorbing the truffles' moisture. He wondered what kind of first-rate chefs would make this kind of mistake. Sanji had half a mind to berate them for their actions, but Jessica was a step ahead of him. "What are you doing?" she shrieked, turning off their stove to pour out the ruined meat and fish on a plate. "You call yourself chefs? How the hell did you work at Mary Awa?" The taller brother grimaced. "Well, back there we had people to prepare the ingredients for us. And we're not used to using these cheap equipment." "Yeah. It's not our fault that your kitchen's so cheap." The shorter brother nodded. Jessica gritted her teeth. "How dare you call yourself chefs with that attitude? Just look at this mess. Can't you even peel potatoes properly?" The taller brother smirked. "Humph, don't get so cocky yet. We still have some things we can use. Brother, let's use the pre-prepared ingredients." "Great idea, brother." The Marley brothers turned their backs and started digging through their packs once more. Sanji decided he would kick their heads in later once they were done. For now, he still had a stew to finish. He opened the lid and dumped in the soft tendons on top of the hard tendons before replacing the lid. He would have to let them simmer again until they were tender. In the meantime, the Straw Hat Chef approached his cooked rice with a bowl of pickled plum paste in his hands. Using a spoon, he carefully scooped out a spoonful of the paste and began mixing it with the rice, scooping out more paste after a few stirs until the paste was thoroughly mixed in the rice. He separated the rice into 100 bowls, leaving a little less than half a tub full of rice left in case of second helpings. With the rice prepared, he picked up a pair of carving knives and began cutting up the steaks into thinner slices, flinging them onto the bowls of rice with each cut. After filling each bowl with their own slices of steak, his figure blurred again as he picked up his sauce and onions. Within a blink of an eye, each bowl of rice was topped with their own pile of golden brown onions and soaked with the fragrant sauce. The dish itself looked simple, but no one could deny that their mouth watered upon seeing the fragrant onions and juicy steak on top of the rice. With the main course completed, Sanji moved to pick up a few cloves of garlic and began crushing them with one of the knives, moving the pieces on top of the kelp. The Straw Hat Chef then turned off the stove to retrieve his beef tendons, checking that they were all sufficiently tender. Satisfied with the result, he placed the radishes into the same pot before covering them up with his beef tendons, topping the broth with a jug of water right after. The garlic and kelp were then emptied into the pot, joining the rest of its comrades. Sanji dug his hand in his cloak and pulled out a bottle of sake that he had borrowed from Zoro the day before. The fact that the swordsman insulted his cooking that day had nothing to do with this petty thievery, of course. Smirking to himself that the swordsman would probably make a ruckus when he realized the disappearance of his favorite drink, the Straw Hat Chef unceremoniously dumped the alcohol into the broth. He turned up the heat of the stove and left the broth to boil, preparing himself a cup of sugar and another bottle of soy sauce. Once the radishes were tender enough, Sanji poured in the sugar and most of the soy sauce, letting it boil for a while more before turning off the heat. He let a few minutes pass before turning the fire on again, letting the broth boil for a while before turning the stove off once more, repeating this process another 3 times. At the end, he dumped in the rest of the soy sauce and the bowl of green onions, letting it simmer a while more before finally turning off the fire. Grabbing a ladle, the blonde chef deftly scooped up the stew into small bowls and placed them beside his rice bowls, ready to be served. At the same time, the Navarone chefs were also doing the finishing touches to their dishes while the Marley brothers seemed to have somehow made out a few dishes of their own. Jessica inspected the assembled dishes with a critical eye, the Navarone chefs gulping audibly as they waited for their head chef's verdict. A variety of dishes were presented on the counter, all of them a work of art by itself. The sashimi pieces were intricately cut and arranged into a swan while the ham pieces were folded into a crane. The salads were arranged to resemble a bouquet of flowers and even the eggs were cut like a lotus flower. Each dish seemed like it came from the hands of a 5-star chef. Giving them a silent nod, the chefs breathed out a sigh of relief as they understood she approved of their food. Next she moved to the Marley brothers' side where a gruesome sight greeted her. On the counter rested several plates of what can only be described as a pile of black-colored ooze. Some of it were dripping off their plates and spilling off the counter, a severe decomposing smell wafting off them. What? What are these? Jessica spluttered, covering her nose to ward off the smell. The taller brother pinched his mustache proudly, compote de boeuf bouilli et truffes. Jessica's hand shot out and grabbed his shirt, pulling him towards her. What beef? What truffles? I only see a black mess on my kitchen counter. There's no semblance of food anywhere around here. Hey! Air! That's taking rather too far. The shorter brother protested. Going too far? Jessica gritted her teeth. She released her grip on the taller brother, using 2 spoons to scoop up a spoonful of the black mutt before stuffing it into both brothers' mouths. Almost immediately, their faces turned a sickly shade of green before doubling over and collapsing on the ground, foam spilling out of their mouth. Jessica dusted her hands with disdain. Calling yourselves chefs brings a shame to that name. You can't even be trusted to touch food. Sighing to herself, she turned to the last contender who was busy doing his noodle dance and professing his admiration for how she handled the 2 brothers. Deciding that it would be wiser to ignore the love-struck chef's antics, Jessica inspected the dishes he had made. To her, it looked like a simple bowl of rice with beefsteak slices and onions accompanied with tendon stew. Jessica sighed. Captain Sanji, is it? You can't be expecting to serve these simple dishes, can you? Sanji sobered up upon hearing her words, his previous heart-shaped eyes reverting back to a serious glint. Fishing out a cigarette from within his cloak, he took his time to light it before puffing out the smoke in one long breath. For a chef, their worth is not measured by the ingredients they use but by how they use them. The Marine captain pointed towards the Navarone chefs. All of you were so fixed on making food to beat me that you only used parts of your ingredients while wasting the rest. Wasting away your resources is unbecoming of an accomplished chef. The Navarone chefs gasped, finally noticing the pile of ingredients they had wasted away during their preparation. Even without the use of expensive ingredients, great tasting food can still be made without wastage. Sanji gestured proudly to his dishes. I present to you soft steak rice with beef tendon soup. The onions enhances the taste buds while the steak and rice would fill up the bellies of any tired and hungry Marine. The leftover beef tendons were then made into soup which serves to energize them for the rest of the day. The straw hat sucked in another breath of his cigarette. Even when cooking, it's important to also consider the clientele when making your dish. I have no doubt that the food you prepared today are not the usual food you serve here. As if on cue, the doors to the mess hall were shoved open by a group of Marines, all hungry and tired from their morning training. Snapping back to their senses, the chefs began moving their prepared dishes towards the serving counter, ready for the Marines to pick up. Amongst them was a certain green-haired swordsman, flanked on both sides by a group of distinctly muscular recruits who seemed to have been put through a grinder. The pervert cook is here as well. No surprise, I guess. Zoro frowned, his eyes catching sight of Sanji in the kitchen. TCH, should have figured you would hang out with other muscleheads, Sanji spat once he saw the group walking towards him. Upon closer inspection, most of the recruits following him had sustained quite a number of injuries. Though it did not seem life-threatening, it was obvious that all of them had received some form of thrashing. Sanji grimaced, "Oi, oi. Is that fine? If the base commander makes a fuss." Zoro shot him a smirk before glancing towards the recruits. "It's fine, it was just a friendly spar, isn't it?" "Of course, Captain Zoro." Zoro grinned at their answer while Sanji just shook his head. "Whatever, take your food and get lost, you shitty swordsman." Zoro grunted, not bothering to look at the Navarone chef's side of the counter, and immediately went for Sanji's dish, finding a place in the mess hall to eat. However, as soon as the soup entered his mouth, the swordsman's brows furrowed in rage and he immediately stormed back towards Sanji, slamming the bowl of soup on the counter. You took my sake!" Zoro roared. Sanji just smirked at him. "Oh, did I? It was just lying around and I thought it belonged in the kitchen. So it's mine to use." "Arg! I was saving that bottle too. Get me a bigger bowl of that soup." "No. Give me the whole damn pot." "Don't be ridiculous," Sanji admonished. "I'll give you seconds but not the whole pot, there's still mouths to feed behind you." Zoro grudgingly picked up the bowl that Sanji gave him, still cursing under his breath. "Not going to talk crap about my food now, are you, you shitty swordsman?" Sanji prodded him with a confident grin. "Don't get too full of yourself, you pervert cook. Obviously it's because of my sake that your food could taste any better. Without my help it'll still be crap. Why you? Don't come back for more then. It's my sake. I get to drink as much of it as I want." Zoro turned his back on the chef before he could say any more, already thinking about how to secure the rest of the pot for himself. As the other Marines began filling into the mess hall, the Navarone chefs soon realized that almost none of their food were being picked up by the Marines. Their dishes looked beautiful, but for Marines who were focused on filling their bellies, these works of art held no charm for them. "Ah! We were so focused on trying to beat him that we had forgotten the basics of cooking," one of the chefs lamented. "We completely forgot about who we're feeding and wasted away our ingredients." Another sighed. "Now all this food will go to waste." Jessica's lips curled down slightly. It was true that her chefs had been too complacent in their work, but it did not mean their food was of any lower quality. Before she could come up with some words to encourage them, a Marine wearing a straw hat burst into the mess hall without warning. "Food dude!" Luffy yelled out, his saliva already dripping out of his mouth like a waterfall. Following closely behind him was Vice Admiral Jonathan with an amused look on his face. The younger Vice Admiral immediately made a beeline towards Sanji, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Sanji! Food! Gimme! Gimme! Gimme!" The blonde chef jerked his thumb towards the Navarone chef side of the counter without hesitation. Luffy immediately disappeared in a flash of sparks, his figure blurring into the kitchen as he proceeded to inhale all the plates of food the Navarone chefs had prepared. Everyone other than Sanji and Zoro watched in disbelief as the Vice Admiral cleaned off 100 men worth of food in almost an instant, belching loudly on top of the counter when he was done. "Delicious!" he yelled out, patting his bloated belly in satisfaction. "He ate everything?" one of the chefs gasped in disbelief. "Was it really that good?" another asked in trepidation. "Shishishi. You bet." Luffy laughed, burping once more to emphasize his point. "So our food was good after all." A chef cheered. "Sorry about that." Jonathan apologized insincerely. He insisted that we came for the food instead of waiting for the food to come to us. Jessica rolled her eyes at him. "I've known you long enough, dear husband." "You have a hand in it as well, didn't you? Did Drake come by with more paperwork again?" Jonathan scratched his cheek and averted his eyes, suddenly finding the ceiling to be quite interesting. Sanji slammed the counter with fire in his eyes. "Husband? You are her husband? Jessica is married? Eh? Ah. Yes, that's right, I never told you guys. Jonathan nodded, surprised by his outburst. Sanji collapsed on the floor. Why are all the good women taken? This world is too cruel. So, I take it that Captain Sanji here was subjected to another of your food wars, dear? You didn't break him too much, did you? Jonathan asked. Jessica sighed, more like he taught my chefs a lesson instead. I guess he's not called the miracle chef for nothing. I guess only a special crew like them can follow such a special commander, Jonathan grinned, picking up one of Sanji's rice bowls. Jessica's hand reached out to grab it, stopping Jonathan from moving. Oh. What do you think you're doing? The head chef herself has personally prepared your food for you, you don't want to waste that now, do you? A bead of sweat rolled off Jonathan's brow. But. You know. I'd like to try the food my men eat too, to see if their food is good enough for them. It'll be a shame if this food goes to waste too. Oh, that's not a problem, Jessica smirked. Vice Admiral Luffy, do you want some more food? Luffy's eyes gleamed as the bowl in Jonathan's hands disappeared, materializing in Luffy's hands as he poured its contents down his mouth. Yum! Thanks, lady. This one is delicious too. Luffy complimented. Jessica then presented a plate of her own cooking to her husband. Now dear, don't forget to finish off the broccoli and carrots now. If you're good, maybe I can convince Captain Sanji to prepare something later. Jonathan sighed, yes, dear. As the Vice Admiral turned to leave, he spots Drake standing at the doorway of the mess hall with his arms crossed and a look of irritation on his face. Commander. Once you're done with lunch, please go straight to your office. Ugh. Understood. Drake huffed before storming off, adhering to rule number 3 of their division. Jessica smirked at the sight before turning back to the kitchen with a stern face. All right. Get back to work. This is only the first batch of the lunch crowd. Stop slacking around. The Navarone chefs cheered and went back to their stations, immediately preparing for the next wave of customers. Seeing that Sanji was still collapsed on the ground, Jessica went ahead to pull him up on his feet, drawing a confused look from the Marine captain. What are you doing sitting around? Even if you're a guest, you're now a recognized chef of this kitchen. Get cooking or get out. Since you talked so big before, show us how to use the rest of the ingredients too. Hearts replaced Sanji's eyes once more as he saluted her. Yes, madam. The blonde chef immediately went towards the leftover ingredients, calling all of the Navarone chefs over to make up a recipe for the next batch of hungry Marines. Jessica watched her chefs crowd around Sanji with a satisfied grin, all of them watching him intently with reverent eyes. Everyone dutifully ignored the passed-out Marley brothers who were still foaming at the mouth in the corner of the kitchen, their limbs still twitching slightly. Chapter 43, Arrested Development. Drake pushed open the doors of the archive, holding the door for the two ladies to enter. Nami and Robin marveled at the multiple rows of shelves that reached towards the ceiling, each of them crammed full of books. This is where we keep our records. You can find maps, logs and other materials pertaining to this area in here, Drake explained, leading them deeper into the archive. The archive itself was circular in shape with the bookshelves arranged to spread out from the center with spaces in between them. To reach the higher shelves, several ladders were stacked around the archives, ready for use. I'll leave you two ladies here. If you require anything, the archivists working here should be able to help you. Please take your time. With a slight nod of his head, he turned on his heels and marched himself out of the archive. Nami marveled at the amount of shelves that spread around the archive. She was already looking forward to inspecting the sea charts and logs that were littered around the place. Robin noticed her friend's obvious elation. Don't let Luffy see that face or he might get a little jealous, the archaeologist poked. Nami rolled her eyes at the comment before trying to call out to one of the few archivists that were currently in the archive. Unfortunately, everyone was too busy to even notice their presence. Weird to see archivists so busy while the place isn't burning down. Robin remarked. Nami raised an eyebrow at her but decided not to inquire further. Spotting an archivist that was running towards their direction, the Straw Hat Navigator reached out to grab his arm before he could dash past them, almost causing him to drop the pile of books he had in his hands. The archivist seemed rather miffed at the action and turned his head to give the offender a questioning glare. Once he saw who was holding onto his arm, his eyes bulged out in surprise and actually dropped the books in his hands. Nami recoiled from the archivist, her eyes darting between the dropped books and the archivist in confusion. My apologies. The archivist stuttered out. But are you perhaps Captain Nami and government archaeologist Robin? Nami raised an eyebrow at him but replied in affirmative to both questions. Robin remained stoic as she took note of the reactions from everyone else in the room, unsure if this had been an elaborate plan of the Marines to get rid of her while Luffy was occupied. Almost every archivist in earshot gasped audibly at Nami's words, all of them staring at Nami with clear disbelief in their eyes. The once bustling archive was now completely silent and still. Nami glanced at Robin, finding her friend looking back at her with clear concern in her eyes. The navigator was starting to think that bringing Robin into the archives might not have been a good idea. The archivist quickly reached underneath his shirt, Nami flinching back at the action as her hand reached for her climb attack while Robin moved closer to Nami, her hands crossed in front of her. Against their fears, the archivist pulled out a photo album with a leather-bound cover, quickly flipping through it and presenting it with both hands to Nami while bowing deeply to her. Please, Captain Nami, could I have your autograph? Both Straw Hats released the breath they had been unconsciously holding in. Nami took the album from the archivist's shaky hands, her eyes glancing through its contents while Robin watched from her side. The album was filled with nothing but pictures of Nami from her recent photo shoots in the magazine. She had not been able to refuse when the publishers offered her a significant cut of the earnings. She picked up the proffered pen and scribbled on the album, handing it back to the archivist who seemed to have witnessed a miracle. Captain Nami's autograph. I can't believe it. The archivist muttered with tears in his eyes. Almost immediately, the rest of the archive burst back into life. Most of the male archivists immediately took out notebooks and albums of their own, each of them rushing forward to request for Nami's autograph. On the other hand, the female archivists swarmed Robin with eyes sparkling and full of wonder. Captain Nami, please sign for me. I'm your biggest fan. Captain Nami, sign my shirt please. If it's not too much, a handshake please Captain Nami. Miss Robin, is it true Vice Admiral Luffy fought through an army to save you? Awawawa. Did he Princess carry you, Miss Robin? I heard he even changed the weather for you. Kya. The two Straw Hats were overwhelmed at the sudden turn of events, both their backs to each other as they tried to calm their half of the horde down. Even with the commotion, a voice still managed to pierce through the babble. Such a disgraceful scene. I expected no less from a pathetic place such as this. The noise died down quickly as everyone turned to regard the owner of the voice. Shepard stood at the doorway, shaking his head slowly while tututang at the crowd. He wrote a few things discreetly in a notebook before making a show of stowing it away within his shirt. The archivists looked at one another, wondering who the man at the doorway was. Hey, who's he? No idea, I've never seen him before. A jealous fan perhaps? Stalker, definitely a stalker. Definitely a creep. He couldn't get close to Captain Nami and Miss Robin and he's trying to get our attention like that. Oh wow, how sad. To resort to such methods. Truly. The crowd looked at him with pitying eyes. Shepard gritted his teeth in annoyance, don't look at me with those eyes. I most definitely am not a fan of theirs. Awa. Even denying it at this point of time. Really sad. Or maybe he's just embarrassed? Shepard felt his spirit take a lot of damage from the archivist's pitying looks. Trying to recover the last bit of dignity he had, he coughed loudly into his fist to silence them. I don't care what you think. The more important thing would be if any of you could tell me where I can find the Straw Hat ship? Nami stepped forward quickly. Why do you want to know? Shepard eyed her up and down with an arrogant air. It doesn't matter to you. Just tell me how to get there. Well, I say it does matter to me, Nami insisted, walking up towards the inspector until she was less than an arm's breadth away. Now I insist you spill out what you intend to do to our ship. Shepard's eyes widened as he heard her words, his eyes darting behind Nami to glance at Robin for a moment. What? So? You're one of the Straw Hats? Nami crossed her arms and nodded, still waiting for his answer. Ha! I guess I shouldn't have expected anything less from the disgraceful group that went out of their way to save a worthless trash from being properly disposed of. Many faces scrunched up in anger at his words. Either he did not notice the hostile glares or did not care, Shepard continued, Vice Admiral Luffy being a hero? Bah! He's just a little kid running around riding his grandfather's coattails. It just disgraces the Marines to have such a person like him among our ranks. Truly. It's all up to veterans like myself to fix up the Marines from its sorry state. With kids like him running around and playing hero, it's like he's mentally retarded or dash. Something in Nami snapped as she reached out a hand to grab the inspector by his collar. Shepard gave a yelp of surprise as he was lifted off the ground. It never occurred to him that the woman in front of him had that much strength in her arms. Before Nami's clenched fist could find its mark, Robin quickly darted forward to restrain her arm, stopping her. Nami shot a glance back at Robin, receiving a slow shake of the head from the archaeologist. Calming down her breathing, the Straw Hat released the inspector to leave him tumbling onto the floor. Shepard quickly got onto his feet, his face red with anger as he pointed a finger at Nami. You! How dare you! How dare you raise your hand against me? Me? I'll have you court-martialed. I'll have all of you court-martialed. Just you wait. As soon as this worthless hedgehog is decommissioned, you Straw Hats are done for. Without a glance back, he stormed out of the archives in a huff. The archivists began murmuring amongst themselves in hushed whispers. A few of them approached the two Straw Hats with resolute expressions, the archivist whom Nami had first approached leading the group. Don't worry, Captain Nami, Miss Robin. All of us here will help you testify against him. It was clear that man was in the wrong. Many voices behind him agreed as well. Nami gave him a smile and nodded appreciatively, prompting the rest of the archivists to begin discussing on what they should do to aid their idols. Robin slipped closer to Nami, making sure no one else could hear them. So what did you get? Nami winked at her friend as she showed the notebook Shepard had been scribbling earlier as well as his identification card grasped tightly in her hand. Foo-foo, we should find a quiet place to go through that then, Robin suggested. The Straw Hat navigator nodded, calling over one of her male fans to request for a private spot in the archives where they could discuss important matters. The other archivists were quite jealous of him. Outside the archives, Shepard was currently storming away while adjusting his uniform, muttering obscenities under his breath. Oomph, who does she think she is? A mere captain raising her hand against me? I can't believe our standards have dropped so low. I'll make sure she's demoted, no, discharged from the Marines. Her commander and the rest of the unit too. Absolutely disgraceful. Just as Shepard was fantasizing over the dissolution of the Straw Hat Marines, two loud voices could be heard coming closer to him. You still stole it. You already drank it. So stuff it. I did not let you use it in that damn soup. Then you should take better care of your things, you stupid Marimo. Like you're one to say when food goes missing in the fridge, you pervert cook. As if you could stop him with that ridiculous devil fruit of his either. Shepard turned his head to see two Marine officers walking towards him while butting heads against each other. After Zoro had found out his sake was used in Sanji's cooking, he spared no effort in trying to secure the entire pot of soup for himself. Unfortunately, Sanji managed to prevent the swordsman from stealing away the pot with the aid of the head chef Jessica. Zoro finally gave up after Sanji had finished serving the lunch crowd, but the swordsman had continued to hound after the chef for his missing sake even after he had left the kitchen. The Navarone chefs had insisted that Sanji left the cleaning up to them after all the guidance he had given them. Swallowing his displeasure, Shepard approached them while assuming that these two newcomers might be a better source of information for the ship's location. Hey, you two! Shepard called out with an arrogant air. What? Both men stopped their bickering to direct their glare towards the inspector at the same time. Shepard took an unconscious step back from the amount of bloodlust that was emitted from the two Marines. Reeling in his fear, he coughed slightly before asking, "Ahem, you two don't happen to know where the Straw Hat ship is, would you?" Zoro rested his hand on the handle of a blade while Sanji took a step forward. "Who's asking?" the Straw Hat chef asked. Shepard rolled his eyes, wondering to himself why it was so difficult for anyone in the base to just give him that answer without so much trouble. "None of your business, just tell me where it is." Sanji narrowed his visible eye. "If that's the case, where the ship is would be none of your business too." "What? How dare you talk like that to me? I could have you whipped if I wanted to." Sanji took a dramatically long puff from his cigarette before smirking at Shepard. "Yeah, I'm sure you could." Shepard fumed as he pointed a finger at the Marine chef. "You. What's your name and station?" The Straw Hat chef smirked at him. "Sorry, I only introduce myself to beautiful ladies." Zoro cut in between them before Shepard could open his mouth. "Anyway, who the hell are you? Calling out to us and acting like you own the damn place?" The inspector felt his blood boil at the audacity of the two Marines in front of him. He reached out and grabbed Zoro by his collar, pulling the swordsman's face close to him in preparation to berate his improper attitude. Unfortunately for the inspector, the swordsman saw that action as an attack and immediately headbutted Shepard as a reflex. The inspector's eyes rolled to the back of his head before slumping down onto the floor, unconscious. Sanji raised his eyebrow at Zoro. "You know we shouldn't cause any problems, right?" He started it. Zoro huffed indignantly, already walking away from the unconscious body. Sanji sighed internally as he followed his friend, also ignoring the inspector. Usopp burped happily as he rubbed his belly, Chopper mimicking his actions at his side. Mekao and his daughter, Kabato, followed a step behind the two captains. "Sanji really went all out at the kitchen today, huh?" Usopp grinned, letting out another burp. Chopper nodded his head enthusiastically. "Yep. Everyone looked so happy eating his food." "Haha, I kind of envy you guys for being able to eat that well every day. Makes me want to follow you guys too." "Ah ha ha ha." Mekao laughed. Even Jessica seemed to have acknowledged Captain Sanji. "I don't think I've ever seen her give way to another chef like that in her kitchen before," Kabato commented with a serene smile on her face. Usopp and Mekao had gone for their lunch break together after the former finished inspecting their ship. At the same time, Chopper and Kabato had finished operating on all the patients and left for their lunch as well. The two parties met each other in the canteen, and that was when Mekao introduced Kabato as his daughter to the captains, laughing at how small the world was the whole time. He praised Chopper to no end when he heard how the reindeer helped Kabato overcome her hemophobia, to which the reindeer proceeded to perform his usual happy dance while spilling curses at the shipwright. Turning round a corner, the group stopped in their tracks when they spotted a man wearing a marine uniform slumped against the wall, unmoving. Almost at the same time, both Chopper and Kabato rushed forward towards the marine, checking his vitals. "Light concussion due to a heavy blow to the front of the head," Chopper remarked. Kabato nodded before adding, "His breathing is normal, no other external injuries." Usopp dug through his pockets and fished out a pile of smelling salts before passing it to Chopper. Mekao and Kabato gave him incredulous looks, wondering why he would even carry things like that in his pockets. Chopper took the salts without batting an eyelid, already aware that his friend carries all kinds of things for his pranks. With the salt in hand, he moved them underneath Shepard's nose and waved it around, trying to wake him up. A second later, the inspector's face scrunched up in irritation before he jerked himself awake, breathing hard. "Bah! What? What's? Who are? What's going on? Huh? A tanuki?" Shepard babbled, still trying to make sense of his surroundings. "I'm a reindeer." Chopper yelled out indignantly. "Are you all right? We found you collapsed by the side and we tried to wake you up." Kabato explained. "So who did this to you? Unless you ran head first into the wall and knocked yourself out?" Usopp asked with a slight snicker. Shepard seemed to have missed Usopp's last sentence and started explaining, "I was attacked. By one of this base's Marines no less. The standards of this place is way beyond salvation. The news shocked all four of them, none of them expecting one of their own to turn against a superior within the base. Thoughts of a possible traitor or a spy entered their minds. What did he look like? Chopper asked. Shepard crossed his arms. I remember there were two men, one's a blonde and the other had green hair. I think the green-haired one was carrying 3 swords too? Who in their right mind does that kind of ridiculous thing? And it was he who knocked me out too. I'll definitely skin him alive when I find him. Chopper made a face at Usopp, both of them arriving at the same conclusion as to who the perpetrator might have been. Do you know why he might have attacked you? Usopp asked. The inspector sniffed. Obviously it was an unwarranted assault. He attacked me after I asked them where the Straw Hat ship was. Mekao raised an eyebrow. So? Why were you looking for that specific ship? I don't believe you are part of their unit and you obviously aren't from this base. None of your business, you old fossil, Shepard huffed while brushing off the dust on his shirt. Now all of you could be a little bit useful and guide me to where that ship is. I have had enough of this godforsaken place already. That's not a nice thing to say, Kabato gently refuted. Shut up, I did not ask for your opinion. This place is already enough of a waste of space without other trash like you people taking up the place. Usopp frowned, maybe Zoro really did have a reason to knock him out. The sniper held up a palm. Before that, I need to see your identification. Shepard furrowed his brows. You have no need to see them. Just do your assigned job and tell me where it is. Usopp smirked. Oh? So I take it you have no identification? Perhaps you might be a spy? I think I'll have to bring you in for questioning. You have no right. Yes, we do. Chopper supported. To maintain the security in this base, anyone who fails to identify themselves are deemed as suspicious and are to be brought in for further questioning. Shepard gritted his teeth. He really did not want to be brought down to their level, but if he were to be apprehended here, it would be impossible for him to carry out his plans unmolested. Deciding it might be a better idea to finally reveal his identity and have the people in front of him grovel for mercy, he scoffed at them before moving his hand into his cloak. His hand dug through his cloak, hands searching for the pocket where he usually kept his identification along with his notebook. His heart sank when he found the pocket completely empty. The inspector proceeded to dig through every other pocket he had on him in order to find the missing documents, but to no avail. Usopp watched his charade for a minute before reaching out to grab his wrist, pulling the man towards him. Where are your papers, Mr. Suspicious Person? Where are they? Usopp asked. Shepard tried to wrest his hand away but was surprised at the youth's grip strength when it did not budge. How dare you? Unhand me. Someone has stolen my identification. It must have been the one who knocked me out. A very likely story, Mr. Usopp smirked, gripping the inspector's wrist tighter and causing him to yelp out in pain. Are you going to tell me your name is Condoriano next? What? Who's Condoriano? Are you crazy? Anyway, I don't have my card on me right now, so let me go. Oh? You have no papers? Usopp smirked as he pulled a pair of cuffs out from his cloak. I guess it's to the dungeons with you. Usopp slapped the pair of cuffs onto Shepard's wrists, locking them in place with a click. Shepard stared at the cuffs in disbelief. He had never imagined himself to be the one that was cuffed instead of the one cuffing others. Mr. Mekao, could you guide me to the holding cell so I can safely put this suspicious man away? Usopp asked, winking at the shipwright. Mekao smirked. Why, of course, Captain. Follow me. Stop this at once. Or you will all regret this. The inspector yelled indignantly. Yeah. I'm already regretting it, Usopp smirked, giving him a push on the back to make him start walking. What if he's telling the truth? Kabato asked skeptically. Usopp smirked. Well, we're just doing our jobs properly. No one can possibly blame us for that, right? Shepard glared at the long-nosed Marine but was ignored. Now move it, Kandoriano. I don't have all day. I am not Kandoriano. No one paid attention to his protests. Within the archives of the Marine base, private reading rooms were built for the usage of the cadres and to accommodate small meetings among the officers. Within one such room, Nami and Robin were surrounded by piles of books and charts while hunched over the table in the center of the room. Though the room could usually fit 5 to 6 people comfortably, the amount of books they had brought into the room made it seem barely enough to fit the two of them. So there's a total of 4 requests so far to decommission the base as of today, Robin announced, placing a book she had been reading to the side. Nami sighed. As of now, the place still has some strategic value, so the plan is still held in consideration. Robin fished out a chart from a pile. According to this, there hasn't been much activity among these waters for a long time, which can work to both our advantage and disadvantage at the same time. Nami nodded. From this inspector's notebook, he has already noted down several points he would be using to knock the final nail in the coffin for the base. The whole plan is only held back by the fact that our ship is here. And if we are to interpret his plans. Robin glanced at Shepard's identification card on the table. He would most probably be planning something insidious against us. Nami stretched her arms in the air before slumping down on the table. Ugh. I think I've said this before, but why can't we ever have a normal stopover for once? I thought we would finally be able to relax here, and yet some other problems come up. Robin smiled empathetically. Well, if it makes you feel better, I can call Luffy here if you want. Nami waved her hand. I don't think he would be of any help. He'll probably fall asleep before he can come up with an idea of how to save this base from that inspector. The archaeologist giggled slightly. Fufufu, I believe he would definitely suggest beating the inspector up. Aha, that's true. Though I am definitely not entirely against that idea myself. Robin flipped through the inspector's notebook for the umpteenth time, trying to find out what he had in mind to sabotage the base. As arrogant as he was not stupid enough like certain cliché villains to record their entire evil plan down on an easily accessible piece of paper. Most of the notes were about the low standards of the base and how it operated by its own rules. There were some instances where he mentioned about the insubordinate attitudes that seemed quite prevalent in the men and suggested that the base commander was neglecting his duties. The last few pages were recording the conditions of the docks and a section left blank with the title Straw Hats on top of the page. Robin's mind immediately came up with myriads of possible scenarios, each more outlandish than the last. The silence stretched for a long while before Robin spoke. He might scuttle Mary. Nami's eyes widened. You think he would go that far? It's a possibility. The base would lose all credibility if the ship they were supposed to preserve was destroyed. The base would no longer have our support either, even if we know it was not their fault. We have to tell Luffy. Robin nodded, opening the door of their soundproofed room slightly to whisper outside. Luffy? Could you come to the archives? Private reading room number 4, don't get seen. Knowing Luffy would definitely hear it with his enhanced hearing, the archaeologist left the door ajar before sitting back down at the table. Nami had already shifted some of the materials to make space for their commander, rearranging the more important documents in front. Not a minute passed before Luffy bounded happily into the room with a huge grin on his face. You called? He asked cheerfully. Robin sprouted an arm to close the door behind him while pointing to the notebook and identification card on the table with her real hand. We believe this inspector is trying to sabotage this base by scuttling Mary. Luffy's grin faded away as he picked up the card and gave it a once-over. Shepard? Luffy read the name out loud. Nami nodded. He's an inspector sent from headquarters to examine the value of the continued existence of Navarone. But he belongs to the group that thinks this base is useless, so he would be biased in his examinations. And since our ship increases the base's value in headquarters' eyes, he might try something. Robin finished. Luffy scratched his head. I think I've heard this name somewhere before. Is he a commander? Someone you know? Nami asked. Luffy shook his head before opening the door of the room slightly. Both women watched him in silence as he stayed there for a few seconds before Luffy suddenly burst out laughing without warning. The Vice Admiral closed the door while he tried to control his laughter, turning to his crewmates to explain. "That shepherd guy. He got locked up in the dungeon because he didn't have an identification card on him." Nami burst out laughing as well while Robin giggled at the inspector's unexpected predicament. "Fufufu, oh dear now. Whatever should we do? We can't keep him there either. Fufufu. Well, maybe he might even be grateful if we released him from his confinement? Make him indebted to us?" Nami suggested after she calmed down. Luffy shook his head with a smile. "Unlikely, Usopp and Chopper were the ones who threw him in there." "Oh my. Well, I guess this doesn't give us a lot of options, does it? Maybe if we arrange an accident?" Robin suggested. "Robin, stop saying scary things," Nami chided. "We need something that won't come back to bite us." Luffy grinned. "Maybe I should just go beat him up?" "Don't you dare, mister," Nami warned him while shaking her finger at him. "He's still a special inspector from headquarters even if you technically outrank him." If we report that he had misplaced his card, it might give him a bad image, so that's beneficial to us right now." Robin leaned her head on a hand with a lazy smile. "I suggest we help release him. Then ensnare him like prey." Nami snapped her fingers. "Good idea. If we catch him in the act, there won't be any excuse." "I'll gather the materials, you'll protect the ship with Luffy." Nami nodded. "All right, let's do it." Luffy tilted his head at them, not comprehending how the two women just made up a plan without even saying much. Seeing Luffy's confused expression, Nami just smirked at him without providing an explanation. "Seeing as how you technically got us into this trouble again, why don't you help us with a little problem before we tell you what we got planned?" The Vice Admiral shrugged his shoulders. At least the room was soundproofed. In one of the cells within Navarone, a certain prisoner was shouting at the top of his lungs with as much indignity as he could muster. "Let me out! I want to speak to this damn base's commander. I'll have all of you hung. You hear me? Let me out right this instant." At the other end of the corridor, one of the Marine guards was giving the new visitors an apologetic smile. "Really sorry about that, sirs. He's been doing that ever since he got here. Oh dear." "Well, I hope the dear inspector doesn't hold it too much against us," Jonathan sighed. "Though I'm not sure if I should thank your crew for doing so even if it was adhering to protocols." Luffy just grinned at him without answering the question. The two vice admirals made their way towards the cell where the shouting were originating from. "I had wondered what happened when you suddenly disappeared while we're still fishing. I almost thought you fell overboard," Jonathan commented. Luffy smiled at him sheepishly. "Sorry, my crew called and it sounded serious." "Oh no, I'm not judging. Just that your rod caught onto something big at the same time as mine and I had to pull both catches myself." Jonathan laughed. Shepard instantly quieted down when he spotted the newcomers, sending death glares at the two Marine officers. "Special Inspector Shepard?" Jonathan asked. High time somebody on this worthless rock recognized me. Now get me out of here so I can find your base commander and hang him for this." The older Vice Admiral smiled. "I'm afraid you're looking at the base commander, Inspector Shepard." "I'm Vice Admiral Jonathan, the commander of this lovely base here. I apologize for all the inconvenience that you have received here." "Inconvenience? You dare call this an inconvenience? Let me out so I can personally whip you." Jonathan raised his arms in a placating gesture. Now. No need to get angry. It can't be helped that there was a misunderstanding since you were not carrying your identification card. It was stolen. Someone in your base stole it. We found it in one of the corridors though," Luffy explained, fishing out Shepard's card from within his cloak. Shepard squinted at the card until he recognized it as his. The thief must have dropped it as he ran. "Now get me out of here, you useless bums." Jonathan nodded to the guard behind. prompting him to unlock the cell and release the inspector from his restraints. Shepard massaged his wrists as he glared at Jonathan, trying to decide how he wanted to whip him. "Now, I believe you should know where the Straw Hat ship is? Lead me to it," he demanded. Jonathan raised an eyebrow at his request. Might I ask what you require from their ship? I believe your inspection has nothing to do with their ship's condition?" Shepard crossed his arms. "It's none of your business. Unless you want me to report you as well for obstructing an inspector's investigation." "Oh, not at all," Jonathan smiled. "If that's the case, then follow me, I'll show you where their ship is." The Vice Admiral gestured the inspector to follow him, leading them out of the dungeons. Shepard intentionally pushed past Luffy, as though he did not see him. The Vice Admiral frowned at him, but chose to say nothing as he followed behind the group. "And here's the famed ship of the Straw Hat unit, they call her Going Merry if my memory still serves," Jonathan explained. Shepard stared at the sheep figurehead with disdain. As the inspector stepped forward towards the gangplank leading towards the ship's deck, a hand reached out to stop him. Shepard turned to regard Jonathan with an inquisitive glare. "Sorry, Inspector, the ship's currently going through repairs. We can't let an important person like yourself go there while there's a chance you might get hurt. They have just oiled the wood and the tools are still strewn about the ship." An idea formed in Shepard's head. If he could sneak into the ship at night and use the materials there to start a fire, all the blame would fall on the base personnel for their negligence. The inspector nodded slowly to show his understanding, taking a step back from where he stood to feign disinterest. Why would they choose this base to mothball their ship anyway?" Shepard asked. Jonathan smiled before turning towards Mary. "Well, it seems Vice Admiral Luffy was quite taken with our impregnable reputation." Just another waste of resources. There's no need to mothball such a derelict old ship." Jonathan glanced at Shepard from the corner of his eye. "I believe the fact that this ship boosts the morale of many Marine recruits could potentially offset the resources used." "Bah! If morale was needed, just whip the men into shape. There's no need of anything else outside of that. Much less a ship from some boy playing around as a Marine." The older Vice Admiral raised an eyebrow at Shepard's words, sparing a glance behind the inspector to see Luffy still grinning at him. He shrugged his shoulders, deciding there was no need for him to tell Shepard anything if Luffy himself was keeping quiet. "Since it's getting quite late, why don't I ask one of my men to show you to your rooms for tonight?" Jonathan suggested. Shepard sniffed at the suggestion before turning his back on him. "All right then. I do feel quite worn out from being mistreated in the dungeons after all." Jonathan caught on to his hidden meaning. "Yes, I do apologize for the mistreatment. I'll be sure to make sure no one bothers you from now on." "Good. I suppose I can let your errand boy show me the way." The older Vice Admiral raised an eyebrow. "Errand boy?" Shepard jerked his thumb towards Luffy. Jonathan resisted the urge to face fault at him, wondering if Shepard was aware that Luffy actually outranks him as a special unit commander. "Oh no, he's not my errand boy, Inspector. He's a friend of mine who came to visit." Shepard stared at Luffy with disbelief while the latter continued grinning at him. Letting kids running around a Marine base. I hope you're prepared to see that in my report." Jonathan smiled at him, before beckoning over a passing guard. "Show the good inspector to his quarters that we have arranged for him." The guard deftly saluted his commander before escorting the inspector away. Once he was out of earshot, Jonathan looked towards the other Vice Admiral. "Well, I can see why you want him out now. His head's stuffed way too high up in his ass." Luffy just shrugged while wearing his usual grin. That same day when night fell, a lone figure was making its way towards the docks under the cover of darkness. Mary sat in one of the dry docks, having been moved there for maintenance on her hull. The figure swept through the shadows, avoiding the guards on patrol without much effort. The figure ascended the gangplank onto the ship's deck, pausing to make sure that no one was around. Satisfied that the deck was completely empty, the figure headed below the deck to find all the maintenance tools gathered in a pile in a corner. Rummaging through the pile, The figure gave a smirk as the can of wood oil the shipwrights had been using to varnish the wood turned up among the pile. The figure soaked one of the rags in the oil, leaving a part of it hanging out before lighting a match fished out from a pocket. Without hesitation, the lit match was brought underneath the rag, easily setting the soaked cloth alight. "Let's see you do something about this now." Shepard laughed to himself. The inspector dusted his hands as he turned to leave, only to find a youth with a straw hat hanging on his back standing behind him. The flickering light from the fire casted shadows all around the room, as though there were many more figures inside with them. "Hey! What are you doing, mister?" Luffy asked innocently, a shadow covering his face. Shepard gritted his teeth, wondering how Jonathan's errand boy managed to sneak up on him. He decided he should leave as soon as he could. Maybe he might even be able to pin the blame on the strange kid. The inspector tried to push past Luffy. "None of your business." Luffy's hand shot out and grabbed Shepard's wrist, stopping the taller man in his tracks. The inspector tried to wrench his hand out from the youth's grasp, only to find himself pulled back without any effort. Shepard glared at the marine boy, all the while the fire still continued burning the rag as the only source of light in the dark room. "Unhand me, boy," Shepard growled. "Why are you trying to burn this ship?" Shepard tried to pull himself out of the boy's grasp again. "Shut up. They deserve it. Some bunch of fools playing marine in this base that's full of imbeciles. You should go back to bed before your parents find you missing." Luffy's eyes shone electric blue in the darkness, sending shivers down Shepard's spine when he saw it. "You're almost as bad as Nezumi. Dad was right about you guys." Shepard was still in the midst of wondering what the boy was talking about when Luffy turned his head towards the darkness. "Nami, put out the fire please." Shepard switched his sight to where Luffy was looking at, eyes widening at the sight of the former thief slipping out of the shadows with a sack of sand in her hands. "You! The Straw Hat Girl!" Shepard screamed out. "How long have you been there?" "Ever since my commander called you out," Nami deadpanned, pouring the contents of the sack to put out the fire. The room darkened once the fire was out. The only light source was now the blue light emanating from Luffy's eyes, which casted an eerie glow around him. Shepard gulped audibly at the sight, finally realizing the identity of the youth holding on to his wrist. I'm a special inspector from headquarters, you know? You won't get away if I get hurt, you know?" Luffy ignored him and asked his navigator, "Nami? What's the weather like today?" Nami pretended to think, "The sky seems overcast and the air is rather dry, so I think a thunderstorm is headed our way." Shepard knew she was lying as the sky was absolutely clear when he snuck into the ship. And what was the inspector doing this late at night? It seems against his better judgment, he had chosen to go out to take a walk out in the open. "Ah, I see," Luffy grinned. "What did we find on him?" This time, Robin stepped out from the shadows towards them, a bunch of falsified reports on the base's effectiveness and personnel. Shepard goggled at the archaeologist. He had only written those reports right before he came to scuttle the ship and locked them in his room. It was unlikely that anyone else would know about it but himself. The kicker was the fact that he had even prepared a report about the burning of the Straw Hat ship before he set out to burn it, which effectively turned it into a confession of his crime. Luffy scratched his chin with his free hand. What are the charges for such a thing, fishing uncle?" "I believe the inspector would face a dishonorable discharge on top of a few lashings, Vice Admiral," Jonathan answered as he descended the stairs from the deck. "And that's the best-case scenario for him." Shepard pulled his hand one more time, this time successfully wrenching himself out of Luffy's grasp. The inspector shoved Jonathan aside as he dashed past him, sprinting out of the docks as fast as he could. He chanced to glance back to see no one following him, snickering to himself as he thought they might have been too surprised by his escape to catch him. "Just you wait. This isn't over yet. If I submit my report to headquarters first, they would think you guys forged those reports instead. Ha ha ha. This works even more into my favor." As he ran out of the docks, there was the rumble of thunder above him, causing the doomed inspector to slow down and look up at the overcast sky. That damn girl was actually right about the weather at least. Shepard mused. That was the last thought he had before a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. Remind me not to get on your bad side, Vice Admiral. Drake commented as he stared down at the charred Shepard twitching on the ground. 2 Marine guards lifted the former inspector onto a stretcher before carrying him away to be confined. His crimes had already been reported to headquarters and the decision came through to strip him of his rank and position. All the Straw Hats alongside Jonathan and Drake watched him leave with pitiless eyes. I should at least thank you for helping keep this base in operation, Jonathan commented. And sorry for the inconvenience with that man. Luffy shrugged like it's no big deal. That moron was too full of himself anyways, Zoro scoffed. Drake looked down at the reports that Robin had given him. Still. How did you guys get a hold of this? Nami placed a finger on her lips. I think it's best that you guys don't know. Ahaha, I suppose it doesn't matter anyway. Jonathan laughed. But really, thanks to you guys I think this base would be a much better place from now on. Robin smiled slightly. We are putting our ship in your care after all. It was a mutually beneficial action. Ho, that's quite true. I suppose you'll be leaving tomorrow morning when your escort arrives? Jonathan asked. Sanji nodded. We'll have to go pick up our new ship too. I can't wait to see it. Chopper exclaimed. Jonathan grinned at the quaint marine crew he had fortune of meeting. In just a few days the Straw Hats had brought the base together with their charm that he had been struggling to do so for such a long time. The kitchen's food had improved, the medical team were more efficient, the recruits were training harder than before and everyone else had a better sense of camaraderie after meeting them. And we'll definitely come back to pick up Mary again one day. Usopp exclaimed confidently. Jonathan stretched a palm out to Luffy, the younger vice admiral grasping it without hesitation. You guys will always be welcome here. And we'll definitely take good care of that wonderful ship of yours. Shishishi. I know you guys will. Both vice admirals grinned at each other. Chapter 44, Lift Off. Stiff upper lips everyone, Shirogane cautioned his men just as a marine escort ship docked in the government harbor. We can't afford any embarrassments this time with so many big shots. The marines behind him immediately straightened their backs and stood a little prouder, awaiting the VIPs that was about to disembark from the ship. The gangplank was lowered and a straw hat wearing youth entered the harbor while his 6 subordinates followed closely behind. Shirogane saluted, Welcome back to Water 7, Vice Admiral Luffy. Shishishi. Nice to see you again. Luffy saluted back with a face full of smiles. How are you guys doing? Very well, Vice Admiral. Thank you for your concern. Shirogane thanked before gesturing towards the city center. Mr. Iceberg would like to meet you as soon as you are able to. Oh? Must be about our new ship. Let's go, guys. See you later, Goggles Man. Luffy yelled, already running towards the exit. The rest of the Straw Hats followed behind him, ignoring Shirogane who was mumbling Goggles Man under his breath. The captain immediately recovered once he saw Luffy's escorts descending from their ship, giving them the same respect he had with his salute. I wonder how our new ship would look like. Usopp asked, unable to hold back his own excitement. Hopefully he managed to get that fridge with a lock, Sanji grinned, ignoring Luffy's tearful face. Hopefully we get more rooms as well, I need more space for my maps and charts, Nami sighed. Chopper clapped his hooves together in excitement, oh. They said they would make an infirmary too. I can't wait. Zoro yawned, as long as there's space for me to train, I'm fine with it. Robin smiled at her crewmates, Fufufu, everyone is quite looking forward to it. Renting another group of Yagura bulls from the same owner that they met before, the Straw Hats made their way to the city center to Galley LA's temporary headquarters. Since the old building had been burnt down by the previous CP9 agents, the carpenters erected a temporary headquarters while the new one was still in the process of being built. Even for a temporary building it's really well made. Usopp commented, admiring how sturdy the wooden construct was. Sanji nodded in agreement, I suppose their expertise does not stop at shipbuilding. The group proceeded towards the doorway where a little girl no more than 8 years old was there to greet them. Good day to you, Marines. Mr. Iceberg is waiting for you inside, please follow me. Luffy grinned at her and followed her without a second thought. The others behind him were not as sure. I don't remember seeing her amongst the galley la staff. Nami frowned. Maybe she is his daughter? Chopper wondered aloud. Robin shook her head. Mr. Iceberg is not a married man and he is known to not have consorted with any woman yet. Then who is she? Zoro asked, a little bit more wary now. The little girl tilted her head back with a smile, her pace not slowing in the slightest. Apologies for the late introduction, I am Mr. Iceberg's new secretary. Really? That's cool. Luffy laughed, not at all fazed by the incredulity of her statement. While the others were still wondering if the girl was hired due to Iceberg's secret fetishes, the group reached a set of sturdy double doors. The girl rapped her knuckles on the door. Mr. Iceberg? Vice Admiral Luffy is here. Let them in, a muffled voice came from the other side of the door. The girl opened the door for them before stepping out of the way. I'll send some refreshments over in a while, please take your time. Luffy bounded into the room without hesitation while the others watched the girl leave, still doubting if she was really who she claimed she was. Within the room, Iceberg was hunched over a drawing table with his hands busy scribbling away. Hey Uncle Ice. Luffy greeted cheerfully. Welcome back to Water 7 Straw Hats, Iceberg greeted back without looking up. I hope your trip here was uneventful. Seeing that Luffy had busied himself with exploring the room instead of answering their host, Nami responded in his stead. It was, thankfully. What did you need us for? Is it about our ship? Yes it is, Iceberg affirmed while motioning the crew towards the coffee table behind him, gesturing for them to take a sit. Most of the crew moved to take a sit while Usopp and Chopper joined Luffy in running around the room, heedless of everyone else in it. Drawing a few more lines on his blueprint, Iceberg finally set his pen down before turning towards the Straw Hats, his face serious. All the Straw Hats leaned forward to listen to him, even Luffy, Chopper and Usopp paused in their tracks to listen to the veteran shipwright. Your ship's not finished yet, Iceberg declared in a deadpan voice. Right after that, he turned back to his drawing table, picked up his pen and continued from where he had left off. The Straw Hats who heard him could not help but let out a collective "huh?" Wait, that's it? Sanji asked. That's it, you can go now, or stay. I don't mind, Iceberg replied. You brought us all the way here just to tell us that? Nami screeched, she had really been looking forward to seeing their new ship after all. Iceberg glanced at her, that's right. Robin had to pull Nami back from assaulting the mayor. The door opened again as the girl that claimed to be Iceberg's secretary walked in with a tray of tea in her hands. Sanji immediately got up to relieve her of her burden, his hand stretched out to take the tray from her. Allow me to help you, my dear mademoiselle. To his surprise, the girl had moved the tray away from him, a smile still gracing her lips. It's all right, Captain Sanji, you are all guests here. Allow me to serve you all while you're here. Sanji gasped as he thought he saw an angel in the form of the girl in front of him. Didn't know you went after little girls too, Zoro smirked. I do not. The chef yelled back indignantly. The rest ignored the usual bickering and thanked the girl for the tea properly. Taking a sip of her tea, Robin asked the question everyone else had in mind, so when would our ship be ready? Iceberg picked his nose with a finger, I dunno. Robin had to pull Nami back again. Flicking the booger off his finger, Iceberg continued, could be tomorrow or maybe tonight. The ship's already finished, Frankie's just doing the finishing touches now. At those words, every Straw Hat's face lit up in excitement, various thoughts about how their new ship might look like flashing through their minds. Mr. Iceberg, might I remind you that Mr. Frankie specifically reminded you not to tell them that, his secretary admonished. Iceberg raised an eyebrow, did he? Well, I forgot, so I told them. Everyone's sweat dropped at his words. I suggest that you inform our guests of the party plan tonight instead, Mr. Iceberg, his secretary suggested. The mayor brightened up at her words, oh. That's right, we have a party tonight to celebrate as promised, you guys should come too. A party? Where? When? Luffy yelled out, appearing in front of Iceberg with sparkling eyes. Not surprised by his sudden appearance, Iceberg addressed the Vice Admiral, "Tonight, at our company poolside. Just bring yourselves and we'll handle the rest." "Alright. Let's go to the party now, guys. I can't wait to eat all the food." Luffy cheered. Nami hit him on the head, "It's barely past morning. It's still early. So what should we do in the meantime?" Zoro asked, stifling a yawn. Iceberg turned back to his drawing table once more, "Don't know. Whatever you guys want, I guess." Usopp's sweat dropped. "Is this guy really the mayor?" Luffy leapt up from the ground, "Alright. Then let's go to the pool and wait there for the pardash." Nami covered his mouth before he could finish his words. "Okay, for the more probable idea, I suggest we each have free time until tonight's party. Since we're getting a new ship, we need new stuff for it too." Usopp and Chopper cheered, "Sure, leave." The two of them rushed out of the room together immediately, Luffy trying to join them but Nami held him back with a firm grip. Zoro and Sanji filed out of the room, the chef muttering about stocking up on supplies for the new ship while Zoro was thinking about obtaining new training equipment. Robin eyed the remaining occupants of the room, taking note of the pouting Luffy that dangled in Nami's arms. "Shopping?" the archaeologist asked with a smile. "Shopping," Nami agreed, carrying their escort out of the room with her while ignoring Luffy's cries of protests. Robin nodded farewell to Iceberg, the man just smiling wryly at her in response. A devil child finding refuge in the storm. How poetic, the mayor grinned before turning back to his drawing table. He wondered what else the storm would blow into the world and if he could live to see it. Robin, Nami and their escort were the last to arrive at the party, having taken a detour to their hotel room to deposit their spoils and to have a bit more fun with it at their vice admiral's expense. A few sharp-eyed ones could see the two were glowing slightly, but the reason for such a phenomenon was lost on them. The party had already begun with members of the Frankie family, Galila Company and Straw Hats mixing together within. Since it was a poolside party, everyone was wearing their swim attire. Even Iceberg was there with a pair of light blue swimming trunks and a cocktail in his hands, moving forward to greet the newcomers just as they arrived. "Sorry we're late." Nami apologized half-heartedly, already surveying the surroundings. "Ma, no harm done. Frankie will be late too and he'll join us later," Iceberg replied, sipping at his cocktail. Robin brushed a stray strand of hair out of her eyes. "I take that as our ship is done?" Iceberg shrugged. "You can ask him when he's here, I only helped a little and don't know anything else. On another note, do be careful around here, Nico Robin, some of us may not take to your presence kindly." Robin noted the playful glint in the mayor's eyes, no doubt he was getting back at her for holding him at gunpoint in the past. The archaeologist sighed internally and decided to join the party instead, figuring her commander and navigator could settle the eccentric mayor themselves. Luffy watched Robin go before blowing a raspberry at Iceberg. "Nini." The mayor chuckled slightly. "Well, let me have some fun, Vice Admiral, all the stress piling up and all that, you know?" Nami rolled her eyes. Why was she surrounded by such childish men? "Well, as for your ship." "Not interested, we'll just ask Frankie about it," Nami scoffed, pulling Luffy away with her to join Robin. Iceberg's mouth hung open as the two straw hats left him, Luffy laughing all the while at the mayor's mistreatment. The shipwright could only shake his head with an amused smile, draining the last of his cocktail with a single gulp. Nami Swan and Robin Chuan in swimsuits. My life is complete. Over here. I specially reserved these for you. Sanji shouted out from his spot at the barbecue. Ignoring the protests from the long line of shipwrights waiting in front of him, the Straw Hat chef presented 2 plates of freshly cooked food to the ladies. Robin accepted hers with a smile while Nami mumbled a thanks before taking hers. Luffy looked up at Sanji with expectation, his mouth drooling at the thought of food. "I got nothing for you, go line up at the back like everybody else," Sanji announced, going back to the slabs of meat he had grilling on the pit. Don't wanna. Gimme food. Gimme. Gimme." Luffy whined. When Sanji ignored him, Luffy pounced on his chef, biting down on his head in anger. The Straw Hat chef screamed in pain and moved to pull his commander off his head, Luffy just clamping his jaws harder down on him. "Damn it. Ouch! Stop biting the guy who feeds you. Sanji roared, finally managing to pull the vice admiral off him. Nami snickered at the scene. Hey Luffy, I'll give you some of mine first. So let our dear Sanji get back to his work, won't you? Really? Alright. Luffy immediately disappeared from Sanji's clutches to reappear beside his navigator, chomping down on the food on her plate. Sanji, why don't you be a dear and leave a few more for us? We'll come by later to get it. Nami winked at him. Hearts replaced Sanji's eyes as he saluted the navigator. Right away Nami swung. Nami glanced back at Luffy, who was still stuffing his mouth. Better make it up to me later, Luffy. Robin smiled wryly at the navigator as she skipped away from them, joining Kiwi and Mozu by the pool. In the middle of said pool, Chopper and Usopp were lounging in a large float while sipping away at the cocktails in their hands. You're not joining in, Robin? Luffy asked, belching loudly. The archaeologist shrugged. Maybe later. Luffy scoffed. This is a party, Robin. There is no later. He grabbed her by her hand, pulling her towards the pool while ignoring her words of protests. Zoro watched the scene from the side under a tree, pouring out another glass of sake for Kokoro, who sat beside him. Nagagaga. Ah, youth, Kokoro laughed, downing the glass with a single gulp before handing it back to Zoro for more. This place is much more fun with ya younguns around. Ya must have a rough time with M.A.? Zoro smirked, sipping at his own glass after filling up Kokoro's again. You get used to it. To prove his point, the swordsman managed to remain calm after both Luffy and Robin fell into the pool, the former floundering helplessly as he remembered that he could no longer swim, while Robin just stood back up since it was the shallow pool that barely reached past her knees. The archaeologist had to pull her commander back to his feet while Nami berated him for his carelessness. On the other side of the pool, Usopp had to drag a soaking Chopper back onto their float when he had tried to jump in to save Luffy. Sanji would have strangled Luffy for endangering Robin if he was not busy preparing Nami's orders and otherwise occupied. Yep, just a normal party this time, Zoro grinned. Just as thoughts of taking a nap entered the swordsman's mind, an obnoxiously loud voice pierced through everyone's ears. You! How's everyone doing this super evening? Frankie yelled, posing with his arms in the air at the entrance. Ignoring the jeers from the Galila employees and the cheers from his Frankie family, he strutted into the room with a self-satisfied smirk. Oh Frankie! Is our ship done yet? Luffy asked, his eyes sparkling in anticipation. Usopp and Chopper were quick to join his side with the same expressions as well, the rest of the crew making their own way towards him. Frankie seated himself beside Kokoro. Can't wait, eh? To be honest, I can't wait to show you either, but I'd like to wait till tomorrow. I don't want to wait. Show us now. Let's go. Let's go. Luffy pumped his fists into the air. Whoa, calm down, Straw Hat, Frankie chided, gulping down a bottle of cola he had kept cool inside his body. Even if I want to bring you there now, it's not ready in at least another hour or so. It's too hot right now, and for your super safety, tomorrow is the best time. Too hot? Nami asked, wondering how a ship could be too hot. Frankie gave a sheepish smile. I kind of. Super went overboard while testing the engine's limits. Robin raised an eyebrow. Engine? Like the sea trains? Heh, you know your stuff. But no, it's more super than that. I'd say I outdid myself with this one. The scrapper boasted proudly. So you didn't blow up our ship, did you? Zoro inquired lazily. Frankie swallowed another mouthful of cola. Nope. Your ship's entirely safe. Just that the super reactor I used to charge the ship blew up. I must be really super this week if I managed to do that. Iceberg punched him on the head once he heard his words. You idiot. That was the only reactor we had. It was the newest model too. Wow, I never expected the mayor could get angry like that, Usopp remarked. Frankie cursed as he rubbed his head. Damn it. I already built you a new one, Ice for Brains. And it's way better than that third-rate contraption. Like I'll believe something like that, you flunky. Did we miss something about these two? Nami asked, surprised that the scrapper and mayor were behaving so familiarly. They worked as apprentices under the same shipwright before, Robin explained with a smile. I believe you could call them childhood friends. Ignoring everything else, the two of them continued to bicker. Well, I bet that reactor of yours already blew up by itself right about now. Oh yeah? Why don't we go check it out now? Don't think so highly of yourself just because you helped me make the ship's generator. Frankie got up on his feet in a huff, leading the way out of the pool party. The Frankie family and Galilei employees opted to stay behind, having also worked on the ship before, so they would rather let Frankie do the reveal alone. Iceberg smiled at the Straw Hats before following him out, pausing to ask, "You guys coming?" The crew found themselves within Dock 1. Although the headquarters building of Galilei had burned down, the rest of the docks were relatively untouched by the fire. In the center of said dock, a large tarp covered what could only be a ship from its silhouette. Nearby, a pile of debris smoldered from a freshly put-out fire, a rather crude-looking reactor humming beside said debris. At least it works. Iceberg sighed before turning his attention back to the tarp. It's huge. Just from the size, it's way bigger than Mary. Usopp gasped. Everyone nodded in agreement. Frankie grinned at their reactions before reaching up to take a hold of the sheet. He raised an eyebrow at Iceberg, who had chosen to stay with the Straw Hats. The mayor shrugged, "It's you. Our design, I'll give you the honors." Frankie's grin grew wider before he looked towards Luffy, who was already staring at him in anticipation. "Straw Hat, I heard you want to be an admiral of the Marines, right?" Luffy nodded quickly. Then if that's the case, Frankie pulled down the tarp with a flourish. "I ask you to set sail with the Super King of Beasts." All the Straw Hats gasped collectively at the impressive ship displayed before them. "There's a giant flower," Luffy yelled, pointing at the figurehead. "Luffy, I think that's a lion, not a flower," Usopp corrected. "It's at least 3 times bigger than Mary," Zoro noted, impressed. "Kitchen! I must see the kitchen," Sanji exclaimed. "It certainly looks fabulous," Robin praised. "It's a frigate," Nami exclaimed, spotting the 3 masts that stood proudly on the deck. Frankie nodded, "The most superior advanced frigate this world has ever seen, to be exact. But I don't think we have enough manpower to properly sail a frigate," the navigator protested. Iceberg waved his hand, "That won't be a problem. We'll show you the rest of the ship and you'll understand." The 2 shipwrights lead the way up the gangplank to the deck of their new ship. Instead of the wooden boards they were used to seeing on ships, a lush green lawn greeted the new owners. 2 of the 3 masts stood on said deck. Chopper immediately started rolling around on the grass. "It's a lawn deck. It's so cool." Luffy joined in the rolling as well. "We can have picnics here. There's even trees and a swing too. It's like a park rather than a ship deck." Usopp yelled in amazement. "Heh, just the ship's deck got you excited, eh? Wait till you see the rest of this super awesome ship." Frankie laughed. 3 levels above deck and 3 more below. "It's bordering on a ship of the line class," Iceberg supplied. Nami's eyes bulged. "That's way too big for it to be a frigate. How are we supposed to take care of such a big ship?" Most of the space is used for the generator and the storage. You'll see it in a while, so don't worry about it," the mayor soothed. Frankie opened the door of one of the rooms. "We'll start with the rooms at the bow. The bottom one is the male quarters." The male Straw Hats peered into the room, 4 times larger than the room they had back on Mary. The beds they were used to on Mary were just hammocks tied from one wall to another. But for the new room, there were several rows of bunk beds pushed against the wall with more than enough beds for every Straw Hat to sleep in. A round table with 4 sofas stood in the center, while the other side of the room had the same number of lockers as there were beds. At the back of the room, a hatch with a ladder led to the storage deck below. Chopper stared in amazement. "It's huge. No more cramping." Usopp cheered. "It's way too awesome." Luffy agreed. 12 rows of beds, at least I don't have to sleep near the stupid Marimo anymore," Sanji smirked. Same here, your snoring was getting on my nerves, Zoro countered. Before the two could get into another fight, Frankie was already leading them up the stairs to the next floor. This one is the ladies' room, I installed it with the specifications you requested. Robin and Nami surveyed the room with a critical eye. 8 plush queen-sized beds were laid in a semicircle in the room, each of them with their own nightstand at the side and a drawer at the foot. The floor was also carpeted with soft woolen carpet, perfect for someone to doze off on. Near the door was a drawing table and shelf for Nami's maps, while a large dresser with an impressive mirror sat on the opposite side. A coffee table with 8 cushions occupied the center of the room, a minibar and coffee maker stood just beside it. The room also had its own bathroom at the back, large enough for a toilet and a bathtub to fit with room to spare. Only the girls knew about the hidden door at the back that led to a secret spiral staircase connecting to the room above. It is adequate, Nami summarized. A little bigger than I thought, but it will suffice, Robin concluded. Frankie and Iceberg sweat dropped at the women's response to the lavish room. Well, ahem, Iceberg cleared his throat. Next is the captain's room. Isn't the room below mine? Luffy asked. Nami rolled her eyes. Please, Luffy. Even if you don't mind, you're going to be a Marine Admiral in the future. What kind of admiral bunks with his crewmates? At least think about our image. But I'll be lonely. Luffy protested. It's more for formalities, Robin explained. If there are visitors, they won't look down on us just because you don't have your own quarters. Before Luffy could protest further, Iceberg led them to the next floor to reveal the captain's quarters. A giant 4-poster bed that reminded Luffy of Hancock's bed stood prominently at the back of the room. The floor had received the same treatment as the ladies' room, the woolen carpet so soft Luffy's feet sank easily into it. The bathroom connected to the room was more lavish than the ladies', with an additional changing room attached as well. The bathroom had a shower space and a bathtub that could easily fit 2 people within, and there would not be any want of space. The main room also had a writing desk, coffee table, a bookshelf, and even a walk-in closet beside the bathroom, all of which the crew knew Luffy would probably not use at all. But they all knew Luffy deserved no less. This is awesome, Luffy exclaimed, rolling around on the soft carpet in his new room. Let's have a sleepover here tonight. No. Every night. Glad to see you like it, Straw Hat, Frankie smirked. Such rooms were hard to find even on luxury cruise ships now. Now, for the rooms in the aft, Iceberg ushered the Straw Hats out. The first floor is the workshop and infirmary, Frankie explained. Both Chopper and Usopp's ears pricked up. Opening one of the 2 doors that flanked the grand staircase leading to the second floor, a room filled with various tools greeted their eyes. The room had reinforced steel walls with ventilators that connected to the outside near the ceiling. Several furnaces with an anvil sat at the back near a ventilator. Various boxes and shelves filled with tools and materials lined the sides of the room waiting to be used, while a drawing table and workbench stood side by side near the entrance. Those furnaces looked different, Usopp pointed out. Yep. They're all newly designed electric furnaces and kilns, Frankie boasted proudly. We don't really have a power problem, so I went Sapir all out with them. I'll teach you how to use them later. Awesome, there's so many things I can't wait to try. Usopp cheered, already forming ideas in his mind. Moving out of the workshop, the door on the other side of the stairs led to a pure white room with the smell of disinfectant. 6 beds lined one side of the wall with a curtain separating each of them, giving each patient privacy. A doctor's desk with a swivel chair sat near the entrance. Just beside it were cupboards filled to the brim with various medication and a special fridge at the corner for the more temperature-sensitive ones. There was even a small operating room that could be accessed through a door at the back, complete with state-of-the-art operating tools. It's like a small hospital. Chopper gasped, not expecting to see such facilities to fit on a ship. Iceberg shrugged, as Frankie said, "We do not have a power problem, so we could fit these kinds of things in." After the infirmary, the group ascended to the second floor and was pleasantly surprised to see what could only be described as an aquarium bar. The room was painted with a dark blue color, coupled with the reflections of light from the reinforced glass of the aquarium lining the walls. The room gave off a feeling of tranquility. A large round table with a hollow center stood in the middle, surrounded by several bar stools. A large vertical column occupied the hollow, which served as the house for the service elevator to the floor above. Several wine coolers hid underneath the table, ready to store any alcohol the straw hats might want to keep here. A long sofa lined under the fish tank which stretched along the wall, allowing anyone to get a closer view of the aquarium comfortably. An aquarium in a ship, Robin mused, already knowing she would spend quite a large amount of time within, preferably with a few specific companions. You could keep any fish you catch here, either for your viewing pleasure or just as a fresh source of food supply, Iceberg suggested. Frankie grinned proudly. Heck, you guys can even have dinner here if you feel like it. The view's definitely worth it. That's a dumb waiter, isn't it? Sanji asked as he pointed to the column. Frankie nodded, already knowing what the cook was looking for. The floor above is the kitchen. Iceberg revealed the information Sanji had wanted. Leading the group up another flight of stairs, the double doors opened to a spacious kitchen and dining room, the two rooms partially separated by a wall with a large serving hatch. Sanji drooled at all the kitchen appliances he saw within. 4 different ovens stacked on top of each other with 3 stoves lined side by side. Mixers, grinders, coffee machines, and even some weird machines that screamed molecular gastronomy lined the countertop. Before anyone could question how such high-tech machines could exist, Sanji cheered as he beheld the giant walk-in fridge at the back. It's a fridge with a lock. Yes. Luffy slumped down in a corner dejectedly, drawing circles on the floor. On the opposite side of the kitchen, a large rectangular dining table took up the middle of the room while a sofa occupied the far wall. The tables had a chair on either end while a total of 12 chairs flanked its 2 sides, allowing a grand total of 14 people to dine comfortably together. Just behind the table was another door that led to the pantry, allowing storage of any dry unprocessed food to be stored safely. Climbing another staircase to the upper deck where the 3rd mast stood, a planter was placed there that housed Nami's tangerine trees. Several other planters lined around the deck, allowing a garden to be grown here if the crew wished. Connected to the top deck was a hemispherical room with a striped room and a giant lantern hanging off its side. This is the library and bathhouse, Frankie explained, holding the door open for the group. The first room was the library, the carpeted floor allowing anyone to read on the floor comfortably should they opt not to use the sofa that circumferenced the wall. On the walls were lined with various bookshelves that were separated by windows in between, most of them currently empty and waiting to be filled with tomes of knowledge. A rectangular table that functions both as a meeting table and a war room map table occupied the center. Behind the table rests Nami's survey table, empty drawers and shelves ready for the navigator to stock her various maps and charts. And I was afraid we might not have room for my books with your maps, Robin chuckled. Nami gave her a wry smile. Well, I guess we won't have any space problems now. A quick hop up a flight of stairs revealed the communal bathroom. 2 sets of toilets separated for the men's and ladies' use at one side while the other side held the large bathhouse for everyone's use. The bath featured a shower space with enough shower heads for 5 and a bathtub large enough for 8 people to soak in it comfortably. Ideas of having a pool party in the bathroom crossed Usopp, Chopper and Luffy's minds. With the tour of the upper deck over, the 2 shipwrights led them back onto the lawn deck to ascend the main mast. Within the crow's nest that doubles as a gym, most of Zoro's new training weights were arranged neatly around the room. Additionally, Frankie had built new training equipment for the swordsman's use, knowing he would have asked for it anyway. Zoro eyed the training equipment appreciatively, his mind already conjuring up a new training regime. The floor was reinforced with steel to account for Zoro's inhuman training regime, while the circumference of the room was built with soft padded sofas for the more human members of the crew who were on lookout duty. Binoculars and astronomical telescopes lined the room, both for lookout purposes and for recreation. In another corner, a small bar was built into the wall. No reason anyone up here to be denied some superb cooling drinks, Frankie laughed, revealing the fridge and the bar to be stocked full of colas. Now, for the ship's helm and one of the things I'm proud of. Frankie grinned, leading the group back to the bow of the ship. Instead of the simple ship steering wheel the crew had expected, a control panel with various dials and levers greeted them. In the center of the machine was undoubtedly the steering wheel of the ship, but what the rest of the dials, buttons and levers were for was anyone's guess. The crew also noted that the floor in front of the wheel seemed to be a door of sorts, if the hinges that poked out from the deck was any indication. "I know what you guys are thinking," Iceberg sighed, seeing the confused looks on the Straw Hats' faces. "But I'll explain the ship's controls later after we show you the decks below, since idiot Frankie wants to show you the guns first. Ha 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 ha. Feast your eyes on this super baby." Frankie laughed maniacally as he pulled one of the levers on the control panel. There was a hiss of steam as the floorboards in front of the Straw Hats started opening up, rotating outwards. A platform lifted out from underneath. On it was a giant metallic cannon that had two barrels folded into each other. As the platform clicked into place, the cannon hummed to life as the barrel unfurled outwards, snapping into place with a loud click. The back of the cannon shot out to reveal an empty container, while a chair folded out from the cannon's right side, a screen starting up in front of it. Usopp, Chopper and Luffy were already drooling at the sight of a transforming cannon. The ship's artillery cannon. Or as I would like to call it, the railgun. Frankie laughed, patting the cannon proudly. He gestured Luffy to take a seat in the chair connected to the gun, the Vice Admiral complying immediately. Frankie fiddled with the controls in front of the chairs, manipulating the cannon to point upwards and towards somewhere in the horizon. He nodded once he was satisfied with the result. "All right. Now I just need you to put a fraction of your lightning powers in this baby and let her super rip." Luffy placed his palm on the side of the cannon, sending a burst of static that traveled through the railgun's controls. There was a whistling sound before a pure blast of electrical energy was shot out in between the railgun's barrels, flying past the speed of sound into one of the clouds in the sky several kilometers away. Almost immediately, the cloud that the energy blast entered turned an ominous black. Before anyone could react, a giant column of lightning the size of a battleship struck down from the sky with a loud boom. Everyone gaped at the power displayed, while Frankie scratched his chin in contemplation. That seemed bigger than normal. Maybe because the actual person is charging it so it negates the energy conversion loss? Wait. What was that? Sanji demanded, pointing towards the horizon. Frankie raised an eyebrow. Huh? Your railgun shot, of course. What else? I think I can explain better, Iceberg sighed. The railgun, as idiot Frankie calls it, condenses your Vice Admiral's electricity before firing it as a projectile. And the electrical energy charges a cloud that's present in the sky and turns it into a thundercloud. Nami gasped, realizing what this new weapon was capable of. And with Luffy's powers. It won't be just a normal lightning strike either, Robin noted, still looking at the sky. What? What if Luffy isn't around to fire the gun? Is it useless? Usopp asked in trepidation. Frankie grinned, I'm getting to that. We'll have to go below deck for this one. The Speedo-wearing shipwright pulled the same lever on the control panel, causing the railgun to fold into itself before being stored under the deck again. With the railgun safely stowed, he led the group down a hatch on the main deck to the floors below. The crew noted that the area directly below the center deck was circular in shape with a corridor going around it. They wondered briefly what was hiding behind the walls as Frankie led him to the aft section of the ship's lower decks. Along the way, they felt the air get hotter and hotter until most of them were sweating by the time they walked a few steps. Why is it so hot here? Usopp asked, fanning himself with his hand. I did warn you, Frankie smirked, sweating buckets himself. I haven't managed to vent out the hot air in here yet. But at least it's not as bad as I thought it was. Opening up a heavily reinforced steel door, a giant machine with a glass sphere in its center greeted their view. All around the machine, various spires and wires dotted around the room, all of them connected to the machine with the sphere. Welcome to the superior heart of your ship. Or rather, one of the hearts, since your ship has two of these, Frankie announced to the gaping crew. Zoro frowned. What the hell is that thing? Your ship's superior generator. The first ship in the world to run entirely on electricity. Robin raised an eyebrow at her Vice Admiral. You gave him the Ark's blueprints? Yeah. Cool, right? Luffy grinned. The archaeologist gave a wry smile in return, already anticipating that this was not the last surprise the shipwrights had built. The shipwright pulled out a cylindrical container that looks to be made of glass around half of Luffy's height proudly, and this is another of my pride. A battery, if you will, Iceberg explained with Frankie's lack of any. We managed to make smaller versions of the machine you see in front of you. Each of these containers can store your Vice Admiral's lightning, which can be used to power the railgun or the ship in the case of his absence. Nami's eyes shone. Is it possible to make it even smaller? Such that we can carry it around in our pockets? Frankie raised an eyebrow. Ho? A tough customer, eh? Heh, it's not impossible, but I'll try it. Nami punched her fist in victory. Her fantasy of carrying around lightning in the back of her pocket might turn out to be reality sooner than she thought. I'll take this time to address the size issue too, Iceberg cautioned, wiping his sweat with a handkerchief. With this generator, most of the ship's functions are automated and controlled via the control panel on the deck. The sails are meant for backup since this is actually a propeller ship, an upgrade from the paddles the Marines usually use thanks to the near-infinite power supply. So there's no more need for manual labor? Usopp asked, thinking back on how the crew was stretched thin in just keeping Mary afloat. Iceberg shook his head. We're not that advanced yet. Sure, the sails and anchors could be lowered and raised automatically, but your usual cleaning and maintenance still have to be done manually. But a very big superior but. With all this automation, your current crew size is more than enough to man such a superior ship already, Frankie assured. And on the off chance these generators break down, there's still the cola generator at the back. Before the crew could ask about the cola generators, a loud wheezing sound interrupted our thoughts. Could we get out of here already? It's too hot. Chopper moaned. Oh. I forgot you're not good with hot places. Luffy panicked. The Vice Admiral picked up their doctor in his arms before making a beeline towards the exit, the group following closely behind him. Sighing as the cool evening air chilled them, Sanji noticed a particular problem. How are we launching the ship? We're so far away from the sea. Iceberg smiled at him. Usually, there's a ramp at the back of the docks that leads straight towards the sea. But for this ship, we won't be using that. Frankie smirked. Well, I guess I can show the soldier docks some other time. Now get ready to see the launch of the best ship in the world. The shipwright marched himself to the control panel once more, pushing a few buttons and pulling several levers. There was a loud grinding sound as gears started to turn within the ship. The Straw Hats gathered at the railings to see 4 giant wings with propellers embedded in them sliding out from the ship's side. Don't tell me this ship can fly too? Nami gasped. That's right, girly. It's the most superior ship ever. But before we launch the ship, it needs a name. Luffy quickly raised his hand. Oh. I know. It needs a really cool name. Something like lion. Polar bear. Lion. That's not a legitimate name, Luffy. Usopp's sweat dropped. Lionel the boss, Zoro supplied. The darkness, Robin suggested. Monsieur Sunflower, Sanji considered. Money ship, Nami proposed. Daisy Lion. Chopper hoped. Usopp's sweat dropped. I don't know if you guys are serious or just going along with it. Iceberg cleared his throat as he walked towards the figurehead. If I may suggest. This ship would cross thousands of cruel sea as a cheerful sun while remaining as a beacon of hope for the people. The mayor leaned his hand on the figurehead, the future Marine Admiral's ship, Thousand Sunny. The Straw Hats took a moment to process the suggestion. That sounds great. Luffy grinned, turning to the rest of his crew. What do you guys think? Well, it's definitely better than what I suggested, Sanji admitted. It's what we stand for, Zoro agreed. It doesn't sound bad, I like it, Nami nodded. Crossing thousands of cruel seas. Yes, it is a great name, Robin concluded. Sunny. It sounds awesome. Chopper's eyes sparkled. Well, it's not like there are any other choices. Usopp shrugged. All right. It's decided then. We'll call it Thousand Sunny. Luffy decided. Iceberg grinned at the Vice Admiral's words before nodding to Frankie. The Speedo-wearing shipwright pushed another button, prompting the propellers to whirl into life. You might want to hold on to something. This is the first flight of the new marine ship, Thousand Sunny. The jet dials that had been scavenged from the Ark were also activated under the ship's hull and wings, the combined force of the dials and propellers easily sending the ship free of its gravitational constraints. Pushing a lever forward, the wings tilted slightly to alter their course of thrust, guiding the airship towards the city's harbor. Our ship can fly. We can go to so many places. Usopp exclaimed, barely able to contain his excitement. We can go back to Sky Island without the knock upstream. Chopper agreed. So fast. It's faster than the Ark. Nami gasped, watching the city sail past under them. The ship is smaller than the Ark after all, Robin noted, her eyes on the horizon. I wonder if we can find some more skyfish up there. Sanji mused. Heh, we'll have the high ground over any other ships with this, Zoro smirked. As the harbor came into view, Frankie spun the wheel to direct Sunny to land into the water, the propellers and dials working together to slow the ship to a gentle descent. Anchoring at the harbor, the crew were surprised to see the Galila workers and Frankie family waiting for them there. Good enough ship for ya? Polly asked with a smirk. It's great. It's too awesome. Luffy yelled. Hell yeah it is. We all worked together to build it. It's the best ship ever built. Tilestone bellowed. Big Bro was the one who designed it. Of course it'll be awesome. Zambai announced proudly. Frankie grinned from the praise. Well, with that out of the way, let's get back to Sapir partying. Everyone cheered in agreement. It was way past midnight when the party finally died down, most of the participants either passed out drunk or stumbling home. The Straw Hats themselves were somehow still conscious, looking at a rather serious Zambai who was seated across from them. I know. It's a bit unfair to Big Bro, but Mr. Iceberg told us what he would face if he continued to stay here. Would this be possible, Luffy? Zoro asked, eyeing their commander. Seems like Uncle Ice is quite familiar with these kind of things. It is true that they might come back for Frankie. That's why I'm begging you, Zambai pleaded, the strain obvious in his voice. We can't burden him anymore. You guys are the only ones I know that can help. Nami frowned, but would he actually be safe with us? I mean, we are part of the government technically. Ufufu, the most dangerous place might be the safest, right Luffy? Robin giggled. What if he doesn't want to go? You know how stubborn that guy is, Sanji pointed out. Iceberg stepped out from the shadows, surprising almost everyone, then just take him by force. That's probably the only way to get through to that stupid head of his. Well, what do you think, Luffy? Usopp frowned, unsure if they should take such a dangerous individual under their wing. We should help him, right? He built our ship for us. Chopper reasoned. Luffy smacked his palm with a fist. All right. He's hired. Frankie yawned as he felt himself stir awake, memories of the party last night flooding back to him. He vaguely remembered drinking with Kokoro and Zoro before everything went fuzzy. Most probably he had passed out there. As the scrapper tried to stretch his limbs, he found himself unable to move an inch. His eyes snapped open in alarm, scanning around him to survey his surroundings. Oh? You're awake? Shishishi. Luffy grinned, seated across the scrapper tied to a pole across from him. They were in the city's harbor that their new ship had anchored in, the morning sun just peeking out from the horizon. Sunny was anchored just behind the Vice Admiral, the rest of his crew making preparations for their embarkation. Hey Straw Hat. What's the meaning of this? Get me out of this. Frankie demanded, all civility thrown out the window. Shishishi. Sorry Frankie. But it's the only way you'll listen. Huh? Listen to what? I want to hire you as our live-in shipwright. Luffy declared. Frankie gaped at him, He had expected the Straw Hat had turned on him and demanded for the blueprints to Pluton, not to recruit him. No way. I ain't joining no marine crew. Frankie spat, struggling against his bindings. Aw. But it'll be fun. You built us an awesome ship too. So you're awesome. And our crew is awesome. Like I care. Fresh fire. The cyborg spat fire out from his mouth, burning through the ropes that held him down. Luffy's eyes sparkled. Whoa. You can spit fire? I definitely want you on my crew now. Frankie scowled as he crossed his arms. Ha! You tie me up like that and think I'll be fine with joining you like that? Not superior at all, bro. Luffy pouted at him, eh? But we need a shipwright. A tick mark appeared above Frankie's head as he felt himself regret helping the marine in front of him build a ship. Before he could consider pummeling the vice admiral, Luffy shot him a mischievous grin. You used atom wood, didn't you? Frankie snapped his mouth shut. Luffy's grin grew more sinister. You do know that it's illegal, right? TCH. I should have known you would find out. Frankie sighed. Yes, I did use atom wood. I've always wanted to build a ship with such a treasure wood but never got the money to buy the materials. And we paid you quite a lot for that job, so you used that chance to buy that wood hoping you could build a ship with it. Luffy concluded. It would have been fine if you sailed off without knowing about it. It's my dream to build a ship that could sail around the world. I was hoping you guys could fulfill that dream for me since Dash. Luffy grabbed his arms before the scrapper could finish his words. Really? That's so cool. Let go. Not super, bro. Frankie growled, wriggling himself out of the marine's grasp. You have to join our crew now. You can't fulfill your dream if you don't come with us. What? Why not? Luffy smirked. Well, if you're not our crewmate, I'll need to investigate the materials used for our ship. And if I find out that it was built using illegal materials, I obviously can't sail on such a ship, right? Now if it was my own crewmate who built that ship, I'll have no reasons to doubt him and might even overlook a few details. Frankie scowled. This is blackmail, Straw Hat. I never thought you would do something like that, colon. Luffy shrugged, not answering. Then again, I heard you were part of that CP9 thing too, so I can't be too surprised. Frankie sighed. So you're holding my dream hostage to get me to join, eh? What if I'd rather give up on that than join you? Luffy tilted his head slightly with an amused grin on his face. I'll have to arrest you for using illegal materials, of course. The ship you built might also be scrapped as well. Humph. That doesn't scare the superior me. You can arrest me all you want. And go ahead and scrap the ship, I don't care about it. Frankie crossed his arms with a smug look, confident that the vice admiral in front of him would not go through with his threat. Just as the scrapper was sure of his victory, Zambai showed up with the rest of the Frankie family. Straw Hat bro. We got Big Bro's luggage all packed. Here you go. Frankie turned just in time to see Zambai tossing a travel bag towards him, Luffy catching it in midair and returning to his spot within a millisecond. What? What the hell do you think you guys are doing? I never agreed to leave. Frankie roared. We're sorry, bro. But we can't drag you down anymore. Please go with the Straw Hats and fulfill your dream. You guys are 100 years too early to think about me. I picked you guys off the streets. You think you can survive without me, huh? I care quite a bit about you guys, you know? Think you can just toss me out like that so easily? We know, big bro. Zambai cried. You cared about our happiness more than your own for so long. So is it wrong for us, just this once, to let you have your happiness? Frankie gaped at him, having not expected those words. He had always played the big brother role to his family, thinking they would not be able to take care of themselves if he was gone. They were kind of a hopeless bunch after all. Having the same care thrown back at him, he did not know whether he should feel proud or angry that these group of hopeless scrappers had finally grown up somewhat. He chose the former, but there was no way he was going to admit that because of his pride. Masking his happiness with anger, he rolled up his sleeves. Care for my happiness? Big words coming from you guys that can't even beat me. You guys can only get me to leave after beating me. A fist sailed out from his blind spot, punching Franky in the face and sending him sprawling on the ground. Franky searched for the assailant, surprised that Iceberg stood there with his fist clenched and slightly bruised. Damn cyborg, your face is hard too. Iceberg muttered under his breath. What was that for ice for brains? Franky demanded, getting up on his feet. What did I hear you say? Go ahead and scrap the ship? Have you forgotten what Tom had said to you? Franky spluttered, his mind replaying the day's events where Tom sacrificed himself for them. When a man's made a ship, he makes it a part of himself. With a dawn. Franky reminisced. Iceberg pulled Franky by the collar. Is your dream so shallow that you'll let it die before it even started? The scrapper gritted his teeth, unable to say a word. If you have a dream, then go fulfill it with a dawn. I will take care of your people for you. Huh? You? Are you sure about that? Franky smirked. Iceberg rolled his eyes. You know what I'm building. I need the help, and before you suggest, I do not need yours. Your place is not here. Big bro. Don't worry about us. Iceberg bro has already offered us work. Zambai reassured. We're not the hopeless bunch anymore. Tears started to well up in Franky's eyes, but he forced them back in before they leaked out. I'm really going. You know? Franky tried, hoping to see some form of resistance. Everyone just smiled at him. Just go, idiot Franky. It's a waste of your talents to stay here. Franky straightened himself before turning to the still grinning Luffy. I heard there's a position for a live-in shipwright on your crew, Straw Hat. Don't suppose the Super Me could apply for that position? Shishishi. You're hired. Luffy stuck out his hand. Franky shook it, cementing his position and sealing his fate. About time, we're ready whenever to set sail, Luffy. Sanji yelled from Sunny. Coming. Luffy yelled back, disappearing in a shower of sparks to let Franky have his farewells. Franky let the silence drag for a few seconds before sighing, when I come back. This island had better be floating or else. Iceberg chuckled, don't worry, idiot Franky, you just take care of the ship and yourself. Take care, big bro. We'll miss you. The Franky family called out in unison. Tears spilled out from the scrapper's eyes. Damn it. I wanted to leave in a manly way too. Blah. Come here and give me a hug, you idiots. The new ship of the Straw Hat Marines, Thousand Sunny, sailed out of the harbor amidst the cheering of the city. Most, if not all, of the people knew about how they protected their city's beloved mayor and were extremely grateful to them. The marine ship that the Straw Hats had used to travel to the city anchored outside the harbor, as though waiting for them. Generators at full power, course set for the next island, Nami announced. Shishishi. Before that, help me prepare 1,000 cannonballs. Luffy ordered. The crew stared at him incredulously. Hate to break it to you, Straw Hat, but we don't have that many cannonballs. Franky's sweat dropped, already beginning to wonder if joining this crew was a good idea. Why do you even need 1,000 cannonballs, Luffy? Usopp asked. Because Gramps is sending us off. Luffy grinned, pointing to the other marine ship. Nami raised an eyebrow. Didn't he already send us off at the marine docks? Shishishi. That's not how Gramps sends me off. Just prepare 100 then, or else our ship might sink. Still confused at the current situation, the crew nevertheless did as their commander asked, dropping 100 cannonballs on the deck surrounding Luffy. Nice ship, Luffy. Garp yelled from across the waves. Hate to see it sink before you can even set off. Not today, Gramps. I'm ready for you. Luffy laughed, picking up one of the cannonballs. Zoro's eyes widened. No way. No. Please no. Nami gasped. What? What's wrong, Zoro? Nami? Usopp asked, wondering why the two of them were in a state of shock. He told us quite some time ago. Garp had trained him in throwing cannonballs. Zoro muttered. Sanji raised an eyebrow, throwing cannonballs? That can't be Posse Dash. Genkatsu Meteor. Lightning Meteor. The two vice admirals threw the cannonballs in their hands at full force, the two projectiles meeting each other in midair and exploding into hundreds of fragments. The Straw Hat's jaws hit the deck. Wahahaha. I'm not done yet. I still have another 999 more. Ugh. I only have 99 more. Not fair, Gramps. Too bad. Take this. Genkatsu Meteor Steam. The marine hero's hands started to blur as he threw waves upon waves of cannonballs at his grandson's ship. Gay. Help me, guys. Luffy cried, throwing another swarm of cannonballs to defend against the onslaught as best as he could. These two crazy bastards. Sanji cursed as he kicked a few cannonballs away. I actually thought he was joking back then. Zoro sighed as he cut down the others. Aha! Luffy's grandpa is crazy. Chopper screamed, punching away a few cannonballs with his tech eye. We are so dead, we are so dead, we are so dead. Usopp whined, using his explosive bullets to destroy the cannonballs. Luffy fi. Why can't we just sail off peacefully? Nami screeched, conjuring lightning bolts from her climb attack to strike down the cannonballs. What did I just sign myself up to? Frankie groaned, using his inbuilt weapon systems to snipe at the projectiles. Robin just stared at whole scene with a wry smile, making sure the ship was still on course the whole time. Sunny somehow managed to sail off without a scratch. Chapter 45, Gentleman's Invitation. Alright. This one is charged too. Luffy grinned, handing one of the battery cells to Frankie. Though the former scrapper still wore his Speedos and Hawaiian shirts, all of his shirts now have a marine insignia sewn somewhere on them to signify his new station as a member of the Marine Mechanic Division under the Straw Hats. The shipwright gave his commander a wide grin as he took the charged battery from him, storing it in what looks to be a giant rotating cylindrical cabinet. The cabinet itself was already filled to the brim with other charged battery cells, operating as a storage house for the batteries. Nearby, the giant glass sphere buzzed silently, the lightning storm housed inside sending electrical currents down the wires connected to it as one of the hearts of Sunny. The two of them leave the room, the lights shutting off with a flick of a switch from Frankie, plunging the room into a soft blue glow emanating from the generator. Ascending back to the deck, the two of them took a moment to breathe in the fresh air after being confined in the generator rooms for half a day. Luffy peeked over the railings, watching as the seas crashed underneath them while the ship hovered a few meters above the surface. The propellers and jet dials that held the ship aloft hummed nearby, ensuring they stayed on course and airborne. Frankie had wanted to adjust the power-to-thrust ratio of the propellers since he did not have the chance to do that while the ship was grounded back at Water 7. He had admitted that it was still not ready for the ship to fly too high in the sky yet, but flying just above the waves was something that could still be easily accomplished at the moment. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed towards them, prompting both Luffy and Frankie to turn towards the source of the noise. Chopper and Usopp had smiles on their faces as they approached the two, fishing rods held tightly in both their hands. It was quite evident that the fishing rods were longer and thicker than normal, allowing them to fish even when the ship was slightly airborne. Hey Luffy! We just got a big one. Want to go see? Usopp called out. I helped too. We had to pull it up from such a height, you know? Chopper added. Luffy's face lit up immediately. Alright. Frankie, let's go. The group of four made their way quickly to the aquarium bar, intent on seeing how their big catch looked like. Luffy was the first one through the door, his eyes quickly adjusting to the darker interior of the room. Inside, Robin was currently reading a book while Sanji was making her a cup of freshly brewed coffee. Hey guys! Luffy called out. Usopp said he caught a big fish. Where is I? T? Not looking up from her book, Robin pointed a finger towards the other side of the room. The group of them rushed towards the glass, pressing their faces up against it. A giant goldfish 3 times the size of a man stared back at them with a beady eye, bubbles floating out occasionally from its wide mouth. It looked completely harmless in the aquarium, floating along the circumference of the room slowly and ignoring everything else. That's a real superior big fish there," Frankie complimented. "Whoa! You caught a goldfish, Usopp?" Luffy laughed, impressed as well. "Ha! This much is nothing for the great Captain Usopp." Luffy licked his lips. "Let's eat it." Sanji perked up. To cook a goldfish, first you have to dash. No. You can't eat him. Let's keep him," Usopp protested. "Boo! Fine. I'll go get my own fish." Luffy pouted, already dashing out of the room. Chopper watched the Vice Admiral leave before asking, "How is Luffy going to fish without fishing rods?" The sound of something splashing into the water was heard. "That idiot!" The group yelled out simultaneously. Sanji was the first out on the deck, spotting the neatly folded Vice Admiral cloak with a straw hat on top of it near the railings. The chef immediately jumped overboard without hesitation, immediately finding his target slowly sinking deeper into the sea. Kicking the water behind him, Sanji accelerated himself towards the Vice Admiral before hooking an arm around his waist. Ensuring that his hold was secure, Sanji kicked the water once more, breaking the surface of the water with a loud gasp and a spluttering Luffy beside him. "Ugh! I forgot. I can't swim anymore." Luffy groaned weakly, trying to spit out the water in his mouth. Sanji cursed at his superior while pulling him back towards the ship, Usopp already throwing a rope ladder for them to ascend back onto the still floating ship. Just as Sanji managed to pull himself out of the water and onto the first rungs of the ladder, Zoro's voice echoed from the crow's nest. "Hey! There's something floating on the water." Everyone within earshot turned towards the prow, spotting a large barrel with a flag secured on top of it bobbing along with the waves. "Well, should we pick it up?" Sanji asked. "Why not? Looks like it could be interesting," Luffy grinned, finally recovering enough strength to grip onto the ladder himself. Leaving his commander to hang on the ladder, Sanji leapt back into the air and propelled himself towards the barrel. Without much effort, the chef plucked the barrel up from the waves before kicking the air again, landing back on the deck of Sunny without incident. Luffy managed to pull himself up over the railing, just as Nami exited from the bathroom to see what the commotion was about. The navigator toweled at her still wet hair. "What's going on, guys?" "We found a barrel floating along, so Luffy decided to bring it up," Robin explained, her eyes not leaving the barrel. "See God's treasure? So is it filled with my treasure?" Chopper asked, reading off the flag that was stuck on the lid. "Oh, it's probably alcohol then," Nami smiled, draping the towel on her shoulder. "Someone was probably praying for a safe voyage." "That's great, I could definitely use a drink," Zoro called out, descending from the crow's nest to join them. "Hey! Won't we get cursed then?" Usopp shivered. Frankie tapped on the barrel. "Hey, it's alright if we pray before we drink it. Alcohol that's massaged by the waves tastes super good, you know?" Zoro huffed. "I pray to no gods." "Well, it's customary to put a new offering and send it off after we drink it, so it should be fine if we open up this one," Robin explained. "Well, if you put it like that, I guess this should be fine," Usopp sighed in relief, beginning to cut away the ropes that held the barrel. Frankie helped as well, using one of his saws to cut away the thicker ropes. Luffy put his hands together in a prayer while laughing. "Hey, good. Give me some meat too." Zoro smiled at this. "Wasn't it you who punched a certain god in the face and even took over his place?" Luffy stuck out his tongue at him while Usopp finally untangled the last strand of rope holding down the lid. The moment Usopp pried open the lid a fraction of the way, something in the barrel blew its way out into the sky, blasting the lid away in the process. The object exploded in a shower of sparks once reaching the air, unleashing a blast of blinding light that illuminated the entire area even though it was still daytime. The Straw Hats were immediately on guard, all of them focusing their senses on the possibility of an attack. Even as the light dimmed and the normal colors of daytime returned, the crew remained tense as they waited for the threat to appear. Could it be a prank? Usopp asked after several tense minutes passed. Luffy relaxed out of his stance. Nothing's coming to us at least, so... maybe? Zoro sheathed his swords with a grimace. That would seem rather elaborate for something on this scale. Might be wise to be on the lookout for some time, Robin suggested, unfolding her arms. Well, hopefully it's not as serious as we think it is? Nami started before her body tensed as she watched the wind, finding the answers she needed in an instant. A storm's about to hit us. Deactivate flight mode and change bearing to 2 o'clock. The rest of the crew scrambled to obey, Frankie already at the controls to lower the ship onto the water while the rest secured the rest of the ship in preparation of the storm. The ship touched down on the crashing waves just as the first part of the storm hit them, the wind blasting against the ship in an attempt to tip it over. Frankie bit back a curse as he turned the wheel to face the wind, pushing a lever to start the propellers at the back of the ship. Maintain the bearing. Pull up the sails. Nami called out, her eyes still scanning the skies. Luffy leapt into the air just as a lightning bolt struck down, his fist lashing out to deflect the bolt away to disperse among the waves. Here it comes! Usopp yelled out, watching the rain starting to pelt down towards them. The rain smashed against them without mercy, the raindrops the size of marbles that battered ruthlessly against the crew. Periodically, lightning will try to strike at the ship, only to be deflected away by the vice-admiral on board with a flick of his wrists. The waves crashed and the wind roared as they tried to batter down the ship, determined to drag it and the crew on board down to a watery grave. Despite it all, the crew still held on, none of them the least bit fazed by the storm as they worked together to keep their ship afloat. As soon as it had appeared, the storm dissipated without warning, the waves calming down almost instantly just as the rain stopped. The crew took some time to collect themselves, trying to regain their bearings. Zoro looked up into the sunless sky. Wasn't it still daytime just a moment ago? Luffy tensed at those words, his head swiveling around quickly as the rest of the crew noticed the thick fog clinging to the sea. No. We're too far from the red line. This can't be it. Luffy muttered, his agitation clear for everyone to see. Robin touched Luffy's arm in concern, frowning when the vice-admiral flinched from the contact uncharacteristically. Luffy? What's wrong? Robin asked, worry in her voice. Luffy frowned as he explained, shivering slightly as he did so, the place where I thought I killed Oli. It was a place shrouded in a thick fog that blocked out the sun. The crew remembered the short girl with the auburn hair they saw back on Eni's lobby, the one that Luffy supposedly trained himself. Most of them shuddered slightly at the memory. So you came here before? Nami wondered. Luffy quickly shook his head, no, the place I was at is closer to the red line. This place should be another place entirely. Just that. The fog reminds me of some bad memories. The crew frowned, staring deep into the fog that seemed to be the source of their commander's melancholy, as though willing it to disappear. Shaking himself out of his thoughts, Luffy looked back to grin at his crew. Well, I know for sure this isn't near the red line, so it's not the same place. His attempt to ease his crew's worries were half successful, though they shared his smile nevertheless. Well, don't relax yet though, this fog isn't good news either, I tell ya, Frankie smirked, leaning against the railing. This is the infamous Florian Triangle. Florian Triangle? The crew echoed. Frankie's smirk grew wider, the place where ships mysteriously disappear, only to appear as lifeless husks later. The place where monsters are said to reside. EHHH? Wait. Usopp panicked, gripping onto Luffy's shoulder. You're saying that right now, we're inside the triangle, yes. Frankie finished for him. Chopper hugged Luffy's leg quickly, we're going to be eaten by monsters. Sanji lit a match under his chin, casting an ominous shadow on his face. It is said that sailors who are fortunate enough to sail through these waters have seen ghost ships with the corpses still working as crewmen. Eek! Usopp and Chopper screamed as they hugged Luffy tightly. Nami punched the chef on the head, smashing him onto the deck. Stop scaring people unnecessarily. We don't need to be scared of some ghost ship when our navigator's plenty scary enough, Zoro grinned. The swordsman joined the chef with his head smashing into the deck beside him. Shouldn't we turn around? Usopp asked hopefully. Nami glanced down at her log pose. We could if we wanted to. But if we want to continue following the log pose, we'll have to deal with the fog somehow. Perhaps we could fly over it? Robin suggested. While the rest of the crew was still deciding on how to proceed through the fog, an eerie voice sang out from somewhere hidden within the fog, sending shivers down their spines. Yo ho 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 yo ho ho ho! Everyone turned to the prow, spotting a shadow within the fog slowly getting closer towards them. Yo ho 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 yo ho ho ho! The shadow slowly revealed itself to be the outline of a ship, drifting ever so slowly closer. Yo ho 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 yo ho ho ho! The ship was clearly in view now, easily dwarfing the Sunny more than twice in size. The sails were tattered and torn as they fluttered in the cold breeze. The wood were mostly splintered and cracked, while the main mast leaned towards the side, swaying slightly. Yo ho 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 yo ho ho ho! The ghostly ship creaked as it passed by Sunny's side, a layer of fog seemingly clinging to the very ship itself. The Straw Hats looked up at the towering ship, just in time to see a skeleton with a cup of tea in his hands leaning over the railing, sipping away slowly. Going to deliver Bink's sake. The ship slowly drifted past Sunny, the rotting wood creaking all the while. Usopp and Chopper screamed while hugging each other tightly. That ship looks really interesting. Let's follow it. Luffy grinned, unfazed by everything as usual. Nami rubbed her palms together. That ship looks old. I wonder if there's any old gold on board that ship. That will certainly be valuable. There might be a possibility of the gold being cursed, Nami, Robin warned. Zoro scratched his chin in contemplation, ignoring the bump still on his head. I wonder. Could you kill something that's already dead? I wonder if the undead actually cooks any food of note. Sanji pondered, a similar bump on his own head. Why are you guys so calm about this? Frankie yelled in disbelief. Zoro shrugged. After you survived the training from hell courtesy of Vice Admiral Garp. A few ghosts won't really scare you anymore. That only applies to crazy people like you. Usopp protested, waving a fist at him. Ghosts are still scary, you know? Chopper added from in between Usopp's shaking legs. Well, let's go. I want to explore that ship. Luffy ordered, jumping up on the figurehead. Nami sighed as she whisked out a few sticks to decide who would accompany their vice admiral on his usual impromptu adventures. Usopp and Chopper gulped, praying to whatever gods they believed in to not draw the winning straws. TSK, not my luck today, Zoro frowned at his white straw, looking at the rest of the crew to see who were the lucky ones. Oh, I guess it's you and me, Robin, Nami grinned, waving her winning red straw while Robin clutched at her own with an amused smile. Luffy! You better take care of them, you hear? If they get cursed because of you, I'll become a ghost myself to haunt you. Sanji yelled while shaking Luffy's shoulders. Luffy mumbled an affirmative after the chef finally released him. Right, you guys wait for us here while we hop over and see what that ship is all about, Nami announced while checking her climatact. Isn't it safer for us to be nearer? Usopp asked. Robin smiled slightly. In case we get cursed while there, we would be far enough to not pass the curse over to you guys. Roby in. Why do you have to say such scary things? Chopper cried. If it's just a curse, just overcome it with your luck. Zoro grinned as though it was the perfect answer. If only curses worked that way. Chopper and Usopp yelled at him simultaneously. Luffy just chuckled as he wrapped an arm around Robin and Nami, leaping up into the air with his Jeppo before redirecting himself towards the cursed ship. A cold silence greeted them as they landed on the ship, the deck surprisingly clear of fog except for the thin layer that clung to the railings. It did not take an archaeologist's eyes to see that the ship was old, the wood was rotted and there were clear remnants of a battle fought long ago. Robin scraped off a piece of wood from the mast, watching it crumble between her fingers. This ship is more than 50 years old. Judging by the state the ship is in, I would guess the crew perished in a long-forgotten battle at sea. Oh? You're quite a smart lady, I see. Your deductions were quite spot on, though the memory of the battle still remains fresh in my head. Or what is left of this skull anyway, yahohoho? The three turned to see the skeleton from before standing a few feet away, a cup of tea in his hands while a black cane was hooked on his left arm. Oh, where are my manners? My name is Brooke. I didn't manage to greet you just now as I was too immersed in my thoughts. May I perhaps see your panties? What kind of greeting is that? Nami yelled, kicking him across the head to smash him onto the deck. Ouch. I felt that all to my bones. Which is what I actually am. Yahohoho. Shishishishi. This guy is funny. Luffy laughed. Hey. Do you poop? Nami lifted an eyebrow. I think there's other things you should be asking Rigdash. Why yes, I do poop, Brooke interrupted. The two women looked at him with disgust while Luffy laughed even louder than before. Shishishi. You're a really interesting guy. Do you want to join the Marines? Luffy asked before anyone else could stop him. The Marines, you say? I'm sorry, but I'm a pirate, so I'll have to refuse, Brooke answered with a hint of sadness. That's fine too. Just join my crew. Luffy stuck his hand out like it was already decided. Nami smacked her vice admiral on the head. That's not fine, you idiot. He already told you he's a pirate. Luffy frowned as he rubbed his head, but he's a cool pirate, so it's fine, right? Nami started strangling him. No, it's not. Why do you have to be like this all the time? Robin chuckled slightly. Well, you do have to admit that's also part of his charm. The Straw Hat Navigator cursed again before releasing her vice admiral begrudgingly. Well then, could we know about your circumstances, Mr. Skeleton? We are quite curious as to why such a ship is drifting in these waters, Robin asked politely. Oh, it is quite a tale, I assure you. But I think it would be better if we could move to somewhere more comfortable for my tale. Surely standing on this desolated deck is no place for such a lovely conversation? Both Robin and Nami glanced towards Luffy, who already had a smirk plastered on his face. Well, where else better than to have a good meal over it? The Vice Admiral chuckled. SSS so. Why you're not? A VV vengeful SSS spirit. Here too. CCC curse us. Right? Usopp asked, making sure the rosary was in between him and the skeleton. Brooke took a sip of his tea. Well, I'm most certainly not a vengeful spirit. Why, if I were to see a ghost myself, I would have goosebumps on my skin. Not that I have skin, that is, yahoho. Ha 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 ha. You're so funny. Luffy banged the table with a fist as he laughed. Zoro sighed, leave it to Luffy to pick up the weird ones. So this devil fruit of yours? Robin asked, trying to get the conversation back on track. Oh yes, the revived fruit. It allowed my spirit to come back into the living world after my death at the hands of those dreadful pirates. Brooke continued. But because of the fog, I only managed to find my body after it became a pile of bones. Why does a skeleton still have hair? Zoro asked. Oh, the roots of my hair are quite strong, you see, Brooke explained casually. Everyone narrowed their eyes at him. And you claim to have been wandering in this fog for the last 50 years? Sanji asked, serving the food he had just prepared to the table. Indeed. I have been wandering alone in these parts and haven't met another living being for the last few years. For a pirate, you seem rather at ease to be in the company of Marines, Zoro pointed out, stabbing at his piece of meat with a fork. Marines, pirates, travelers, or even wanderers. They're all the same to me. When you have naught but the lonely silence of a broken ship for company, anyone I can even talk to would be fine with me. If I were to be stuck alone on such a ship for so long, I'll definitely go crazy. Nami commented dryly while shifting her weight closer to her vice admiral. Then is there a reason why you're still in this fog after all these years? Chopper asked timidly. Brooke wiped his teeth with a handkerchief. Well, the reason I'm still in this fog for all these years is a complicated one. This ship's rudder was broken in the attack years ago, but I managed to land on an island to try and repair it. The Straw Hats edged closer towards him unconsciously, intrigued by his sudden serious atmosphere. Unbeknownst to me at that time, that island was the territory of a devious man who had stolen my shadow. Your shadow? Both Luffy and Robin asked at the same time. The crew looked towards the skeleton's feet. True enough, there was an obvious absence of a shadow there. Brook nodded slightly. Without my shadow, I am an existence that is rejected by light. Should I come into direct contact with sunlight, my body would burn away without a trace. The skeleton turned himself towards Luffy with a sad smile. You offered me to join your crew as a marine, as improbable as it may be. Leaving aside the fact that I am a pirate, I would have gladly taken up your offer if it could release me from my years of solitude. But even if I had accepted, I would only fade away the moment we are out of this fog anyway, so I'm afraid I have no chance to accept your generous offer. But who could actually take your shadow? How is it possible for someone to just take another person's shadow away anyway? Frankie asked. Most likely a devil fruit, Sanji surmised. Luffy, could it be? Robin asked, turning towards her vice-admiral. Luffy pursed his lips slightly. Brook. This person who took your shadow. Now everyone's attention was focused on Luffy. Luffy? Do you know who it is? Usopp asked quickly. Luffy nodded grimly, before taking in a breath. The lazy lizard guy, right? It took a second for everyone to comprehend his words. Lazy lizard guy? Nami echoed. Robin let a wry smile creep to her lips. I believe he's talking about the Shichibukai, Gecko Moria. Oh. I'm quite surprised that you actually know of his name, Brook remarked. Another one? Sanji groaned. I think I had my share of them to last a lifetime. The rest of the crew nodded with him. Usually meeting a pirate warlord was a rare occurrence in itself, unless of course you were related to them in some way or other, whether as a target or colleague. But within the short span of time they had spent with Luffy, the crew had already come face to face with more than half the members and lived to tell the tale. Dracula Hawkeye's Mihawk, Desert King Crocodile, Pirate Empress and Luffy's fiancé Boa Hancock and Knight of the Seas Jinbei. If things were proceeding as they suspected, they have no doubts they would be meeting another one and possibly on less than friendly terms too. I don't suppose that he's another friend of yours? Zoro asked the vice-admiral skeptically. Luffy shook his head quickly. This is quite troubling then. Brook scratched the front part of his cranium. I did not expect such wonderful marines like yourselves to even know of such a vile man like Gecko Moria. It comes with the job, as unfortunate as it sounds, Nami sighed. Well, let's go get your shadow. Then you can join us. Luffy grinned, hopping to his feet. Out of everyone in the room, only Brook and Frankie were surprised by the vice-admiral's declaration. What? Why would you do such a thing? Are the members of the Shichibukai not supposed to be your allies? Brook asked, clearly shocked. Luffy tilted his head slightly. Well, yeah. So let's go and ask him back for your shadow. I think if we ask nicely enough, he would agree. Frankie took the time to look at the rest of the crew, surprised that no one else seemed to have reacted much from Luffy's statement. How is no one else freaking out about this? The shipwright yelled. Zoro waved his hand at him. You'll get used to it. Brook narrowed his eyes, if the slight straining of his eye sockets could be called such, clearly showing that he did not believe the situation could be resolved as easily as how the marine in front of him had expected it to be. It seems you might not be aware of this, but I am aware that this vile man has taken marine shadows as well, Brook cautioned. As such, I would dissuade you from even meeting him. Now it was Luffy's turn to narrow his eyes, then that's all the more reason for me to confront him. I won't stand for him abusing his position like that. Brook tilted his head. This may be a tad too late, but I don't think I've yet to hear of your names. Luffy thumped his chest with a fist. I'm Vice Admiral Monkey D. Luffy, Commander of the Straw Hat Marines. We'll get your shadow back for you, Brook. I'll also get him to release the Marines' shadows. Nami sighed. Why are we helping pirates again? Aren't we supposed to be doing the opposite of that? Robin flashed a wry smile at her. It comes with the job, does it not? The navigator had the decency to roll her eyes at the comment. Brooke felt his heart soar slightly at how willing they were to help a stranger, but he quickly pushed his excitement down in fear of the consequences. I'm afraid I cannot let you do that. All of you seem to be nice people. It would most definitely not sit well with my conscience should I ever involve you people in a problem that is solely my own. Before Luffy could give a response, Brooke was up on his feet, his arms thrown up in the air. All these years I spent alone. Today is a great day. Not only did I meet people, I was fortunate to meet such nice ones too. Doing a twirl, a violin was now in his hands, brought out from seemingly nowhere. A song. A requiem. A memento of our short time together. For at least, this meeting shall forever remain in this skull of mine. But before the skeleton musician could pull at his strings, a figure looming at the ceiling caught his eye, which sent him tumbling onto the floor in fright. The Straw Hats rushed up to him, crowding around him and wondering what was wrong. With a single bony finger, Brooke pointed at the pale translucent figure that had its beady eyes staring at them. A ghost! He cried out, his body shivering in fright. The Straw Hats turned and gasped collectively at the giant ghost that was currently phasing itself halfway through the wall. As though satisfied that it had gained enough attention, the ghost quickly slipped out from the room again without a sound. At that moment, there was a loud grinding sound followed by a ear-splitting crash, causing the ship to shake violently by an unknown source. Brooke was the first out of the room, throwing the kitchen doors open as he looked frantically around him. This place. Don't tell me this ship was already under surveillance? Looking to the ship's starboard, a giant mouth that led the way to the open seas was clamped shut. On the opposite side, an island shrouded in fog with ruins along the bay loomed in the background. The skeleton turned towards the Marines, who were still in the midst of gaping at what they saw. Did you, perhaps, chanced upon a floating barrel a while ago? Nami gasped. Yes, we did. Was that a trap? Brooke nodded solemnly. Ever since you opened it, this ship was targeted by the ghost island that wanders the sea. Thriller bark. The Lizard Guy's Island, Luffy said simply. Brooke leapt into the air, easily floating the distance to reach the figurehead from where he had been standing. It is certainly fate that allowed for me to meet you. Long have I searched fruitlessly for this island again, and yet now it is within my sights once more. Please, my friends, get yourselves out of this island before they come for you. May we meet again. With a tip of his hat, the skeleton hopped off the ship towards the waters below. He jumped? Isn't he a devil fruit user? Usopp shouted out in alarm. Luffy rushed up to the figurehead immediately, fearing that the skeleton had decided to commit suicide by jumping into the sea. Instead, he was greeted by the skeleton laughing merrily as he ran on top of the water, speeding his way towards the island with relative ease. Within seconds, the figure of the Afro-skeleton disappeared into the island's fog. Nami had a hand on her vice admiral's shoulders. All right, you heard the pirate, let's turn this ship around and get out of here. Unfortunately for the navigator, Luffy's eyes were serious when he turned back to look at her. We're not going to let Lizard Guy kidnap Marine Shadows. Nami gritted her teeth. No, no, no. You are not thinking of what I think you're thinking. Luffy smiled at her words, easily pulling himself out of her grip. Prepare to land. I'm gonna pay a visit to the Lizard Guy. The Vice Admiral declared with a finger pointing towards the island. Usopp crossed his arms in front of him. No. You can't be serious, Luffy. This island has bad news written all over it. Oh, it can't be that bad. This island still belongs to that Lizard Guy after all. Luffy reasoned. It's exactly because of that reason that makes it a bad idea. The sniper argued back. Luffy waved his hand nonchalantly. It'll be fine. Sanji. Where's my lunchbox? Well, even so, how are we going ashore? You're not going to carry each of us, are you? Nami asked. Frankie grinned from where he stood at the helm. Well, you can now bear witness to the first of the ship's superdocks. The shipwright turned a dial before pulling at a lever, the sounds of gears turning reverberating through the bottom decks of the ship. Slowly, the gate on the port side of the ship slid open, revealing a smaller boat that had been secured in the hold. Soldier Dock Channel 2. Sunny Shopping Boat. The boat had space for 3 passengers plus a luggage hold at the back. A small electrical generator was bolted to the back of the boat that powered the propellers. At the prow, a figurehead similar to Sunny's but smaller in size sat prominently. Oh wow! There's a boat inside our ship? Chopper gasped. Luffy's eyes sparkled. That's so cool. You're the best, Frankie. Ha ha ha. I guess I am feeling pretty superior this week. The shipwright laughed heartily. So, who wants to go at it first? 3 hands immediately shot up, waving in the air enthusiastically. Nami sighed at the sight of Usopp, Chopper and Luffy trying to volunteer themselves, though she knew the first 2 were only interested in riding the boat and not going ashore. I think I should be the first to drive it, since we're in uncharted waters after all, the navigator pointed out. So I'll at least take 2 of you first. Usopp and Chopper, that is. But I want to go too. Luffy whined. I'll take you after them, at least after I have understood how the boat would sail in these waters. By then, I'll take you to the island shore. Luffy pumped his fist in victory, already moving to harass Sanji about his lunchbox's preparations. Nami took the 2 excitable crew members on board the boat, which Frankie had impeccably named it as Mini Sunny. With only a little guidance from the shipwright on the boat's controls, Nami had the boat cruising around the waters easily. This feels great. We can use this boat on our fishing trips too. Usopp grinned from behind Nami. Chopper was enjoying the wind that was blowing past the boat. Shopping trips would be more fun now. It's faster than I thought too, Nami mused, spinning the wheel to test out the boat's mobility. The rest of the crew watched on from the deck, smiles plastered on their faces as they watched the trio enjoy themselves. So what else does the ship have? Zoro asked, impressed. Frankie grinned, heh, I'll leave them as surprises. I'll definitely show you guys when the time comes. Sanji raised his eyebrow, Now you got me curious, what else could you have hiding underneath the deck? The shipwright lifted a finger to adjust his sunglasses, heh. Now where would be the fun in telling you guys everything now? A little hint? Luffy pleaded with sparkles in his eyes. Sanji finally noticed the distinct absence of a certain navigator, speaking of which. Where's the Mini Sunny? A loud scream suddenly echoed through the air, every one of the Straw Hats immediately going on alert. Nami Swan? Are you all right? Sanji called out. He waited for a full minute but no answer was returned. Everyone then turned to look at Luffy anxiously, who already had his eyes closed in concentration. They're fine, but it seems like they've fallen into a ditch though, Luffy sighed. Unfortunately, we have other things to worry about right now. Before the crew could ask him what he meant, the Vice Admiral had reached out a hand to gather electricity along his arm. Whoever that is, step away from our ship's controls now, the Vice Admiral demanded. Everyone looked towards the control panel, finding it devoid of any signs of life. Zoro and Sanji squinted their eyes slightly, concentrating their observation to the maximum as they tried to see what Luffy had found. It took a while but they managed to see it. A slight distortion in the air that had the outline of a human-sized figure standing beside the control panel. The swordsman drew a sword while the chef moved in front of Frankie and Robin, now aware of the threat in front of them. There was a low growl as the figure took a step back, seemingly enraged that his cover has somehow been blown. What is it? Is someone there? Frankie asked, his eyes scanning around the deck. Luffy nodded quickly, not taking his eyes off the invisible man while maintaining the lightning around his arm. This is a marine ship, what reasons do you have to be here? The figure shuffled backwards slightly, not answering the question. Luffy's eyes narrowed slightly, are you under the lizard guy? The figure seemed to be taken aback, as though Luffy's question was totally unexpected. Are you a member of the Shichibukai Gecko Mariah's crew? Robin clarified for the invisible figure, knowing it would not know who her vice admiral was referring to. The invisible figure growled again, its head seemed to turn towards the archaeologist in distaste although the woman in question could not see it. The figure seemed to be contemplating something, shuffling backwards slightly as it looked around the deck. It took another step to the left. Luffy, Zoro, and Sanji's eyes followed his movement. Realizing that it was not a bluff that they could see him, the figure growled again before bolting towards the ship's portside. Luffy watched on with interest as the figure ran towards the ship's railing, planting a foot on top of it before leaping off the ship and impossibly high up into the air. Zoro had his sword back in a IAI stance, but Luffy stopped him with an outstretched hand. The swordsman raised an eyebrow at him, but Luffy silenced him with his next words. Nami, Usopp and Chopper are in trouble. Chapter 46, Where Shadows Lie. Nami groaned as she pushed herself off the ground, cursing at the confounded fog that caused them to end up in the ditch. Beside her, Chopper and Usopp were both trying to untangle themselves from each other with limited success. The navigator looked up, frowning as she realized that the walls were too high to reach and too smooth to climb on. What happened? Usopp asked, finally managing to get Chopper out from under him. It seems like the boat hit a concealed outcrop which dumped us into this ditch. Nami answered, still looking upwards. Doesn't that mean we're already on the island then? Chopper panicked. Well, seeing as how the ground is filled with skeletons, I would assume so, Nami replied casually. Usopp and Chopper finally realized what they were standing on, both of them fighting to bite down their own screams of shock. The navigator sighed as she stretched her arms, finding it ironic that their little group of three were the first to set foot on the island they had vehemently rejected on going. Nami dusted herself. Well, I'm sure the others would come for us soon. Why don't we find a way out first? Usopp scratched his chin. We'll probably find a way out of this ditch if we go further. If not, I can always send a flare up to let them know we're here. Guys? We got company. Chopper informed, changing himself to his human form. The navigator and sniper turned to look at where Chopper was pointing at, finding a four-legged creature with three heads stalking towards them. Cerberus? Both of them asked aloud at the same time. Woof. Woof. Con. I guess it's not really Cerberus if one of its heads is a fox, huh? So we're not really in hell. Usopp sighed in relief. The Cerberus growled threateningly at the mention of its fox head, stopping its advance a slight distance away from the group of three Marines. Nami fished out a small glass cylinder half the size of her palm from under her shirt, assembling her climb attack with her other hand with a flare. I guess this is a good chance as any to test this out, she mused to herself. The Cerberus lunged towards the navigator without warning, all of its three jaws open and aimed at her. Nami threw the glass cylinder into the air, the cap bursting open as lightning exploded out from it. Her climb attack was swung in an arc, guiding the lightning along an electrical pathway that the navigator had created moments ago. The Cerberus only had time to widen its eyes before the lightning bolt struck, frying the monster without mercy. It howled out in pain, its mind finally registering that the three humans had not shown any ounce of fear when they had seen it, unlike the many others that had came before them. After what seemed like an eternity to the Cerberus, the lightning finally dissipated, leaving it to collapse unconscious on the ground. Nami bent down to pick up the empty cylinder from the ground. Well, I must say I'm impressed that Frankie managed to actually do it in such a short time. Usopp stared at the twitching Cerberus. Yeah. Remind me not to borrow money from you anymore. Should we find a way out? Chopper asked. I think I see stairs leading upwards over there. A good start point as any, Nami quipped, depositing the empty cylinder back under her shirt. The trio began their trek gingerly, the initial fear of the island already dissipating as they slipped into the battle-ready mentality that Vice Admiral Scarp and Luffy had drilled into them. With all the near-death experiences they had gone through under the two monstrosities, their minds and bodies had adapted to be incredibly alert when faced with perilous situations. With thus determined expressions, the three Straw Hats took their first look around them as they ascended from the ditch and onto the island proper. The fog's really thick even here, Usopp noted. Nami squinted her eyes as she surveyed their surroundings. I'm not sure if it's a good idea for us to stay around here. Chopper shivered slightly. I think we should at least let the others know where we are. With Luffy around, he'll know where we are without us doing anything, Nami quipped back confidently. Usopp raised an eyebrow. So what do you suggest we do? Wait here until he comes to us? Oh. Are you waiting for some friends? A voice called out from behind. The trio whirled around to see a weird man hanging upside down from a tree nearby, his sunken unblinking eyes staring at them. They had not noticed him since they were not expecting to find a man hanging upside down on a tree. Usopp stuck a hand into his pocket, fingers grasping around one of his numerous bullets warily. Who are you? The man leapt off the tree, flipping around in mid-air to land on the ground in front of them with a graceful bow. You can call me Hilden. If you're waiting for some friends, you are welcome to do so in Dr. Hogback's mansion. Chopper's eyes widened. Dr. Hogback? The legendary Dr. Hogback? The genius surgeon Dr. Hogback? Hilden smirked slightly. Why yes, the very man himself. If you would like, he's currently residing within the mansion not far from here. Nami raised an eyebrow. Isn't this place under Gecko Moria's control? Hilden's smirk dropped very slightly. Yes. Dr. Hogback is currently a guest that is assisting Lord Moria. He is currently researching medical feats that surpasses human intellect. It's really him. The genius surgeon that every doctor has looked up to. I want to meet him. Nami frowned. I think it would be a better idea if we wait for the rest here. Usopp scratched his chin. Well, I think waiting indoors is better than outdoors, don't you think? Right under a Shichibukai's nose that we know nothing of? Nami hissed. Usopp paled. I think we should be okay? No, the navigator declared with a hint of finality. We wait for the others. Usopp pursed his lips but nodded to show his agreement. Beside him, Chopper sighed but also agreed to wait, at least for the moment. Satisfied, Nami turned back to regard Hilden, only to realize the man was already gone. Hilden? Ha? Where did the creepy guy go? Usopp asked nobody in particular. As if answering his question, a groan echoed from behind them. Right after that, several low growls were heard accompanying it. The trio turned slowly, wishing that what they heard was just a figment of their imagination. Unfortunately, fate was not kind to them as they came face to face with a horde of what can only be described as zombies. There were not only just human zombies, but even zombies in the shape of animals, and even some trees seemed to be moving amongst them. They don't look so friendly, Chopper pointed out. Okay. I think we should run now, Nami suggested. I don't think they'll let us run so easily, Usopp muttered, realizing that another group of zombies had shown up behind them. Nami cursed under her breath as she assembled her climb attack once more, her other hand holding several glass cylinders between her fingers. Usopp! Flare! The navigator ordered, throwing one of the cylinders at the horde. Usopp complied immediately, firing off a bullet that lit up the sky in a blaze of red. Immediately, his hands became a blur as he fired off a variety of his special bullets, exploding and cutting through the zombie horde. At the same time, the glass cylinder Nami threw shattered amongst the horde, the electricity bursting out to electrocute a large group of the zombies. Before the lightning fully discharged, Nami had swung her staff in an arc around her, quickly forming a white cloud in the air. With some prompting from a few shock bubbles, the lightning was coaxed into the cloud before the navigator redirected the discharge to another group of zombies, blasting them sky high. Chopper had already transformed into his larger human size and found himself busy pummeling away at the zombies that tried to pounce on them. Using a combination of Tekai and his increased strength, the reindeer doctor managed to send most of the human zombies flying away with ease. For a moment, it seemed like they could hold back the tide. But as if a dam had broken, the zombies surged forward suddenly, pouncing on top of the three Marines with renewed vigor. Zombies larger than even Chopper in size quickly overpowered him, forcing the reindeer into his Tekai to defend himself without a chance to retaliate. Usopp fared no better when zombie animals pounced on him from his blind spot, quickly ripping his slingshot away from his hands. The sniper dug into his pockets for his caltrops, but a lion had leapt at his back, pushing him onto the ground. No! Chopper! Usopp! Nami screamed, twirling her staff to aid them. Before the staff could complete its arc, a bandaged hand was there to stop it mid-swing, pulling it out of Nami's grasp. The rest of the zombies immediately closed the gap, trying to restrain the navigator's limbs. One of them came from her front, both his hands grabbing Nami's wrists with a vice-like grip. Nami growled and immediately slammed her head into the zombie's face, hearing a satisfying crunch as the zombie was flung away. Another came from behind her, wrapping an arm around her neck in a chokehold. The navigator's foot immediately shot backwards, hitting it between the legs. When the zombie showed no signs of loosening the chokehold, Nami punched her fist at its right elbow, breaking it with a loud snap. Gripping the zombie's broken arm, the navigator lifted it over her head before tossing it towards the zombies that were pummeling on Chopper, battering them away like bowling pins. Chopper sent her a nod of gratitude before leaping towards Usopp's aid. Her eyes immediately sought for the one who held her staff, finding him hiding behind a trio of zombies and inspecting her staff like a new toy. Nami furrowed her brow as she charged towards him, the three zombies mirroring her actions. She slid under one of their legs, pushing herself into the air to somersault over the second before acquainting the third one's face with her knee as she landed back onto the ground. The zombie was still trying to figure out how the staff worked when Nami's windmill kick landed on top of his head with a crunch. The Climattact flew out of the zombie's hands and straight into Nami's waiting palm, the navigator giving it a twirl before resting the staff on her shoulder. "I'm not helpless without a weapon, you know," she smirked. Usopp and Chopper joined her by her sides, forming a triangle to face against the zombies that surround them. Before the zombies could decide if they wanted to attack again, a flash of lightning lit up the sky, striking at the ground nearby and blasting away the zombies that had been in the strike zone. All eyes turned towards where the lightning had struck, the dust cloud clearing to reveal a single marine standing in the middle of a scorched clearing. "You're late," Nami grinned. Sorry, had to find a space to anchor the ship," Luffy apologized half-heartedly. "At least everyone is here." The Vice Admiral snapped his fingers before a whirlwind of green came crashing through the zombie encirclement from the outside. "Tatsumaki!" The green whirlwind expanded into a green tornado, clearing a large swath of zombies away while moving towards the surrounded marines. Zoro only stopped his slashes when a path was cleared to his comrades, his unsheathed katanas resting by his side. Sanji descended from the sky next, kicking the air behind him to propel himself into a group of zombies. "You dare try and hurt Nami Swayan," the chef roared as he spun on a foot. His other foot was parallel to the ground, sending wind blades out in a circle around him, cutting the zombies down like harvesting wheat with a scythe. Frankie appeared next, his left hand in its weapons mode and firing away relentlessly, the shipwright laughing maniacally as he did so. "Get a taste of my Sapir cannons." "Wahahaha. Are you all right?" Robin asked, appearing beside Nami out of nowhere. "Whoa! Where did you come from, Robin?" Usopp yelled out in surprise. Robin just gave him a small smile as an answer. Luffy stepped up beside them, the rest of his crew joining him to face against the remnants of the zombies. Cracking his knuckles, the Vice Admiral gave his crew his signature grin. "So, shall we finish things up here?" His crew all had similar glints in their eyes when they turned to the zombies. The zombies wanted to run, but it was already too late. Luffy dusted his hands as he surveyed the carnage. Zombies were scattered everywhere, with some hanging off tree branches while others were left half buried in the ground. Nami walked up to him with a sigh. "So can we leave this place now?" Luffy tilted his head at her. "Why? We just found some zombies. This island is so interesting." Nami rolled her eyes at him. "For now it's just zombies. And I'm already sick of them, so can we leave now, please?" "Yeah, about that. Our ship's stuck," Luffy laughed sheepishly. "What?" Nami screeched. "There was this web-like thing and our ship got caught in it. We could burn it off, but it'll take quite a while without damaging the ship, so we decided to save you guys first." Nami sighed dejectedly. "So what now? Go back and slowly free the ship?" "Well, we can spend the night at the awesome-looking mansion there." Luffy grinned, pointing at the spooky-looking mansion just ahead. Nami did not bother hiding the murderous glare she sent her Vice Admiral, who promptly ignored her in favor of preparing to set off for said mansion. Robin patted her shoulder sympathetically. Relax, Nami, at least we're all together. Besides, I heard it's actually quite cooling to be buried in the ground, though I'm not sure how it would feel if you're a zombie. Not helping Robin. Nami groaned. Only Usopp and Chopper shared Nami's sentiments in protesting against heading towards the mansion. The rest just followed along Luffy's whims, deciding it was easier that way. Luffy hummed a tune as he strutted past the graveyard to the front doors of the mansion, not even sparing a glance at anything else that seemed to creep out the rest of his crew. Just as the group reached the front steps of the building, the front doors were thrown wide open as though already expecting their arrival. A rather fat man with thin arms and legs stood at the entrance with his arms spread wide open in welcome. Beside him, a slim girl with short blonde hair stood with her hands clasped demurely in front of her. Ah! Our esteemed guests! So glad that all of you could make it! The portly man cried out, descending the steps to meet them. The Straw Hats looked at him suspiciously with a raised eyebrow. The man gave an exaggerated bow as he reached them. I am Dr. Hogback, at your service. I apologize for the less than acceptable welcome that you all have received. Chopper's eyes immediately lit up. Dr. Hogback? Is that really you? Hogback's grin grew. The one and only, Dr. Chopper. You know me? Chopper gasped. Hogback laughed heartily. Everyone in the Straw Hat Marines are quite well known in their own way. I can't call myself a doctor if I didn't know about you. Doctor. Hogback. Knows me. Chopper muttered before promptly fainting. Usopp managed to catch the reindeer before he hit the ground, throwing his vice admiral a questioning glance. Luffy shrugged before approaching Hogback. You were expecting us? The vice admiral asked. Hogback nodded. Oh yes. Your ship came through the gate, did it not? We thought you might be here on official marine business, so I even sent someone to pick you up. Luffy raised an eyebrow at his words, but Nami jumped in before he could continue his queries. Liar! Nami roared, pointing an accusing finger at the doctor. You're talking about that Hilden guy, right? He just left us in the middle of a zombie horde to fend for ourselves. Hogback gasped comically. Why, I never. Did he really do that? I knew he was never the bravest one, but... Oh dear, you'll have to forgive me, the zombies are what I'm currently studying at the moment, you see. Studying? You're studying zombies? Usopp asked, waving smelling salts under Chopper's nose in an attempt to wake him. Yes, they're rather fascinating, isn't it? Hogback laughed. I believe they could be the secret to unlocking what mankind has been seeking so far. To revive the dead. How wonderful would it be if you could see your dead loved ones again? Death would only become a state of being. Chopper leapt to his feet, his eyes gleaming. Oh wow! If this is successful, I believe the world will be full of happy people. Nami raised an eyebrow. I don't know about that. Doesn't this seem a bit unethical? Hogback tooted at her. Typical. This is why medical science has been stagnating for years. Everyone talking about ethics and morals and being too afraid to make the leap of faith. The doctor swung his arms wide open. But enough of this. All of you are guests. Please allow me to welcome all of you to my home. I have dinner prepared for you all. Robin narrowed her eyes slightly. Is this not Gecko Moria's home? Hogback chuckled. Yes, indeed. Lord Moria was generous enough to allow me to live here as he had an interest in these zombies too. But enough of talking outside. Sindri-chan? Please show our guests the way into the dining hall. The girl who had remained standing at the doorway moved aside, gesturing towards the interior of the mansion with an expressionless face. Luffy looked back at his crew, finding their eyes on him as well. The Vice Admiral shrugged before stepping past Sindri, everyone else following behind. It took an extra while to drag Sanji past Sindri before the chef could express his love for her, however. They were soon shown to the well-decorated dining hall, all of them ushered to seat around a long rectangular table while Sindri proceeded to the kitchens. Luffy sat to Hogback's right, Nami, Robin and Zoro occupying the seats right after him. On the other side, Sanji, Usopp, Chopper and Frankie also found their own seats. Robin took her time to look around the room, ignoring Chopper, who had already begun questioning Hogback on his medical achievements and theories. "Hey Robin," Nami whispered from beside her. "You noticed the paintings?" The archaeologist nodded without turning her head. "Noticed how every person in the pictures seemed to be injured in some way?" "Yes. I'm surprised you took note of that so quickly as well." Nami hid her smirk behind her hand. "Well, I have to know if they're worth stealing after all." "Stealing from a Shichibukai? I'm not sure that's a wise choice, Nami." "Well, if they don't know then it's fine, right?" Nami shrugged. Robin propped up her chin with a palm. "Well then, I have to warn you that we did find someone that could turn themselves invisible back on the ship just now." The navigator raised an eyebrow. "An invisible man?" "I'm not really sure if it's a man or not since it kept growling at us, but Luffy managed to sense its presence with his haki at least." "Well, that's troublesome." Nami frowned, looking around the room once more. Sindri re-entered the room with a bag in hand, dumping part of its contents on the table in front of Hogback. "Tonight's dinner is soup pasta," Sindri announced without batting an eyelid. Wait. Sindri-chan. At least used something to put the food on." Hogback cried out. The girl scrunched up her face in distaste. "I wish all the plates in the world would just disappear." Can't you put aside that hatred of plates just for this case, Sindri-chan?" Hogback begged. "At least put the food on something else?" Sindri glared at him, causing the doctor to flinch back in his seat. Nami watched the girl dump her share of pasta in front of her on the table before turning to their host. "So, could we get an explanation?" Hogback chuckled to mask his embarrassment. "Well, you see, there was a rich man courting Sindri in the past and she wanted to see how sincere he was. She broke the man's 10 treasured plates and the man soon dumped her after that." "What? What kind of man dumps a beautiful girl like Sindri-chan over some plates?" Sanji yelled out in anger. "So because of that incident, she despises plates?" Usopp guessed. "Yes, that is correct, I'm afraid." Hogback sighed. Sanji stood up with fire burning in his eyes. To traumatize such a beautiful girl like Sindri-chan. "If I get my hands on him I would dash." "Stop making a scene, you're enough of an embarrassment already," Zoro interrupted with a sigh. The Straw Hat Chef slammed his fist onto the table. "Making a scene? Me? Any man that hurt dear Sindri-chan deserves to pay for his crimes." Most of the Straw Hats just sighed at his proclamation while Luffy slurped his food up from the table without a care. To her credit, Sindri mostly ignored Sanji's outburst and finished serving everyone, if pouring the food on the table in front of the guests could be referred to as such. Only Chopper, Usopp and Luffy touched the food, though the first two only did it out of politeness. "So ahem. Putting that aside, may I ask what you find Marines might be doing here? I hardly think they would send a vice admiral all the way here just for a simple inspection?" Hogback asked, trying to change the subject. Nami nudged Luffy with an elbow when no answer came from him. "Oh. We're here to meet with the lazy lizard guy," the vice admiral declared slowly with a burp at the end. "Oh? Hogback scratched his chin. "I'm sorry, but I do not know anyone that can be called the lazy lizard guy." "Perhaps you've come to the wrong place?" Robin noted the slight change of tone in his voice. "Who he meant was your host, Gecko Moria," Nami sighed. "Oh? I see. Well, I shall not inquire too much then. For a doctor myself, I try to stay far away from troublesome things like politics, you see." Hogback laughed. "Why not stay the night? Lord Moria has already retired to his chambers and I admit even I am not brave enough to incur his wrath for waking him." Robin raised an eyebrow. "What about our ship?" "It's currently stuck in some kind of web at your docks." "Ah. That's one of our defense mechanisms, you see. Sometimes pirates would come wandering here and we use traps like that to capture them. Lord Moria still has to fulfill his role as a Shichibukai after all." "Fear not, when you have to leave, we will deactivate the trap for you." "I'm assuming the same reason for the barrel with the flare?" Nami asked skeptically. Hogback laughed. "Ah yes. That one never gets old. Pirates always pick those up expecting an easy loot. But it's also a way for the Marines to signal us if they wanted to meet with us. So it's useful to both sides. Both Nami and Robin narrowed their eyes at him but kept their thoughts to herself. Now, I see your friends are already tired from the trip here. I'll have Sindri-chan prepare rooms for your stay here. Nami was about to ask what he was talking about, but the sound of snoring drew her attention. Turning to find the source, she realized Chopper, Usopp and Luffy were already fast asleep. Now, Sindri-chan? Would you be so kind as to show our guests to their rooms? Hogback called out, already leaving the table and his pile of untouched food. Sindri bowed before turning to the guests, a few of them trying and failing to wake the currently asleep crew members. Come on. What kind of moron would randomly fall asleep in the middle of eating like that? Sanji questioned while shaking Usopp. Wake up, Usopp! Nami prodded her vice admiral's cheek with a finger. Luffy's out cold too. She turned her sights to her untouched pile of food on the table with a frown, a suspicion already forming in her head. If you would follow me, I have your rooms already prepared. Sindri ignored their actions and gestured towards the door with an emotionless face. The Straw Hats all shared a look, all of them nodding before picking up their asleep crewmates to follow after the girl. None of them were stupid. It was clear something was going on within this mansion and they were most likely walking straight into a trap. But with so little information they have on hand and their own commander being knocked out, they would rather stay indoors than out with the zombies for the moment. Better the devil you know after all, or at least in this case, the devil that is supposed to be on your side. Sindri led them through a few winding corridors through the mansion, all of them occupied with various paintings and taxidermies mounted on the walls. The short walk led them through a set of double doors into the guest wing of the mansion where 5 guest rooms were already prepared for the Straw Hats. Sindri gestured to the doors. We were unsure of how you might want your sleeping arrangements made, so we have prepared all the guest rooms for use. The one furthest from us is for Vice Admiral Luffy, while you are free to do with the other 4 as you like. Without waiting for a response, Sindri gave a curt bow before leaving the room. Okay. Is it just me or am I not the only one getting severe bad feelings about this? Frankie asked, ignoring the snoring Chopper who was carried like a sack of potatoes under his arm. Trust me, you're not alone on that, Sanji grunted, adjusting Usopp who he had slung his arm over his shoulder. I think we should stay up tonight, and have a few people keep watch, Nami suggested, eyeing the paintings that hung on the walls. All in one room then? I can take first watch, Zoro offered, dragging Luffy behind him towards the room that was meant for the Vice Admiral. Nami turned to their archaeologist, Robin. Could you dash? Robin quickly silenced the navigator with a finger to her lips. Careful, Nami. We know nothing yet. The walls might have ears. Maybe even eyes. Nami nodded quickly before following after Zoro, the rest trailing after her. The room itself was simple in design but spacious enough that the entire crew could crash comfortably in it. There was an attached bathroom and a sitting area with couches and a coffee table under the only window in the room, though the only thing that could be seen outside was a husk of a long dead tree. The room had only one bed, which was thankfully king size, so they unceremoniously dumped the sleeping crew members on top of it. Usopp managed to roll off the bed and onto the floor almost immediately but remained asleep with his face on the floor and butt in the air. Everyone decided to leave him as he is. Sanji sat down while leaning against the doorframe, an unlit cigarette in his mouth. So? I assume we have a plan for this? Our ship is stuck, our hosts are less than sincere and Luffy's out of it too. Zoro unclasped a sword. I say we just cut them down until they start talking. Nami smacked him on the head. Don't you dare cause trouble unnecessarily. If you already forgot, we still have that Afro skeleton to worry about. Speaking of which, where is he? For someone who was super determined to get his shadow back, we still haven't seen or heard anything about him yet? Frankie remarked. Perhaps Cerberus ate him? Robin suggested. Maybe he was kept as his chew toy? Nami made a face at her. Please, Robin. Don't put weird images in my head. Still, we have to be prepared. Sanji huffed, lighting his cigarette to inhale a breath. Even if we're on a Shichibukai's turf, I don't believe for a second that they aren't planning something against us. So we cut them down, Zoro grinned. Nami smacked him harder on the head this time. Frankie sat himself down on the couch with his feet propped on the table. I'm still new to this marine business, so I don't know how close you guys are to this so-called Shichibukai. But I can say that I would rather be back on the ship than right here at the moment. You'd rather go through the zombies again? Nami asked with a raised eyebrow. Frankie grimaced as he popped open a cola he had kept refrigerated in his body. Nah. But this place is giving me superior bad vibes. Totally the opposite of when I was feeling absolutely superior last week. Nami shivered slightly, remembering the paintings and taxidermies on the walls. For some reason she could not explain, she had the odd feeling that they were being constantly watched by said inanimate objects. You think we should at least try to wake them? Sanji jerked his chin towards the bed. I agree. The air is rather dry here, Nami nodded to Zoro. I'll get some water, the swordsman grunted, disappearing inside the bathroom. In the meantime, the Straw Hat Navigator sighed. Robin, could you tell us what we should know about this Gecko Moria? As usual, we're all stuck with something I would rather not be involved in. Robin rested her chin on a hand, her mind recalling the classified marine documents that Luffy had gathered for her to read back at Marineford in secret. Not much is really known about him. He's not one to show his face in public after his appointment as a Shichibukai. His bounty used to be 320 million berries, but his personal combat abilities were never logged since he mostly relies on his subordinates to do his work for him. Frankie raised an eyebrow, huh? So this guy might actually be quite weak? I doubt someone weak could actually be worth over 300 million berries so easily, Sanji scoffed. Robin nodded. Even though not much is known about his own skills, it was advised in the records that should he ever turn hostile, the Marines would need to mobilize multiple assault groups just to subdue him. The newest member of the Straw Hats frowned. Wait. You're telling me that the Marines have plans in place to get rid of each individual Shichibukai should they turn rogue? That's like superior, not cool. Nami shrugged. They are, at the end of the day, still pirates after all. I'd sooner toss my gold into the sea than trust a pirate to watch my back. I don't suppose there's something about my hawk in there? Zoro asked, returning from the bathroom with a bucket of water. Sanji narrowed his visible eye. Why? So you can take advantage of his weakness and beat him with it? Zoro scoffed. No. It's so I can avoid using it and beat him fair and square. There's no meaning if I beat him using underhanded methods. Robin gave him a small smile. Well then, you would be happy to hear that the Marines admitted they did not have any swordsmen that could match blades with him at the moment. So they have no plans in place that involve a swordsman beating him in a sword fight. Good, Zoro smirked as he dumped the bucket of water on Usopp. Everyone expected said sharpshooter to awaken immediately, but the only thing Usopp did was spit out the water that got in his mouth before promptly going back to snoring again. Zoro frowned as he prodded the comatose snipers, but with a sheath, he's still out cold. Robin placed a hand on Luffy's wrist, her other hand opening his eyelid slightly. Flunitrazepam, the archaeologist announced after a minute. And a rather sizable dose as well. Fluni what? Frankie asked. Robin frowned. It's a knockout drug. I've used it in my previous profession before. They won't be waking up for a while with how much they were given. That damn doctor. Zoro cursed, already knowing who the culprit was. Nami fished out Luffy's den mushi from within his cloak. I'm going to call headquarters, no need for us to be alone on this. Especially when their objectives are so painfully obvious. I can't have you do that, a voice spoke out from above them. Zoro smirked at Nami as he unsheathed a blade, not even looking up at the voice. I told you we should just cut them down. Nami stuck out her tongue. Well, I was hoping they might reveal some information we don't know about. Frankie was the only one who was surprised by the voice, gaping up at the ceiling to see a giant spider staring down at them. Instead of a spider's head, a monkey's face replaced it, and its two front legs ended in monkey paws while a distinct monkey tail sprouted from its rear end. What the hell is that thing? The mechanic screamed, more from surprise than fear. The spider felt concerned at the initial reactions from Zoro and Nami but managed to regain his confidence after Frankie's outburst. Monkey! Monkey! All of you have fallen into our trap. We will capture you here now. Sanji dusted his pants as he stood up from the ground. Don't count your chickens before they hatch. You got 3 of us with the food, but there's still 5 of us left. Monkey! That is enough for me to take you down. I am Tararan of the General Zombies. Be captured by Nii. The spider zombie dropped from the ceiling and landed in the middle of the straw hats, a confident grin on his face. Lifting his hands, several lines of webs shot out from his wrists, targeting the marine swordsman that was in front of him. Zoro tried to cut the strings with his sword, only to find his blade stuck fast to the sticky threads without making a dent. My threads can't be cut by a blade. I got you no dash. Zoro moved forward with a burst of speed and hammered Tararan's face with his sword's hilt, stunning the giant spider. Sanji was next to move as he slid below Tararan, kicking both his feet up into the spider's abdomen and sending him crashing back into the ceiling. Robin crossed her arms and copies of her hands appeared on the spider's back, restraining all of his 8 limbs in the process. Frankie grinned as his wrist slid to the side, his inbuilt cannon firing off several shots that exploded in Tararan's face in a shower of sparks. Just as the giant spider began falling again, Nami had already used the water Zoro had poured out earlier to condense into a cloud that hung directly below Tararan's path of descent. With a deft flick of her wrist, a glass cylinder containing Luffy's stored lightning was tossed into the cloud, instantly turning it into an ominous black color. Tararan did not even have the chance to scream before the lightning shocked him into unconsciousness, crashing back into the floor with a loud bang. Heh, for all his words he ain't much after all. Frankie chuckled. We're not done yet. Zoro cautioned, unsheathing the rest of his katanas and facing the door. A girl with pink hair tied into twin pigtails came floating through the door, a parasol held in her hand as though she was out for a stroll. There's a cute Jairl. Sanji sang while pirouetting on the spot. Nami frowned, did she just float through the door? The girl clucked her tongue upon seeing the unconscious form of Tararan, turning her gaze towards the gathered marines. Humph. So much for it being easy. I guess I still have to do this myself. Zoro pointed a blade at her. You do know you're currently attacking a marine unit right now? Don't expect any of us to go easy on you. Horo. You're not the first marines to fall into our trap. Now let's get this over with so I can go back to playing with Kamashi. Horo. Zoro stamped the ground quickly as he blurred in front of her, slashing his sword towards her midsection with the back of his blade. Instead of the impact he was expecting, his blade phased through her without incident, the girl just laughing all the while. Frankie fired on her with his wrist cannon, which did nothing but blow up the door behind her. Nami was next to launch a lightning bolt at her, but it yielded the same result, destroying the entire doorframe behind the girl instead. Robin frowned as she realized she could not sprout any arms on the girl's body, unsure of why she could not get a lock on the girl with her powers. Sanji was still busy doing his noodle dance. Too bad. All your attacks won't work on me. Go by no negative Kogiki. The girl flushes her arms outwards, sending 5 ghostly figures crashing straight into the conscious Straw Hats. Zoro cursed as he felt extremely negative thoughts fill his head. No doubt the others were experiencing the same thing as well. The swordsman gritted his teeth as he tried to overcome the thoughts with willpower, but he still felt himself brought to his knees, panting from the exertion before something hard hit him at the back of his head, knocking him out cold. Luffy came to awareness slowly, his body remaining still and his breathing shallow. It was not his first time being drugged into unconsciousness, and he remembered the training he had to undergo in case of such a situation. There were times he had to infiltrate bases by being drugged back in CP9 after all. Now with his new Devil Fruit ability, he could enhance his senses way past the usual levels. Taking another breath before exhaling slowly, he reached out to the surroundings with his observation haki. Within his mind, he felt the electrical pulses that radiate out from his location, bouncing around objects like a sonar and painting a landscape for him to see. He was in a cell of sorts. 2 sea stone cuffs chained his wrists to a wall and leaving him suspended slightly in the air. Luffy took in another breath, the pulse traveling further through the bars of his cell. It seemed like there were more cells neighboring his, but he was the only occupant in the dungeon at the moment. Keeping his senses tuned, he checked his bodily functions next. There was no weight on his ankles, which meant only his hands were restrained. His mind was already rather clear, which meant whatever drug they had given him was already on its way out of his system. His eyes shot open, visually confirming what his haki had already told him. Luffy mentally berated himself for letting himself be drugged. He had an inkling that something was suspicious from the start, but the pasta just tasted too good to pass up, even if it was laced to the brim with knockout drugs. Then again, this was not the first time something like this happened anyway, and he thought his crewmates could deal with whatever happened. Shaking his wrists, he noted the shackles were of the weaker sea stone kind, the ones that were meant to restrain and not immobilize their captive. This either meant they had underestimated him, or the news about his devil fruit ability had yet to travel far. But that brought about the question of why had they decided to keep him here? Did they need something from him? Did he do something to them in the past and they had something personal against him? He looked down at his feet, visually confirming that his shadow was still firmly attached to him. So they did not take his shadow like what they did to Brook. Why else would they still keep him here then? Not willing to risk anything to chance now, especially since his crew were nowhere in sight, the Vice Admiral planted both his feet against the wall behind him. With a slight grunt, he kicked himself off the wall, breaking the shackles apart with brute strength alone. Without the sea stone weakening him, Luffy concentrated his observation haki to its maximum, his awareness easily covering the entire island with little effort. He found his crewmates easily enough. Somehow most of them seemed to be safely stowed away back on their ship, while 3 of them seemed to be scattered around the island. However, he did realize there were a few new presences moving around on the island compared to when they first arrived here. The Vice Admiral inspected the wall of his cell, which were unfortunately made of non-conductive brick and mortar. "Guess I'll take the long way," Luffy said to himself, deforming and reforming himself outside his cell in a flash of sparks. The lightning Logia strolled down the corridor, slowly making his way towards an open courtyard which lay at the end of the path. He had half expected to be stopped at some point, but his route was bereft of guards of any kind. Had they expected him to still be unconscious at this point? Luffy decided it did not matter as he flashed into the sky, using the clouds as a conductor before he flashed back down onto his ship. The deck of the ship was deathly quiet, not even the sound of the wind could be heard blowing. The frown on Luffy's face deepened when he saw the mess that was left around the ship. Clearly quite a large number of intruders had stepped foot on their ship since he was unconscious. Broken barrels and crates were littered across the deck and several food items were left splattered around the place. No doubt the ship had already been looted thoroughly. The Vice Admiral made a mental note of what he wanted to do to the perpetrators before stepping into the kitchen. Within said room, Frankie, Usopp, Sanji and Chopper were seated on the chairs around the dining table with various drawings on their faces, all of them fast asleep. The Vice Admiral waved his hand in front of Sanji to make sure he was unconscious before grabbing a piece of dried meat from the pantry, chewing it slowly as he paced in front of his crewmates while thinking. He began trying to shake Sanji awake, but the chef remained unconscious no matter how hard he shook him. Luffy then flicked Usopp hard on the forehead, which gave no results other than sending the sniper sprawling backwards on the floor. Searching through Usopp's pockets, Luffy grabbed a fistful of smelling salts that he waved under Chopper's nose, but even then the reindeer continued to snore away. The Vice Admiral turned to Frankie, poking his metal nose to see if it would restart the cyborg, which unfortunately did not, to his disappointment. Luffy took a step back as he furrowed his brows, finally realizing that the 4 crewmates in front of him were shadowless. The Vice Admiral clucked his tongue as he rubbed his hands together, creating a burst of static between his palms before pressing them onto Sanji's back. There was a startled yelp as the chef shot off from the chair, rolling across the room to escape from the surprise electrocution. He quickly got himself up in a crouch, eyes darting around and body tensed and ready for anything. He quickly realized he was back on their ship with Luffy standing a distance away while his hands still cackled with pulses of electricity. What the hell? What was that for? Sanji cried out indignantly. Oh. That works? I was going to try stuffing something somewhere next, but... Oh well. Luffy sighed, sounding a little disappointed. Sanji took notice of the other 3 straw hats who were asleep within the room, the Vice Admiral already moving to wake his sniper next. Memories of the past few hours came back to him once he saw the missing shadows at his friend's feet. Shit! So that wasn't a dream, huh? Our shadows really got taken. Sanji cursed as he looked at his shadowless feet. Luffy squatted beside the comatose Usopp, lowering the voltage of the shock before placing his palms against his chest. Usopp gave a gasp of shock before scrambling away from the Vice Admiral, his arms raised defensively in front of him. Ah! Don't hurt me! I don't know anything. I don't know any marine secrets. Don't torture me. Luffy ignored his cries as he moved on to the last 2 members, lowering the voltage even more for the doctor while not holding back on Franky at all. It took some time to calm the 3 of them down and stop screaming incoherently. So what happened? Luffy asked, wiping his smoking hands on his pants. Yeah, last I remembered we were having dinner with Dr. Hogback? Chopper asked, still confused. You 3 were drugged, Sanji sighed, leaning heavily against the counter. He did a check on the ship's stores while the other 3 were still adjusting their bearings. Everything of value had been taken, even their store of fresh food. The generator room was thankfully untouched since it was locked behind a door of solid steel, but the leftover gold from Skypiea which they had left in the hold was gone. It was a shitty trap, which we all knew but walked into anyway. And after you guys passed out, they let us stay in that mansion of theirs, but some big-ass giant spider attacked us. Franky growled. Giant spider? Usopp and Chopper cried out in fear, hugging each other. Well, the spider wasn't the problem. Sanji sighed while scratching his head. The ghost girl was. GGGG ghost? The duo screamed louder. She wasn't really a ghost. More like she could control ghost or something, she was super creepy. When the ghosts went through me, I felt like I was living the worst week of my life. What happened after that? Luffy urged. They knocked us out, then brought us to this really big guy with some giant scissors and he cut our shadows right from under us. They took the long-nosed first and put it in some dead body, and right after that it started moving. He took the doctor's then mine and I don't know what happened after that. All the zombies we fought were created by them from the start. Franky slammed the table with his fist in frustration. Luffy looked at his own shadow. Why didn't they take mine though? The scrapper shrugged. I dunno, they were saying something about preparing the biggest reveal or some other thing. I think they expected you to still be out of it now. How did you wake up so fast anyway? It was Luffy's turn to shrug. He had no idea how long he was unconscious after all. What about Zoro, Nami, AA and Robin? Did they become GGG ghosts? Chopper asked while his teeth were still chattering. Sanji clucked his tongue. No. They were preparing another body for the shitty swordsman. But the girls? The chef went silent while looking down. Before the 4 could question his silence, the blonde chef suddenly burst into flames as he yelled out at the top of his lungs. That invisible bastard. He said he'll take both of them as his wives. Unforgivable. I'm going to kick him all the way back to North Blue. Arrgh. Meanwhile, in an opulent room somewhere in the island, the Shichibukai, Gecko Moria, sipped away at a glass of wine while reclining in his sofa. He had already given the orders to have number 900 prepared and ready. No doubt after he cuts the Vice Admiral's shadow from under his feet, that zombie will be the strongest zombie he had ever created. In the meantime, he wondered how the transfusion of the famed marine swordsman's shadow was going. Without warning, a zombie with tons of stitches around his body burst into the room in a panic. Lord Moria. Big trouble. That Vice Admiral has escaped. Moria frowned. We put enough drugs in there to knock him out for half a day. How did he wake up so fast? It's barely been 2 hours. We don't know. When we went to check on him just now, he was already gone. We didn't arrange a guard since we expected him to stay asleep. The Shichibukai sighed dramatically. Oh well. As long as the other shadows are here, I still have a plan to get his. Get the mysterious three here, we will unveil the special zombie another way. The zombie rushed out immediately to carry out his orders. Kishishishishi. Soon the strongest zombie will be in my hands. Then no one can stop me. I will be Pirate King. Chapter 47, Shadow of Oneself. Okay. Let's go over this again, Usopp sighed, scribbling away into his notepad. Our main objectives are to get our crew back, then our shadows and get the hell out of here. Hey! What happened to kicking their asses? Luffy protested. Why are we even fighting Ichigo? Usopp screamed. Just report his wrongdoings to headquarters and be done with it. Do you know how scary Shichibukais are to us? Hey! Jinbei, Mihawk, and Hancock aren't scary. Usopp wrung his hands in the air, to you. But they're completely terrifying to us normal people, you know? Sanji whacked the sniper at the back of the head. Hancock Chuan is not scary. She's a delicate flower. The delicate flower that kicked you to hell and back. Usopp mumbled to himself. Well then. Luffy clapped his hands together. The real plan is we bust in, get our crew back, kick their asses, get your shadows back, then kick their asses again. His audience quickly waved their hands in denial. No, 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 no. Sanji pointed a thumb at himself. I go rescue our dear damsels in distress as their gallant knight, then you kick the Shichibukai's ass while the rest of you find a way to get our shadows back. Capiche? You're just having us do grunt work. I want to let loose too, you know? Frankie yelled in protest. You forgot about Zoro too. Chopper joined in. You know. Luffy can just flash himself to where they are and get them back instantly, right? Usopp pointed out. And spoil my once-in-a-lifetime debut as a knight in shining armor? Hell no. I'm going to be the one to rescue the girls and kick that invisible bastard's ass. Frankie raised an eyebrow. Why do you even hate that guy so much, man? And it's obviously not just because he said he wanted to marry those two. That shitty bastard. He dared defile my dream. There's no way I'll forgive him. I thought your dream was finding all blue? Chopper inquired with a tilt of his head. It's another one of my dreams. The chef roared out with fire ablaze in his eyes. Luffy sighed, fine. You can go get the girls but promise to beat up that invisible guy extra hard. Oh, you don't have to tell me to do that. I'll do it anyway. Sanji roared as he pumped his fists into the air. Wait for me. Your prince is coming. And with a war cry, Sanji leapt off the ship and sprinted back towards the castle. Wait. Sanji. Do you evade? He's gone? Usopp slumped against the railing dejectedly. Great. We won't even know if he'll find them. Luffy picked his nose with a finger. Should I just destroy the entire island? Don't say such scary things with a straight face, the sniper whined. The vice admiral flicked the booger off his finger. I guess I can go find Zoro, then you three can find out how to get your shadows back. The skeleton guy might know something since he's been here before. Oh, that's right. That walking skeleton. Frankie scratched his chin. Where is he? In the kitchens, and it feels like the zombies around him are decreasing in number quite rapidly. He's feeding them something. No idea what that is though. There's quite a lot of zombies that he's fighting with, so you guys can go help him out. Frankie widened his eyes. I didn't know you could even see what other people are doing. Shishishi. I can't really see them, I can just sort of feel what they are doing. Okay. Sounds like a good place to start as any. Usopp nodded to himself. Are we still reporting to headquarters about this? Luffy gave him a thumbs up. Already did. They're sending someone over already. Chopper breathed a sigh of relief. At least we don't have to worry about backup. Alright, we'll find out what we can from that creepy skeleton while busting some heads in, then we'll find you guys. Let's get crackin'. Frankie grinned, cracking his knuckles. Luffy found his swordsman in the midst of being transported back to their ship within a small courtyard. A pair of squirrels had been transporting the comatose swordsman in a coffin when the vice admiral literally descended upon them, having followed Zoro's voice. A quick glare from Luffy was enough to send the two animals into blissful unconsciousness, spilling the contents of the coffin onto the floor. Luffy noted that Zoro only had one sword attached to his hip and no shadow connected to him. Ramen Ikemanji? No, that can't be right, whatever, Luffy muttered to himself while rubbing his palms once again. He used the same voltage as Sanji's to wake the swordsman up, Zoro rolling away almost immediately into a crouch with his hand resting on his katana handle. The swordsman immediately felt something was off as he looked down at his hip. My swords! He growled through gritted teeth. They probably took them off you for the zombie they stuck your shadow in, Luffy guessed. Zoro got to his feet. What's the plan then? Kick their asses? Luffy gave him a toothy smile. The swordsman rolled his eyes. Fine. Not like I can come up with anything else right now anyway. But where do we start? Luffy glanced at his remaining sword. I suppose you'll want your swords back first? And I don't suppose you can hear my shadow too? The vice admiral shrugged. There's a zombie that's currently moving the opposite direction of where he was told to go. Either he's being rebellious or he's your shadow. Zoro raised an eyebrow. What does him going the opposite direction have to do with me? Just a feeling, he waved his hand nonchalantly. Zoro narrowed his eyes at his vice admiral but decided not to push that particular topic. And the others? Sanji's going to pick up Robin and Nami. Usopp, Frankie and Chopper is meeting up with the skeleton guy. The skeel right. I almost forgot about him. And why do we need him? The zombies' voices are disappearing really fast when he's there. He's making them eat something. Zoro made a face. Okay, fine. What else we got? The vice admiral dug his ear with a finger. Probably kick that lizard guy's ass or something, since he's behind all this most likely. I already told headquarters about him taking marine shadows, so they're sending someone over. Any reason why you're not beating this lizard guy right now? Luffy flicked the dirt off his finger. I heard him saying something about a strongest zombie and making himself Pirate King. Zoro raised an eyebrow. So he's intending to go against the government? I guess so, but no hard proof yet. If I beat him up before he shows his intentions, we can only punish him for stealing marine shadows, which isn't much. I want there to be a really good reason where I can beat him up, toss him off the Shichibukai, then beat him up again when I feel like it. Zoro grunted in acknowledgement. Then I should get my swords back first. Where's my zombie? Coincidence or not? The skeleton guy and your zombie will be meeting each other soon if they continue their route. Zoro grimaced. Well, I guess we better hurry then. Lead the way. Nami hummed to herself as she deftly inserted the hairpin into her handcuff's keyhole, wriggling it about to find the lock mechanisms. The guards will reach the inn soon. I'll have to start the next phase in 30 seconds, Robin whispered from behind her, the archaeologist's eyes closed in concentration. The two women were held within a small guest room that was behind a chapel of sorts, guarded by a few zombies wearing what looked like knights' armor. They had them restrained with handcuffs and rope tying the upper half of their bodies together back to back. It seemed they knew how dangerous Nami was with her climb attack, so they had taken that away the moment she was captured, but Robin seemed to be news to them since they did not bother using sea stone cuffs on her. It was an easy thing for Robin to use her powers to cause a commotion outside the room, prompting all but one guard to leave the room to investigate. Even then, the lone guard seemed more interested in what was going on outside rather than the two girls in the corner of the room. 20 seconds, Robin counted down, pulling slightly at her own cuffs that were behind her back in worry. Trust me, Robin, I'm not the best thief around for nothing, Nami smiled reassuringly, twisting the hairpin with a barely audible click to unlock the cuffs. The navigator immediately got to work on the archaeologist's restraints behind her, unlocking them in half the time she took for herself. The rope? Nami whispered, her mouth barely moving. I already changed it to a slipknot, just pull the end near your right hand and it'll come undone. The navigator fumbled around with her right hand until she found the rope Robin had mentioned. Got it. What about my things? Turn right once you're out, second door down the corridor. You'll find a weapons storage room and they're locked behind the only metal cabinet. It's locked, so you'll have to break it open. The invisible creep? The archaeologist took a moment to adjust her concentration to another eye, alone with the priest in the chapel. Gloating to him about our wedding. Nami made a disgusted face. Yuck. I hope our real wedding in the future won't be on a creepy island like this. Robin gave a wry smile. I'll be sure to tell the involved parties of that request. Ready? The archaeologist waited a moment more. The eye she planted on one of the guards outside finally had a clear sight of the adjoining corridors at the intersection. Picking the corridor furthest from them, she materialized a pair of lips that immediately sent out a blood-curdling scream. The zombie in the room flinched. Nami pulled at the rope and made a dash for the door. Robin stood with her arms crossed, materializing 6 arms on the zombie's body. Seize Fleur clutch! Nami was out of the room before the crack sound of Robin breaking the zombie's back could be heard. Counting to the second door, she tried the handle only to find it locked. The navigator grimaced as she took a step back before bracing her shoulder. She did not have time to pick the lock. Nami rammed herself against the door once, twice, 3 times before it finally gave way. She ignored all the other weapons and found the metal cabinet Robin had told her about, making a beeline towards it. Grabbing a warhammer that was lying against a rack, she brought it down on the cabinet door with a loud crash, denting the metal inwards. Knowing that the sound would have probably alerted the guards that were away, she wasted no time in prying the metal door off its broken hinges, picking up her Climatact, her standard-issue marine equipment and the rest of what she had come to refer to as her lightning cells. The navigator turned around just as Robin appeared at the doorway. They're coming. Well, let's get going then. Nami bolted out the room with Robin hot on her heels, both of them running in the opposite direction of where Robin had placed her diversion. Behind them, the distinct sound of metal scraping against metal could be heard, evident the other zombie guards were aware of their escape. We need to slow them. That is if you still intend on getting back on that invisible guy, Robin cautioned. Nami let out an uncharacteristic growl. That slimy prick dared to touch me without even paying. He owes me at least 1 billion berries. Only 1 billion? Robin smirked. That's probably how much I can get from him before he gets wiped out of existence. The navigator stuck out her tongue. The 2 girls let out a chuckle despite their current predicament. Nami pulled out 2 of her lightning cells with one hand while holding her Climatact in her other. I'm going to need Luffy to restock after this. Bubbles floated out of her Climatact as the 2 continued to run, the navigator expertly mixing the bubbles together to form what she needed. At first, a layer of fog began forming on their trail, which slowly escalated into a rain cloud that hung just a little above chest height. With a backward toss of her hand, the 2 lightning cells cracked open to discharge its contents into the cloud, creating a wall of lightning in the corridor behind the 2 women. There, that should slow them down, Nami grinned triumphantly. I sure hope so. I'm looking to break a few fingers off that slime ball myself. Robin mused. Spotting the door to the chapel ahead, the 2 girls burst through the door with their senses on high alert. To say that the 2 occupants inside of said chapel was surprised at their entry would be an understatement. The groom, Absalom, watched with open-mouthed shock as Nami barreled towards him, staff in hand. Arms had sprouted behind his back and on the ground to restrain him, twisting his limbs in such a way that he was forced to bend backwards with a loud crack. The navigator held no remorse as she swung her staff as hard as she could at his jaw, the satisfying crunch of the impact reverberating throughout the chapel. Robin dematerialized her limbs to let the man sail through the air, crashing in a heap at the other side of the room. The priest zombie that had stood beside Absalom could only gape in shock, his mind failing to comprehend the sight of a woman sending a 300-kilogram body sailing through the air with her arm strength alone. Apparently not satisfied, the former thief chucked a lightning cell towards him without mercy, the resulting discharge of electricity bathing the entire chapel in its bluish hue. The priest finally shook himself out of his stupor after the lightning dissipated. Absalom-sama! The priest screeched, sprinting over to check on his condition. The animal hybrid was lying still in the debris, his eyes and mouth wide open in apparent shock. Absalom-sama, the priest prodded him with a finger, confused. That shock. Was that love? Absalom gasped. Both Robin and Nami scrunched up their faces in disgust. Absalom leapt to his feet, staring straight at the two women in the room with hearts for eyes. I knew I was right. It's definitely love at first sight. I must, by all means, take both of you as my brides. Robin narrowed her eyes at him. I wonder what will happen if I undo the stitches on his face. I hope his face falls off, Nami muttered, not put off by Robin's morbid statements for the first time. Come, my ladies. Absalom spread his arms wide open as if to embrace them. Surely you have arrived here in such a rush to proceed on with our union? Let's get the ceremony started. Nami turned to Robin with a grimace. I've got 4 of the lightning cells left. The archaeologist crossed her arms in front of her. Shame, we'll just make do. Absalom was genuinely confused when the two girls took up a combat stance again, the one with the orange hair moving to guard her companion's front with her staff. He had an interest in the black-haired one when he was infiltrating the ship, but the damn vice-admiral had caught him before he even managed to get a taste of her. That mattered little now, for he was adamant he would marry both her and the orange-haired girl that stole his heart the moment he laid eyes on them. Now, Absalom waved his hands placatingly. I may like feisty girls, but I actually prefer my brides to be demure and ladylike, you know? So you can drop the act already. Then you know nothing about us, Robin stated simply, her eyes narrowing. Absalom sighed dramatically before his figure vanished from where he stood, disappearing from their sight entirely. Nami gave an uncharacteristic grunt of annoyance as she took a step back, feeling the comfortable weight of Robin's back on hers. Ideas? Robin whispered, her eyes scanning the room. Short of blasting this entire place to pieces? Nami smirked, breaking apart her climatact into its individual pieces. Tempting, but no. I wouldn't want the ceiling to come down on us here. True, Nami agreed before turning her attention back to finding the invisible man. Hey creep! Would it be too much to ask for you to just leave us alone? There was a soft intake of breath from the navigator's left. Without missing a beat, Nami swung her heat rod towards the sound, the rod slamming hard into Absalom's muzzle. Immediately, Nami swung the cold rod in the direction she guessed the invisible man stumbled to, a layer of fog forming around the area the bubbles had mixed. There was a cluck of the tongue before the fog seemed to be pushed aside by something, thin white tendrils clinging onto something invisible that was moving through it. A hand sprouted from the ground to grab at the invisible foot, tripping Absalom to fall onto the ground with a crash. Nami jammed the end of her lightning rod at the small cloud of dust, finding her target in Absalom's back. The invisible man gave a startled yelp at the impact alongside the electric shock that hit his back. The marine navigator pulled out a pair of sea stone cuffs from under her blouse, trying to search for the invisible wrists that the cuffs would snap onto. Realizing what the marine was going to do, Absalom struggled to get the navigator off his back, only for more hands to appear all around him to hold him down. The man growled louder, exerting more strength as he slowly got on a knee. Nami, on your left, Robin called out, using several hands to hold on to what she assumed to be an invisible limb. Nami clapped the handcuff in what appeared to be thin air, causing Absalom to reappear almost instantaneously. No! Damn it! Absalom cursed, feeling his energy slipping away. Desperately, he lifted his only free arm as high as he could, the previously invisible bazookas that were strapped under his arms now clearly visible for all to see. Clenching his arm muscles, the weapon fired off a rocket that exploded at a nearby pillar, causing the debris to fall towards him and Nami. Nami cursed as she rolled away from the impact zone, the pillar crashing down on top of Absalom and breaking into pieces. Did he choose to kill himself? Nami wondered aloud. Robin shook her head even as the dust started to settle, pointing towards the shadow that slowly pushed itself up from the debris. Ugh! Luckily this body is still strong on its own. Absalom muttered, silently thanking Hogback within his head. Nami frowned. The pirate in front of her should have been weakened by the sea stone, but yet he was able to shrug off the impact of a heavy stone pillar. Zombie or not, that was not normal. The two Marines resolved themselves for another fight. Before anything else could happen, the grand doors to the chapel were blasted open violently, the wooden doors disintegrating into splinters from the force. A giant pink warthog wielding 2 swords stepped into the chapel, rage evident on its face. Absama! What was this that I heard about a wedding? And without me no less? Gek. Lola. How did you know? Absalom squeaked out. The warthog zombie ignored his question, opting to turn his glare towards the two female marines instead. So you are the two harlots that are trying to steal Absama away from me? Only I can marry Absama. Both women raised an eyebrow at her proclamations, only slightly baffled by the sudden turn of events. Actually no. By all means, you can have him for yourself. Nami gestured towards Absalom with a shooing motion. Yes, do take him away. Far, far away from us is most preferable. If you wish to marry him, you have both our blessing to do so, Robin added. You don't even need to invite us, Nami added, almost as an afterthought. Lola blinked once, then twice, before her head slowly turned back to Absalom. The animal hybrid felt his hair stand on end when he saw the intensity behind the warthog's gaze. Absama Aya. Marry me. The warthog zombie charged towards Absalom, heedless of everything else around her. Damn it! Not with these sea stone cuffs! Absalom yelped before retreating through the side door Nami and Robin came from, screaming obscenities at the female zombie that was chasing him. The two women watched the spectacle with pitiless eyes. Their only regret was that they passed up the chance of personally punishing the slimeball themselves. Well, I guess let's go meet up with the rest, Nami suggested with a tired sigh. Robin nodded in agreement, but the zombie priest was quick to block their path. Stop right there. You won't get past me. Nami was about to step over him when a figure blurred into the chapel, Spartan kicking the priest in the back and sending him crashing into the wall. I object. Sanji roared, his entire body aflame. There's no way I'll accept Nami Swan and Robin Chuan marrying a scum dash. Nami silenced him by tapping him lightly with her staff, instantly putting out the fire that Sanji had materialized somehow. You're too late, Nami sighed, already making her way out of the chapel. Get us back to the others please, I have had it with this island already. Too late? Don't tell me. You're already married to him? The chef shrieked while clutching his hair. Robin walked past him with a giggle. Fufufu, what she meant was you missed your timing to look like a knight in shining armor, Sanji-kun. Another knight had already shown up before you. Sanji's wail of despair could be heard throughout the entire island. 3 marines and 1 pirate were standing in the kitchen, a huge number of motionless bodies surrounding them on the ground. Okay. This is still way too convenient to be true, Frankie announced skeptically. Brook shrugged, poking one of the zombies with his walking stick while sipping a cup of tea he had helped himself to within the castle's kitchen. I happened to learn of it by chance when I was here before. Whether you believe or not, it is still an undeniable fact. Usopp scratched his head. Feeding the zombies salt will instantly purify them? Why salt? And why would they still keep salt on this island then? Chopper tapped his chin with a hoof, actually. It kind of makes sense. The zombies are animated through Moria's devil fruit powers, and the sea counter's devil fruit powers. And I don't think Dr. Hogback himself is a zombie, so he can still eat salt. Yahohoho. That is true. I can't believe I had thought eating fish was the thing that purified them in the beginning, the skeleton laughed heartily. Usopp, Chopper and Frankie had arrived just in time when Brook was being swarmed by another horde of zombies. With the 3 marines' aid, they managed to purify the horde after Brook informed them of their weakness. Still, you have my apologies for landing you in the same situation as I, Brook apologized, taking another sip of his tea casually. Usopp chopped the skeleton on the head mercilessly. At least look like you're actually sorry. Oof. That rattled my skull. Because that's what my head literally is. Yahohoho. Frankie sighed, alright, so salt is their weakness. What should we do? Make a giant salt shaker and pour it over the island? I got the tools but not the materials, just saying. Well, we don't need a giant salt shaker, just forcefully feeding them a bit of salt will do, Usopp pointed out helpfully. Frankie clucked his tongue, seemingly disappointed at the lost prospect of building a giant salt shaker. I think we should let the others know about this, Chopper suggested. Good point, Usopp nodded before taking a deep breath. Hey Luffy. Feed salt to the zombies and the shadows will come out. Brook tilted his skeletal head at him. Luffy? The Vice Admiral, right? Is he around here? Because I don't see him. Not that I have eyes left in these sockets of mine. Yah-ho-ho-ho. Usopp resisted the urge to facepalm. No. He can hear us if we shout to him. It's his devil fruit. Ah, how interesting. The skeletal musician mused. Very well then, may I suggest a course of action? Sure, you're more familiar about this place than us anyway. Frankie waved his arm nonchalantly. In that case, might I suggest getting my shadow back first? If nothing has changed, he should be a guard that's nearby here. Right, you said your shadow beat you back the last time you were here, right? You want us to get it back for you? Usopp asked. On the contrary, I'd like a rematch with him. My pride is on the line, you see, for I had ran away quite pathetically the last time when I was beaten. I would like to fix that this round. Oh. The words of a true man. Heck, you have my respects already, pirate or not. Frankie laughed as he slapped the skeleton on the back, or his spine for that matter. So your zombie should be quite friendly too, right? After all, he's still you. Chopper asked hopefully. Brook scoffed, there's hardly any part of me inside that zombie now. He tried to cut off my afro of all things. The three straw hats stared at the afro the skeleton was talking about. Yeah. I've been meaning to ask about the afro for a while now. Namely, why? Usopp asked, crossing his arms. Why what? Why is it important to me? Why is it still there despite my skeletal appearance? Why is it shaped so? My. If you want your questions answered, you do need to consider your words before you get under someone's skin. Not that I have any skin, mind you, yo-ho-ho-ho. Usopp did not bother to stop his urge to facepalm this time. Why is it important to you then? At those words, Brook stood a little straighter, any indication of the merriment he had before disappeared. Because my body is no longer living. If I lose this afro, it will never grow back. And I needed to let a friend know that it's me when I meet him again, for you see, it's hard to recognize a skeleton without a face. A friend? Wait, time out. Frankie motioned the T sign with his hands. I remember you said you were stuck on your broken ship for 50 years. How do you even know that your friend is still alive? Brook chuckled, oh, I wouldn't worry about that. He's quite safe at the Twin Capes, and seeing how he's a whale, he should still be alive and well after all this ti-dash. The skeleton's words died in his mouth when Usopp had grabbed him by the shoulders and pulled him to face the sniper. The action shocked him so much that he dropped the teacup in his hands to crash on the ground. Whale? You don't mean Laboon? Brook blinked once. You know Laboon? How? Usopp groaned, releasing the skeleton in favor of clutching his head. I can't believe this. You're telling me you're the one that Laboon has been waiting for all these years? Chopper tilted his head. Who's Laboon? He's a whale we met at Twin Capes when we entered the Grand Line. Apparently he had been friends with a group of pirates who entered the Grand Line 50 years ago. They made a promise to meet up again after they went around the world. He's still waiting there even now. Brook's hand shook involuntarily. Laboon. He's still there waiting for us? Usopp nodded slowly. Yeah. He was bashing his head against the mountain thinking you guys were stuck on the other side or something and wanted to break the mountain down. Luffy promised that he would help him find you guys to make him stop doing it. The skeleton brought his trembling hands up to his face. Laboon. All these years. Even if I'm the only one left. To be honest, I had expected to find nothing but the pirate crew skeletons if we do manage to find you guys, Usopp admitted sheepishly before taking a look at Brook. Though I guess we did find your skeleton. Brook clenched his fists, his demeanor hardening suddenly. I must not tarry here. I have to go back and show Laboon his trust in us is not misplaced even if I grind these bones of mine to dust. Frankie could no longer hold himself back and started bawling his eyes out. Damn it. Why are you so manly? I'm super touched. I think we should help him get his shadow back first. Chopper suggested. Alright. We can't keep Laboon waiting for longer than necessary anyway. Usopp grinned. Lead the way. So noisy. Can't even get a proper nap around here. A voice complained. The four of them turned, three of them expecting to see their own comrade from the words they heard. A zombie wearing a samurai's gi and sandals was walking towards them, yawning loudly and scratching the back of his head. All of them noted the distinctive three swords that was at his waist. Didn't they say the direction of the meeting place is here? Did they all get lost or something? The zombie wondered aloud. You are not my shadow. Brook muttered, though loud enough for everyone to hear. Frankie raised an eyebrow. Whoa, you're telling me that your shadow was supposed to be this guy? He doesn't even have an afro. Who the hell are you? The zombie asked, as if seeing them for the first time. That's Zoro's shadow, isn't it? Chopper whispered. Usopp nodded even as a bead of cold sweat trickled past his brow, no doubt about it. The zombie scratched his head with a hand. I think I'm supposed to stop you guys or something. Not really sure why though. Brook took a step forward, holding his walking stick parallel to the ground with both hands. The glint of metal could be seen peeking out from where the stick starts to curve. It seems like the scoundrel has switched my shadow out of your body for someone else's. No matter, I shall still defeat you to release the shadow within you. En garde. The zombie seemed to grin at the skeleton, dropping to a half-crouch with his left hand on a katana's handle. A cane sword, eh? Let's see if you know how to use it then. Brook kicked off the ground with his sword pointed towards the zombie, thrusting the blade towards his torso as soon as he came within range. The sword thrust was met with empty air, as though the zombie had been an illusion. Itorio iai, sure sun. The sound of a blade being sheathed echoed throughout the room as the zombie reappeared behind Brook in the same half-crouch position. A large cut appeared across Brook's torso, several of his ribs breaking into pieces before disintegrating into dust. The pirate gasped out in pain as he slumped onto the ground in a heap of bones. Brook! Chopper screeched, rushing forward to check on the skeleton. A naked blade blocked the reindeer's path, the wielder frowning at his own actions. Usually I won't care if you were to go treat him now. The zombie scratched his chin with his free hand. But something is urging me to just get rid of all of you right here and now. The zombie raised his sword back in preparation to strike while Chopper readied a rumble ball between his hooves. Before the blade could descend, a figure blurred into the zombie, shoulder bashing him away from the doctor and sending him crashing towards the wall. The zombie's body did not stop and ended up destroying the wall, flying beyond the kitchen and to the room behind it. A swordsman with a single katana on his waist stood at where the zombie used to be, a deep frown etched on his face. TCH. He managed to block it. Zoro grumbled, dusting his shoulder with a hand. Zoro! Chopper cried out in glee, hugging the swordsman's leg with tears in his eyes. Stop crying, hurry up and see if the skeleton is still alive. Wait. He's already dead so. Damn it, I think his stupid jokes are getting to me. The swordsman groaned. Chopper sniffed before rushing to the musician, flipping him on his back to diagnose him. The doctor grimaced when he saw the damage done. 12 shattered ribs. I'll have to put implants on you. But I don't think we can bring you back on our ship in time. Brook's hand grasped onto the doctor's hand weakly. Me. Milk. I need milk. Chopper frowned, thinking it was the pirate's last request for a drink before his death. No time. Just give me. The pirate gasped, his other hand clutching his chest in pain. Chopper nodded, looking through the kitchen's fridge to find a conveniently stashed bottle of milk in the middle shelf. Wasting no time, the reindeer poured the liquid into Brook's mouth slowly, letting the skeleton have his presumably last drink. As soon as the bottle was emptied, Brook leapt to his feet, his ribs miraculously restored. I am alive. The skeleton cheered. Usopp slapped him on the head. There's no way milk can do that. Ha! Even cola doesn't do that to me, Frankie noted with a serious expression. Where's Luffy? Chopper asked the green-haired swordsman. Zoro jerked his head to the side, his eyes never leaving the hole in the wall. The reindeer peered to the side to see the vice admiral busy helping himself to the food in the kitchen larder, not paying any attention to his surroundings. The zombie returned through the broken wall while dusting his sleeves, unperturbed by the numbers in front of him. A swordsman, huh? I guess you can help me get stronger, the zombie remarked offhandedly before unsheathing his own blades. Instead of using salt, if I kill the zombie, my shadow will come back, right? Zoro asked, his eyes not leaving the zombie. Usually, that would be the case, yes, Brook confirmed. Zoro grinned, well whatever, fighting against myself. That's the best kind of training anyone can give me right now. Ha! I'll make you eat those words, the zombie showing a grin not dissimilar to Zoro's. I'll have to beat you here since I made a promise that I will not lose another duel. What a coincidence, so did I. The two swordsmen stepped towards each other, stopping a few meters away with a hand on their sword hilts. Brook! You don't mind me taking this guy on myself, do you? Brook eyed the zombie that used to house his shadow with a frown, contemplating his choices. The zombie was a different person now, so even if he defeated him, his own shadow will not return. The marine swordsman in front of him should have the right to battle for his own shadow. The skeleton nodded, he's your shadow now. But permit me to at least bear witness to your duel. Zoro smirked as he pulled out Wado Ikemanji, just stay behind me with Luffy. Now time for me to see where I stand. Ho! That sword seems familiar to me, what's its name? The zombie asked. Wado Ikemanji, Zoro answered unhesitatingly. I know Yubashiri and Sandai Kitetsu on your waist, but the last one? Good eye, the zombie praised, patting the blade with the black sheath proudly. This one is Shusui, a Mito like yours. It has accompanied me through a lot during my journeys. No wait, wasn't Wado my first blade? The zombie scratched his chin in confusion. He eyed the stance that Zoro had adopted with Wado drawn. You use one sword just like someone. I remember? Am I forgetting something? Zoro chose to ignore the confused look of the zombies. Sorry to burst your bubble, but I'm a 5 sword style user. The zombie looked at the swordsman in front of him again. I see only one sword. Rokushiki? No, I'll be taking those swords from you if you don't mind. Zoro's proclamation caused the zombie to growl as he lowered himself into his stance, over my dead body. Exactly. The two swordsmen dashed towards each other, their blades meeting in a clash of sparks. The zombie pushed back with his 3 swords, flinging Zoro away. Not giving the marine a chance to recover, he swung the sword in his right hand in an arc. Sanjiroku pound ho! Zoro tilted his head in response, letting the air bullet sail past his ear as he dashed forward without hesitation. He brought the sword in a downward slashing motion, an attack easily parried by the zombie with the sword in his left hand. Don't forget I have 3 swords, the zombie roared as he turned his head to slash at the marine's exposed abdomen. So do I. Zoro countered, kicking his right leg upwards quickly. The wind blade crashed against the zombie's sword with a loud clang, throwing the zombie's head back while Zoro leapt away from him. Rankyaku? Well then taste mine. The zombie yelled, kicking his foot in an arc. Zoro raised his sword in preparation to receive it, his eyes narrowed in concentration knowing how much he trained to be able to call himself a true 5 sword style user. But other than creating a gust of wind, nothing else came from the zombie's kick. Luffy broke out into laughter behind Zoro, cradling his stomach as he doubled over laughing with food still stuffed in his mouth. Ahahaha. Shish shishishi. That zombie thinks. Ahahaha. He can kick out a Rankyaku. He. With that speed? Shishishishi. Zoro could not help but grin, shadow or not, his body was still his and so were his months of hard work. Something a corpse reanimated with his shadow could not replicate. Looks like I have the same number of blades as you then, the green-haired swordsman announced. The zombie was still looking at his leg quizzically before turning his gaze back to the Marine. Well, doesn't matter, I'll still cut you down here. The two dashed forward with a burst of speed once more, their blades clashing against each other in a deadly blade dance. Zoro met the zombie sword swing for sword swing, his legs kicking out air blades to intercept any blades that his own sword could not. Zombie Zoro spun his blades quickly in a circle, Tatsumaki. Zoro lifted Wado over his head while getting ready to kick with his right foot, Nanajuni Pound Ho. The two compressed bullets from Zoro's sword and kick exploded against the tornado the zombie created, dispersing it into nothing. To the zombie's credit, instead of being surprised or succumbing to panic, it was already preparing for his next attack. Zoro watched as the zombie settled into one of the stances he was most familiar with, the one he already knew the weakness of intimately. Onigiri, huh? The zombie could not help but gasp at what he was witnessing. The Marine swordsman grinned, his single sword stood unmoving in the exact point all three swords would meet, stopping it like Mihawk did to him all too long ago. You? Who are you? The zombie growled, struggling to push against the blade that held him back to no avail. Zoro smirked, I'm you, but better. The zombie let the exact same smirk materialize on his face. Really confident of yourself, huh? Guess I'll get a bit serious too. I am Ryuma, a samurai of the country of Wano. You are? Captain Zoro of the Straw Hat Marines, Zoro replied, leaping back from the zombie to open up distance between them again. I shall be getting both my shadow and swords back from you. Your shadow and swords? If you think you can get them, then come at me. Zoro tied his bandana around his head. Oh, I plan to. Zombie Zoro tightened his grip on his three swords before rushing forward in a burst of speed, Zoro mimicking his movements not a second later. The zombie raised the two swords in his hand behind the one in his mouth, Zoro leaping up into the air in a jump kick position the moment he knew what was coming. Toragari! The zombie roared as he slashed his two swords downwards. Guki, Kiku! Zoro thrusted his sword forward while kicking both his leg out. The three blade slashes were met with a blade and two kicks, the resulting impact tossing both swordsmen flying away from each other and throwing a dust cloud. Not swayed by the dust cloud, the two swordsmen immediately re-engaged, the sword strikes blowing away the dust with the air pressure of their strikes alone. Brook watched in open-mouthed awe at the spectacle. He could barely follow the two swordsmen's movement with his eyes. The fact that he did not have any eyes was beside the point. Is this what a Marine captain is capable of nowadays? The skeleton gasped. Oh, don't worry about it, our unit is special, Usopp comforted him. The two swordsmen disengaged from their melee, both their clothes sporting various cuts yet their own flesh remains untouched. You said you're a five-sword style user, eh? Such a pity I can't fight you at your full power, the zombie sighed. Zoro smirked, I can say the same to you. That weak body of yours can't even kick out a half-decent Rankyaku even if you wanted to. What a waste, I guess we'll just have to make do. Enough chatting. Let's end this with one last strike. Exactly what I had in mind. The zombie started spinning the blades in his hands in front of him, generating a small cyclone. Santoryu Oji. Zoro sheathed his blade and lowered into a half-crouch, his left hand gripping the blade handle tightly. Itorio Iai. As though reading each other's minds, both opponents dashed towards each other at the same time, their figures blurring and reappearing at the place their opponent had been. The zombie had his arms splayed open, his blades parallel to the ground. Sanzen Sekai. Zoro slowly sheathed his katana that still had a little of its blade peeking out of the scabbard. Sure Sun. Everyone held their breaths as the two fighters remained motionless at where they stood, a gust of wind blowing between them. The zombie moved first, sheathing all three of his swords before turning towards Zoro, a clear sword slash cutting across his entire chest. Splendid cut, the zombie praised. Zoro turned, revealing a set of three light slashes across his left shoulder. Thanks, I've been training. You weren't too bad yourself. The zombie looked down at the mortal wound across his chest with a mocking smile. To let this body suffer such a defeat, I'm not worthy of such words. The green-haired Marine shrugged. As long as you feel shame, there's nothing wrong with that. Ha ha ha, I guess losing to the future strongest swordsman in the world isn't that bad. Take back your swords in shadow. And give this body a proper cremation, won't you? Zoro nodded, unsheathing Wado once more. The zombie dropped his 3 swords on the ground beside him before spreading his arms wide. Now come. A mark on the back is a swordsman's shame after all. Had no truer words than that, Zoro grinned, pulling Wado back with his left hand while holding his wrist with his right. Hiryu, Kane. Zoro slashed past the zombie, giving the legend another mark parallel to his first cut. The wound slowly ignited into flames, consuming the zombie completely in its fiery embrace. I would have liked to face you in your era, Zoro remarked, sheathing Wado. Ha! You won't like it then. Scumbags casually touching your sheath with theirs. Too many despicable people tricking others for their own gain. Heh, not like it's much different from now. It was an honor, the zombie smirked. Take care of those blades, you hear? Zoro mirrored his smirk. Don't worry about it. As the zombie slowly disintegrated within the flames, a black blob flew out from him to merge with Zoro's feet, forming into his shadow. The Marine swordsman re-equipped his last 2 swords before picking up Shusui, wondering what to do with it. That was awesome, Zoro. Luffy clapped his swordsman from behind, sending him staggering forward. Zoro! Your shoulder! I need to bandage it. Chopper fussed, his medical kit already in his hand. That was... Sniff. The manliest fight I've ever seen. Too superior, bro. Frankie cheered, wiping the tears out from his eyes. Usopp let out the breath that he had been holding. That was too scary. Do I have to fight my own zombie too? That duel definitely blew my mind. Not that I have any brains left in this empty skull of mine. Yah-ho-ho-ho. Brook laughed merrily. Zoro sighed at his friend's antics. Hey, we're still not done here, we should find the pervert cook and the other 2 next. That's right. Usopp clapped his hands together. Hey Brook, we still have to find your shadow too. Ah. To have met such kind Marines like you all. Truly my heart would burst out from joy. Not that I ha-dash. Hey Zoro bro, what are you going to do with that extra sword? Frankie asked, ignoring the skeleton. The swordsman stared at the sword in his hands while Chopper continued to nurse his shoulder, unsure of what he could do with it. No one else on the crew uses swords after all, and he would be damned if he was going to leave it as a wallpiece. Ha! Just use them together with your other swords, of course. Luffy grinned as though the answer was obvious. Usopp shook his head. Don't be ridiculous, Luffy. How can he carry 4 swords at once? It's already weird he's using 3 in the first place. Luffy stuck his tongue out at Usopp, blowing a raspberry at him. How will we meet up with Sanji, Robin, and Nami? Chopper asked, securing the bandage with a knot. They're currently stealing the pirates' treasure inside their treasury room, Luffy informed helpfully. Usopp rolled his eyes. Do I even need to wonder whose idea it is? Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go. I'm feeling all superior after seeing that awesome fight. I need to let loose. Frankie pumped his fists together. Luffy led the way out of the kitchen with the rest behind him, Zoro bringing up the rear while still staring at Shusui. Use it all together, huh? Ha ha ha. Zoro grinned. That wraps up this part of What If Luffy Became a Marine. Thanks so much for listening. This story is now on hold, so stay tuned for the next story. Just a quick reminder, What If Luffy Became a Marine is on hold now, as we're caught up there too. So now, I need your help picking the next project for the channel. I'm currently deciding between these 3 fanfics. What if Ichigo awoke his true powers? What if becoming a mangaka in the One Piece world? Please vote in the poll and let me know which story you'd like to see next. I'll take the favorite pick from the 2 and start working on that as its replacement series. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to like, subscribe, share it with your friends, and please consider supporting the original author as well. See you in the next one.